Good morning, everyone. We request you to please sit as per the color that you've gotten. The color is written on the chit. So your team. Good morning, everyone. We request you to please sit as per your color. Your color is what is written on the chit that you have got and not the color of the chit. I repeat, your color is what is written on the chit and not the color of your chit. Good morning, everyone. Just to ease things for you, the first 5 rows here are violet, next 5 are indigo, and the last block is blue. This blue block is yellow, the last blue block is green. This blue block is orange, last blue block is red. The first 5 rows here are purple, next 5 rows magenta, and the last pack is pink, and the third row here is for the press. I hope everybody is sitting as per their colors. Please, it's a request that you adhere to the colors that are given to you. Good morning, sir. Thank you. Okay. We'll start. Ma'am,
You're requested to scan the QR code, please. We are about to start. This QR code is about the questionnaire which you have to fill. Everybody, you're requested to please take your seat.
धरीम्रे मन संगति सज्जनाची
जनवृत्ति ही पलटे दुर्जनाची भले भाव सद्बुद्धि सन्मार्ग लागे महाक्रूर तो काल विकराल भंगे. Would you rather spend your time with someone who's sad and complaining or with someone who's happy and optimistic? We tend to mirror the actions and the emotions of the people around us. Psychologists have widely studied the topic called emotional contagion. It involves the spontaneous spread of emotions and related behaviors. Thus, it goes without saying that for good mental health and habits, it's preferable to spend time with good and wise people.
A very good morning to one and all gathered here today for this inaugural conclave on mental well-being. I am Shreya, a BTech student in the Department of Industrial Chemistry and UG mentor head with Sunshine, the mental health club of IIT Hyderabad.
I'm Subhati, a PhD student and PhD management head, along with AI departmental representative with Sunshine, IIT Hyderabad. And together, on behalf of Sunshine and IIT Hyderabad, we welcome you all to the first National Wellbeing Conclave, an integrated approach for promoting positive mental health, resilience, and well being.
This conclave is proudly hosted by Indian Institute of Technology, Hyderabad. The support and pioneering thought of this conclave by the Ministry of Education reaffirms our collective commitment to fostering mental health, resilience, and overall well-being in educational institutions.
As you register, we request you to kindly fill the questionnaire and please interact with each other and engage in meaningful conversation. Today, we lay the foundation of holistic and inclusive educational environments that nurture both the mind and the soul. We give you 5 minutes to please fill the questionnaire and also sit as per the colors you have been allotted. Our volunteers are here across the hall. Please take help when and as you require. Thank you.
If anyone needs any help with filling the questionnaire or the color code that they have been allotted, our volunteers are spread across the hall. Please ask them for help. Thank you.
all come from different cultures and religions, together representing the beautifully diverse India. And in India, nothing of importance starts without taking blessings from the Almighty. To symbolize the light of knowledge and the collective focus on mental well being, we now invite our distinguished chief guest, Shri K. Sanjay Murthy, Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Government of India, Ms. Reena Sonowal Kauli, Joint Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Government of India, Dr. Jitendra Nagpal, Senior Psychiatrist and Program Director, Expressions India, Professor B.S. Murthy, Director, IIT Hyderabad, and Dr. Somnath Maji, FIC Sunshine, IIT Hyderabad, to kindly come forward and light the ceremonial lamp and Indian culture to mark the auspicious beginning of anything and everything.
Shubham karoti kalyanam, arogyam dhana sampada, shatru buddhi vinashaya, deepa jyotir namaste. This means I fold my hands before the light that brings prosperity, auspiciousness, good health, abundance of wealth, and the destruction of the enemy intellect. This gesture embodies our shared vision of a brighter and a healthier future for all students and faculty.
We feel honored to have the privilege of welcoming the esteemed dignitaries who have been instrumental in advancing educational and mental health initiatives in India.
Join us as we extend a gracious welcome to Sri Sanjay Murthy, Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Government of India, our chief guest for this conclave, along with Ms. Reena Sonowal Kohli, Joint Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Government of India, Dr. Jitendra Nagpal, Senior Psychiatrist and Program Director, Expressions India. I request Professor B.S. Murthy, Director, IIT Hyderabad, to kindly present a bouquet to Shri K. Sanjay Murthy and Ms. Reena Sonowal Kohli. I now request Dr. Somnath Maji, FIC Sunshine IIT Hyderabad, to kindly present a bouquet to Dr. Jitendra Nagpal. and also to Director IIT Hyderabad. Now, I request our on-campus psychological counselors, Ms. Maria Morris, Mrs. Yukti Rastogi, and Mr. Funny Bhushan, to please present a bouquet to Dr. Somnath Maji, FIC, Sunshine, IIT Hyderabad. Thank you all for gracing this conclave here at IIT Hyderabad today. They say a greatest gift that you can give to someone is a gift of time and the gift of inspiration. Recognizing the same, we would like to present souvenir as a token of gratitude for the relentless efforts and contributions of our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri K. Sanjay Murthy, Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Government of India.
Thank you. We are grateful for your continued support in promoting mental health and well-being in educational institutions. Without further ado, we now call upon Dr. Somnath Maji, Associate Professor and Faculty in Charge for Sunshine at IIT Hyderabad, for his welcome address to the August gathering for this pioneering conclave.
Please welcome him.
Morning, everyone. Respected Secretary, Joint Secretary Rina Ma'am, Dr. Nagpal Sir, Senior Scientist and Program Director, Education India, our Honorable Director, Professor B.S. Murthy Sir, my seniors, colleagues, team members, and all the dignitaries participating in this event today. I, Somnath Maji, welcome you all as a faculty in charge of Sunshine Counseling Cell for IIT Hyderabad. It is a privilege to have such an esteemed gathering here today to address one of the most pressing issues of our time, the mental health and overall well-being of students, faculty, and staff in higher education. As we all are aware that pressures of academia, societal expectation, and personal challenges can have significantly impact on mental health, making it crucial for institutions to proactively adopt an integrated approach to fostering resilience, well-being, and a supportive learning environment. Over the 2 days, we all engage in thoughtful discussions, share insightful experiences, and explore innovative strategies aimed at transforming how mental health and well-being are approached in our campuses. There are 2 symposiums, 3 panel discussions with 18 speakers and moderators. Through this conclave, we aim to create a platform for collaboration not only between academic institutions, but also with policymakers, mental health professionals, community organizations to build a more resilient and compassionate academic ecosystem. As educators and leaders, we have the power and the responsibility to ensure that our campuses are not just places of intellectual growth, but also of emotional, psychological, and social development. It is essential that we recognize the interconnectedness of mental health, resilience, and overall well-being in creating an environment where students can thrive, not just academically, but holistically. So I like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to all the speakers, panelists, and contributors who will be sharing their expertise and insights over the course of this conclave. Your participation is invaluable, and we look forward to the knowledge, ideas, and experiences you will bring to the table. I would also like to thank each of you for this who are being here. The presence itself is a testament to the collective commitment to making mental health and well-being a priority in our institution. We are all here to learn, to collaborate, and to work towards a future where higher education institutions are not only centers of academic excellence, but also pillars of mental health support and personal growth. I wish you an enjoyable and happy stay at IIT Hyderabad. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm pretty sure that after this conclave, we all, as educators, teachers, or students in all these centrally funded institutions, will recognize the power and responsibility we have and ensure that our institutions are known not just for academic excellence, but also for a safe and sound mental health environment. We'll now have a look at the message from the Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India.
I'm very pleased to note that the Indian Institute of Technology in Hyderabad is organizing the first National Wellbeing Conclave, a two-day event to promote mental health, resilience, and well-being, to be held on the 9th and 10th of November 2024 by the Sunshine team, appropriately named the Counseling Cell of IIT Hyderabad. It is quite hard to overstate the importance of this event because it is good to see a conclave on mental health at the national level being held for the first time and being inaugurated by the Honorable Minister for Education, Shri. Because mental health is a taboo subject for discussion among people, even in smaller groups or even in bilateral conversations. Why? Even to themselves, people do not acknowledge that they do have mental health issues, minor or major. Therefore, to break that taboo and organize a conclave on mental health for the first time at the national level is a very important milestone, and its significance should not be missed. I congratulate the Department of Higher Education, Government of India, and the Indian Institute of Technology, Hyderabad, for taking the initiative to organize this conclave. In the economic survey for financial year FY24 released in July, we dedicated several pages to this issue of mental health. India does enjoy a unique demographic advantage, with the median age of the population being less than 30 years. But if we were to harness this demographic dividend, Indian youth should not only be skilled, adequately educated, or appropriately educated, physically fit, and above all, mentally fit. Both physical and mental fitness, apart from skills and education, play an extremely important role in their productivity and also in terms of maintaining peace with themselves, with families, and their surroundings, and their working community, and the overall national and community ecosystem. Today, in the last 20 years, the advent of social media has had a great, largely negative influence on people's mental health, starting from important but small things such as ability to concentrate, to having slightly more serious afflictions such as anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts, etc. The combination of being able to communicate in local language, connect with family members, friends, and relatives, staying away from screen time, physical activity, and more regulated or moderate consumption of ultra-processed foods all constitute important ingredients towards a sounder mental health. It is very important that this conclave addresses all the barriers and the pitfalls and the dangers that mental health afflictions and diseases and these influences of social media, technology, ultra-processed food, and sedentary in this particular instance, it should be a bottom-up solution, coming from the people, coming from students, coming from the faculty, administrators, parents, families, and the larger social ecosystem. Policy can only take things that far. Today we learned, for example, that Australia has banned social media for children below 16. Several states in the United States do that, and several other countries also do that, such as China, and France was contemplating one, etc. So I think Indian education administrators, college and university administrators, student bodies and faculty must always keep in mind that mental health is as important as, or even more important than any other parameter that will keep them healthy and long-living, economically productive, socially useful, and individually wholesome person for the rest of their lives. And in this conclave, where the turnout will be a stepping stone into ensuring sound mental health for all Indian citizens, particularly Indian youth, it would have achieved a very, very major first step in ensuring that India has the ability to achieve the status of Viksit Bharat by 2047. I wish the conclave all success, and I really wish my work commitments enable me to be there physically present, but it is not to be the case. However, I will be very keenly following the proceedings of the conclave, and I look forward to being not only an active listener and learner, but also be able to participate in future editions of this conclave. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the very best in the next 2 days of this conclave.
We thank the Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India, for his inspiring words, and we hope that after this conclave, mental health no longer becomes a topic of taboo, rather it becomes a topic of the utmost importance. And we also understand that being mentally fit is as important as being physically fit. Now, it's time for yet another unprecedented affair, the official release of the maiden compendium of emerging practices of well-being across the country. This compendium highlights innovative efforts made by various institutions across the country to nurture a healthy and a supportive education environment. We request our dignitaries to kindly come forward and launch the foremost compendium of its kind. Thank you so much. And we also thank all the participating institutions for their input so that we could have made this maiden compendium. So a huge congratulations to all of you as well. Please, you can clap for yourself and laud yourself that you took initiative to be a part of it to make a better education environment for the coming generations.
I would now like to call upon the dais Dr. Jitendra Nagpal, Senior Psychiatrist and Program Director, Expressions India, to kindly address one and all gathered here today.
Please welcome him.
Thank you, ma'am. A very happy well-being morning to all the well-being ambassadors. Good morning. Well, a well-being conclave cannot start with your sprinkling and scintillating and sparkling happiness to all of us. The charm and the challenge and the chaos of well-being often takes a backseat if we all do not join hands. You just saw the release of the Compendium of Emerging Good Practices. What does that mean to all of us? I remember just a few months back, we spoke about only 5 or 6 good practices. Today we have more than 50 when you go across this compendium. It only shows that coming together of diverse, united lateral thinking minds is the need of the hour. We are just not in numbers anymore. And I remember, I'll mention Honorable Sanjay Murthy Sahab, Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Government of India, Joint Secretary Ma'am Reena Sonowal, Director IIT Hyderabad, Professor Murthy Sahab, and of course Sunshine leadership with all the wonderful team here, Professor Somnath ji. All of you are the flowers of that garden called India, which we are proud of. We are proud of the numbers. We are proud of the number of youth in our country, the largest in the world. We are indeed proud of the number of colleges and universities and schools in our country, amongst the largest in the world. But we are not yet proud of the fact that we need to meet very often and we are not meeting. I'm thankful to Devendra Kumar Sharma ji, Prashant Saab, and all the members from the ministry for having great inspiration, motivation for bringing this torch together. So only in about 6 months, with about 12 major programs across the country online, talking about, let's look at building resilience. Let's look at how we can collaborate, cooperate, and regulate our emotional and social well-being. It has been a great hit only because of your presence. Today we are at a junction where we come together, we share the good practices, and in a few seconds of our roaming about into the stalls, we'll see them all together next 2 days. From the Dimapur University, I saw a beautiful quote, "Be kind to yourself and you be kind to me so that we can mind our minds and be kind to the world." I'm paraphrasing it, by the way. So what does it mean? I think time has come for self-awareness, empathy, building together, establish best practices, why only good practices, and show the world that if our youth is not a liability because of its numbers, I'm sure most of you know that America and Europe put together is our youth population. Entire America and youth together, we have more than 60 crores of youth. We have number of schools which are more than the number of children in Switzerland. 16 lakh schools. You have universities which are competing with the number in China now, more than 1100. So numbers may be a disadvantage, some children say, but they also say that please utilize us as ambassadors. Please utilize us as messengers and sparkling stars for well-being of tomorrow. Who else better than Einstein? Technology, man. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, Professor Yashpal, all spoke about mental health. Einstein himself, suffering from specific learning disability, spoke about the beautiful confluence of art and science as the meaningful approach to life and not just science alone. So are we ready for that? Are we ready for what Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam told us about no health without mental health? And I remember Professor Yashpal, he was chairperson of the National Curriculum Framework 2005. The curriculum framework in charge was our scientific advisor to the government and compatriot of the missile man. So when we have such wonderful people in the field of science, technology, laying down the foundations of education, it's high time that we join hands, meet more often, celebrate wellness, not just learn about wellness. Stand in solidarity, unified manner. So all the things that will follow in the next 2 days are just a beginning to a sustainable, secure, and safe wellness in a campus. We believe in that. We believe that this marriage of health, mental health, and education is not new, but it should be headed for a very strong marriage, everlasting. And we are really thankful to our Honorable Secretary, Sanjay Murthy Sahab, for instinctively and very sharply giving the direction and the, I would say, the hope and the dream so that we can all take it forward. Thank you so much. Please do participate because you are the mentor, you are the happy ambassador to take this forward. Today we have more than 100 institutions ready to take it forward. We need 1,100 universities to come together now. How you make it sustainable, how you make it visible, tangible, measurable, it's up to you now. So nobody is here as an expert, by the way. We have Professor Namita Ranganathan, a great teacher. So we all believe that we have Dr. Nishant, we have Dr. Gauri Shankar, many, many others. We all believe that nobody is an expert. We the people are the expert. And if we the people meet often, I think you will take it forward to your university and you will sprinkle the power into the neighboring university. The hub and spoke model. The hub and spoke model means you are the hub and you spoke around universities who need help. And that brotherhood of neighborhood is what we are looking at. Thank you so much and wish you all a very happy Wellbeing Conclave once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. As he rightly mentioned that we are all like flowers. If you water it too much, it will wilter. If you do not water it all, it will dry out. It's the right amount of water that ensures that it stays healthy and it continues to grow. And one takeaway that we can take from his talk is there is no health without mental health. And we need to come together to celebrate wellness and not just understand and talk about it. And on a lighter note, he did say something on the lines of marriage. I don't know how will that go because there's a saying in Hindi that शादी एक ऐसा लड्डू है जो खाए वो पछता है जो ना खाए वो पछता है. So I leave it to the ones who are experienced to know how good that of an analogy is. Thank you so much, sir.
For often, all it takes is someone to take the onus and pave way for others. Our director has been such a guiding light for us all. Under his leadership, this institute has championed the importance of holistic pedagogy, ensuring that mental and emotional well-being is at the forefront of education. It is now my pleasure to invite Professor B.S. Murthy, Director, IIT Hyderabad, to share his address. Please join me in welcoming him onto the stage.
Good morning, friends. Welcome to IIT Hyderabad. First of all, I'm really grateful that Sanjay ji has been able to make it to this event and be amongst us and share his vision and his thoughts on this particular very, very important subject. Reena ji, Nagpal ji, and I also see one of my colleague from another IIT, Professor Desai, Director IIT Dharwad is also here. And a number of experts in this particular field are all here to share their ideas and a number of ambassadors from various institutions. We have 100 institutions participating today in this particular event and sharing what their best practices are in this particular field so that each of us learn. There's always a lot to learn from each other. And this is an event where we learn from each other. As somebody said, in my view, mental health is more important than even physical health. So, and many a times our ancient people, our scriptures say that when you are mentally healthy, you are also, to a large extent, physically also healthy. So there's a lot of connection between the two. And in fact, if you go a little deeper into our scriptures, they talk about yoga giving you what is called samadhi. Samadhi is nothing but balance, actually. If you look at that particular word, sama plus dhi, a mind which is balanced is samadhi. So if you can achieve that particular state of balanced mind, then automatically you are mentally healthy. And so that is where yoga is supposed to take us to a stage where you are balanced, and if you are balanced, you will be able to tackle things much better. And also, we always say that you can only give to somebody what you have. If you are a happy person, you can share happiness. If you are not a happy person, you cannot share happiness with anybody. So it's important that we lead a life where we are balanced and find out all possible ways by which we achieve that state of balance. In fact, at IIT Hyderabad, we started doing a lot of things. All of you by now aware of our Sunshine. Sunshine goes into each class. We have, starting from student buddies to student mentors to faculty mentors, and of course, led by the 3 counselors that we have, and a faculty in charge sitting there, and then led by our dean students finally. All of them ensure that every student is almost watched. We keep a kind of an eye on each student, see if the student is regularly coming to a class or not, or if the student is regularly coming to the mess and eating at all or not, and then immediately a message goes to the counselor that this student seems to be irregular in coming and having his food and attending the classes, and immediately they start talking to them. So these are certain measures that we have taken which have started helping us a lot. Then we went a little farther and started looking at, let the curriculum itself has a lot of what is related to our right brain activity. So unfortunately, most of the engineering is all about left brain activity. We don't really nurture our right brain activity to a large extent. All of you know, by the time a student completes 10th grade, 11th and 12th, the parents say, stop everything, okay, and focus on JEE coaching. So this is how life goes on. And then we said that it is important when you want to have a balanced life, you should have left and right brain activity equally going well. So we started ensuring that in our undergraduate curriculum, 10% of the credits come from what we call it as liberal arts and creative arts. Okay? 10%. No BTech student will get a degree from IIT Hyderabad unless the student has done 10% of the total credits from liberal arts and creative arts. We have teachers, like, a Kathak dancer comes on a Saturday, Sunday. And Saturday morning 3 hours, afternoon 3 hours, Sunday morning 3 hours, afternoon 3 hours, 12 hours, one credit course is completed over a weekend. 300, 400 students join such kind of a program. I mean, the kind of joy that you see in the eyes of those kids. It's not that the student becomes an expert on Kathak dance at the end of the day. No, but the appreciation of the right brain activity improves. We have a teacher who comes from Madhya Pradesh and teaches Madhubani painting. She stays for one full week. Every day evening, 2 hours, students go through. At the end, every student has to paint. 300, 400 students paint, and we put a big exhibition, so whole campus comes and sees them. And finally, the teacher gives a grade to each of the students. So these are all the things that we have been doing in the last 5 years, and they are really helping us to see the students are more joyful, okay, and at the same time be able to take up the life's challenges better. It's also important, friends, that all of you seniors here, sitting here, we are also parents. It's also important to teach our kids that a failure is a part of life. Okay? Many a times the problem, the stresses that the students face is because they can't face a failure. Most of the undergraduate students who come to IIT are all toppers of their school. But there are so many toppers in the class now who are all toppers of each school coming here. And in the class, only one can be the topper. And at the same time, the kind of learning that the students go through in the 11th and 12th is significantly different from a kind of teaching that goes in an IIT system. So as a result, there is a lot of unlearning and relearning that has to happen. And if the student does not adopt quickly, there is a possibility that by the middle of the semester, you get possibly a D grade or something like that. Immediately, you have never seen a D grade in your life. And it pulls you down so much. So it's important, friends, that, I think every great leader in any field has gone through a number of failures. In fact, when I always tell to my colleagues, if somebody comes to me and says that I have never failed in life, I said, you have never learned anything in life. Possibly you have not experimented anything in life. Okay? It's important, friends, that we need to experiment and do new things at the same time and learn how to accept failures and learn. Every failure teaches us something. Okay? This is something I think as ambassadors of well-being, every one of you should be able to pass on this message to the students that it is okay to fail. There is nothing wrong in failing. If we can inculcate this idea into our students, I'm sure there will be really learning will be joyful and the students will come out of this. Not only students, see, there is a lot of stress on the faculty also, staff also, and I'm sure that this particular Wellbeing Conclave is not just for students, and that's the reason why we ensure that every institution, 2 faculty members are also part of this, so that all of you carry these best practices of each of these institutions and take it to your place as ambassadors and propagate these best practices in your own institution and ensure that each place is happy. And I heard that there is something called a happiness index, and there is one country which is known to be one of the happiest place, Nepal possibly, or Bhutan. So I think every country or every state has a right to be equally happy. And if we have the right practices followed, we are very confident that we will be able to do reach a stage of that nature. And I'm sure this 2-day event that we are organizing for the first time in the country, first of all, I'm grateful to MOE, Ministry of Education, for having given an opportunity to organize it at IIT Hyderabad. And I'm sure that you will all carry good messages and go out of this 2-day meeting positively charged, and then carry the messages back to your institution. Thank you very much, and once again, welcome to IIT Hyderabad.
Thank you so much, sir. Me, being a PhD student in the neuroscience department, cannot help but notice the fact that he said about what our left and right brains do. And that is so true about it. And we only keep using one side of our brain, and they say that too much of everything is bad, even if it is good, okay? So, and I do believe that we all have a creative side inside it, but we just do not give it enough time because we think this can wait, this can wait. And it comes to a point where nothing can wait then. And as they say, time spent on doing something that you enjoy is not time wasted, but rather time invested in your own self. Thank you once again, sir. We also feel privileged to now welcome Shri K. Sanjay Murthy, Secretary of the Department of Higher Education, Government of India. His leadership has significantly contributed to initiatives that prioritize mental health and well-being in our higher educational institutions. Please welcome him as he shares his thoughts. Please, sir.
Morning, everyone. Director IIT Hyderabad, Professor B.S. Murthy, colleague in my ministry, Ms. Reena Sonowal Kohli, Joint Secretary, Dr. Jitendra Nagpal, Expressions India, and a person who has supported us voluntarily in this entire exercise, Sunshine team led by faculty in charge, Somnath ji, eminent directors of many centrally funded institutions, faculty and students from all over the country. A warm welcome to all of you today in this very, very important well-being conference. I'm grateful for IIT Hyderabad for hosting the first of its kind conference here in your premises in this wonderful hall. We would like to highlight the importance of this matter. We started off with a session of the CA telling you how relevant it was for them, that it finds a mention in the economic survey report. I mean, you don't just get chapters in the survey without finding an importance in it. So it's up to us to analyze why they put that thing there. And it's not as if this is the first time this topic is being discussed. This was there earlier also. It finds a prominent mention in the National Education Policy. But in our hurry to cover everything that is there in what we need to do, we, I think, ignore or we do not provide the importance that this particular topic holds for the well-being of not only the individual but the nation as a whole. Repeatedly it is said that unless you are mentally fit, physically fit, the economic potential of an individual for the nation will not be realized. Now, to realize that, it always has to be a bottoms-up approach. But as policy makers, we can only lay out a foundation. UGC can give you a certain set of guidelines. The ministry can give you a certain set of guidelines. But while preparing these guidelines in the last 1.5 years, there was immense workshops conducted. Each of the IITs in 5 locations conducted regional workshops where participations from all type of institutions, not only the centrally funded ones, but across all types, centrally funded, state universities, private universities, all of them gathered around in these 5 workshops and prepared a charter of activities that need to be done. Post that, we had another one in IIT Gandhinagar, which discussed, deliberated this over a couple of days and brought out a set of protocols that we thought were important to be shared with everybody, and then the ministry shared this to all the institutions to look at it, see it, discuss it amongst yourselves in your own groups and see how it can be taken forward. After the circulation of that workshop, of those guidelines, I think in the one pertinent recommendation in that seminar was to organize a national conclave wherein best practices are discussed and teams which work on this share their knowledge and experience with others. As has been told by the earlier speakers, we are not the repository of all knowledge ourselves. These best practices, these good beginnings are there all across different institutions, small or big, which need to be learned and appreciated by one and all. Hopefully this conclave will give that opportunity to all of us to share these best practices and learn amongst ourselves, which is the best one to adopt in your own situation, in your own individual capacity. We all realize the great diversity that there is in the amount of institutions that are there, as well as the students that join these institutions. It's immense, and this diversity is going to grow by the day. We will keep having a lot of students from various backgrounds joining these portals of knowledge, coming with different backgrounds and different languages, different experiences before they join into these portals of higher learning. These experiences can be really difficult for someone who is not from the mainstream joining such type of courses. And it is imperative, if not highly critical, that we are prepared to welcome such students of such diverse backgrounds into your portals when they join their journey here. And as the Honorable Education Minister, though he had wanted to come for this event, but some emergent administrative work did not allow him to come today, has mentioned in the foreword in that compendium that has been released today, very pertinent words about how responsibility lies in all higher education institutions to address this very important problem. The barometer of success, as he has said in that letter, is a test between how you balance this stressful academic pressure as well as your mental wellness being. So I urge upon all of you, all the participants here who will be spending a couple of days, to do it earnestly and sincerely. I say that with a great amount of responsibility. Such activities should not be treated as a routine event. These are being done at great cost and effort. I just can't tell you how much of effort has gone into by this team of Expression India or by your Sunshine team to put together this thing. There's a note that was circulated, I think, as a part of a reading material to understand what are the challenges and what we expect from this workshop. To give you a small backdrop, as I said, the policy initiatives is on multiple fronts. It's just not this one event that is going to happen as an initiative or as activity which has to be done. There are 3 more which I would like to highlight, and I think many of you might, in the course of the year, be a beneficiary of. There is this leadership program which is conducted by top 50 management institutes of the country. That is the top NIR ranked 50 management schools conduct a leadership program for young faculty of an experience of 3+ years to understand what leadership qualities he can develop or explore in his journey in this academic field. In that journey, this is also one big topic that is under discussion for a deliberation and for thoughts to exchange amongst different faculty, again, who come from various quarters, from central institutions or from state or from private institutions. Now, in these leadership courses, once you experience that, the same message is conveyed that we expect the participants of those courses to go back and discover and implement, or at least nudge other faculty members, administrators, as well as participants or students to partake in those type of initiatives that they might have learned there. Alongside with these leadership programs, there is again another major program called Students with Learning Disabilities. This again is done by very good professionals and volunteers who support the Ministry of Education in launching these programs. It is phenomenal if you listen to those programs and lectures which are already there on the portal for you to see if you have missed out. The amount of effort and sensitivity and empathy that you require to even handle such type of situations. And when I say handle, it is just not the faculty, it is the administrative staff, it's the admission staff, it's the lab staff, it's across the board. This responsibility is not just of the faculty, it's about the whole institution as a whole, who needs to work as a team to address these great challenges that we have. And unless we get everyone on board functioning at 100%, we will not deliver what the institution wants to deliver as its goal of producing good, energized individuals to fulfill the needs of this country. So therefore, I really appreciate this effort that IIT Hyderabad has done to organize this event. We really look forward. I'm really eager to see what practices have been put up here in the exhibition that will be open for everyone to see in the next hour. I hope we will bring out some good learnings from this conclave that we can take forward, document it, and reach out to, as the speaker said, to other institutions in your vicinity. As a step in that direction, we have identified around 83 or odd centrally funded institutions to partner with around 5 other institutions of their own vicinity to not only talk about implementation of NEP, but also to talk about what are the best practices in each of these institutions that each can learn from. This gives you an opportunity to share experience from diverse institutions. It could be law, medicine, management, and so on and so forth. And I had such an opportunity to do this in Central University, Bathinda, where we had a diverse set of institutions interacting and sharing best practices. And though they were all in the same geographical presence, it was astounding to know how much of learning happened over a couple of hours. What one institution was doing was not known to the other, just because you do not sit across a table and share knowledge. One great example came, and because I would like to share that, UGC had come with the regulation of allowing a double degree, okay? So you can do 2 degrees at a time. Now there's so much of debate in the academic circle. How does it happen? This, that. There was so much of debate happening, how it will happen. In that forum, the NIT Jalandhar director shared that his BTech students who had the urge or the liking to do a program in management, because I think most of them wanted to shift their specializations to management, They tied up with IIM Vizag to do a dual degree in management alongside their BTech program in their 4th year. So when they come out, they have a BTech degree as well as a diploma in management. Wanting to do a full degree, they have another 1 year and they finish that. Now, these are possibles with collaborations if you reach out to each other. I quote that example only to say that this collaboration is not just between institutions. Collaborations have to happen within institutions. We find that this doesn't happen even in the best of institutions. I would not like to comment on how Hyderabad does it, but I'm sure the level of collaborations within departments is not to the extent that it should be. And this is a matter that we need to address wholeheartedly to see that the best join together and provide the best to the students who join your portal. So with these few words, I would like to again wish you all the very best in this very, very important endeavor of ours. And we look forward to great learnings from whatever emerges in the next 2 days. Thank you so much, friends. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. As they say, there is no one size that fits all. There's no one solution that helps you solve all the problems. Similarly, just as he said, that diversity, if beautifully crafted together, becomes strength for the entire nation. And I guess that is why we are all here, to not show but share that what is helping in our area, what is helping in our institutions, or what is helping our students, that might help the other one also, or the other ones may adapt or adopt whatever policies that are working for your institutions. Thank you, sir.
To conclude this inaugural session, we now invite Ms. Reena Sonowal Cowley, Joint Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Government of India, to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Ministry of Education, our distinguished guests, and all those who have made this event possible.
A very good morning to everybody present here. Esteemed guests on the dais, Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Shri Sanjay Murthy sir, Director of IIT Hyderabad, Professor B.S. Murthy sir, Dr. Jitendra Nagpal ji, who has been collaborating with us since the last several months, and Professor Somnath Maji, who has taken a lead in organizing this 2-day conclave. All the participants, directors of different institutes who are present, the faculty members who are representing their institutions, and students, and the team here of Sunshine. It is indeed a great privilege for me to give the vote of thanks for the close for the inaugural session. And while it is only a close of this inaugural session, I would just want to request everybody to take full active participation in the course of the 2 days, because it's not only about, as has been said earlier by our speakers, it's not only about learning. I mean, it is all about learning and also about sharing of our experiences and how best we can come to some kind of takeaways at the close, where every institution are able to go ahead in what their mission towards our wellness, in carrying forward the well-being. As Dr. Nagpal has said, it's a celebration of well-being. It's just as physical fitness is part of our overall growth. Mental health is also a part of our growth. Everybody, the importance of well-being has been recognized now. We should realize that there should be no stigma about it, and the more we speak about it, the more the taboos will disappear, and more people will come forward. And we have an exhibition here just outside, around 50 exhibition stalls are there. So we will also, all of us, be learning about what each of our institution have come and projected their activities that they have done in their own institutions. And we also have several sessions lined up. So we look forward to this 2-day conclave. And thank you once again for this, and thank you to IIT Hyderabad for organizing this conclave. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We here at IIT Hyderabad are overjoyed that as we have started and have completed 1/3 of the conclave that we have. And I'm double overjoyed because this is the first time that I'm seeing an event where my father is also a participant. So kudos to that also. I request Yukti ma'am to please come on the stage for some announcements.
Hello, everyone. So the people who have put up the stalls, you're requested to move towards this door and go to your stalls. And after 5 minutes, the secretary sir and director sir will come. So, thank you. Please be there at your stalls. All those who have put up the stalls.
So ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the Institution Health and Wellbeing exhibition. This exhibition showcases the dedication of institutions across the nations in promoting mental health and well-being. We invite you to tour the exhibits and engage with the innovative practices being shared. And we'll gather back here sharp at 12 noon for the first symposium of this conclave. I repeat, we'll gather back here sharp at 12 noon for the first symposium of this conclave. Screen on. We request everyone to please move towards the exhibition stalls now. And once again, the motives of all these stalls is not to show, but to share what our best practices are. Please. We'll assemble back at 12 noon sharp.
one photo with the deans, actually.
Very bright and we are not able to see. Like it gone off for a few seconds now. At that time I could hear.
Oh, okay. I'll tell Prakash.
So if it is not required, then we switch.
No, actually, I'll ask. Sirs, you requested to come this side, this way.
Hello. 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 Check. Hello. Check. Hello. Excuse me. Hello. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello.
all the participants, you're requested to scan the code for asking any questions from the panelists. Suviti, the code? Huh. Okay. We'll be presenting a code. You can scan that, and through that code, you can ask the questions. So it'll be easier for us.
Our first symposium, Youth Mental Health and Wellbeing Challenges, Evolving a 21st Century Paradigm, will now begin. This session aims to explore the unique challenges faced by today's youth and the ways in which we can evolve a supportive framework to foster resilience.
We will primarily be focusing on setting the context for a newer understanding and a newer vision factoring resilience, integrating holistic elements in development and exploring the dynamics of change.
Please welcome our distinguished moderator and panelists. Our moderator for the symposium will be Dr. Jitendra Nagpal, Senior Psychiatrist and Program Director, Expressions India. The panelists are Dr. Namita Ranganathan, Professor of Education, Delhi University, Dr. Nishant Goel, Professor of Psychiatry, CIP Ranchi, and Dr. Gauri Shankar Kalloya, Professor of Clinical Psychology, AIIMS, Delhi.
Our moderator, Dr. Jitendra Nagpal, MD, DNB, is a Program Director of Expressions India, the National Life Skills, Values, Community and School Wellness Program. The Expressions India program has over 6,500 child and adolescent-centered sensitization workshops, training programs and community seminars to its credit. A large number of schooling systems and higher education industry for their advocacy, research, training, and enrichment. He has conducted a large number of corporate workshops on work-life balance. He is also a senior consultant psychiatrist and the head of the Institute of Mental Health and Life Skills Promotion and Institute of Child Development and Adolescent Health at Moolchand Medicity, New Delhi.
Let's move on to our panelists. We first have Dr. Namita Ranganathan. Dr. Namita Ranganathan is a senior professor in the Department of Education, Delhi University. She is the former head and dean education. She has 38 years teaching and research experience. Her areas of specialization are human development, guidance, counseling, and education for mental health. She is engaged with many schools, colleges, university networks, and organizations to build awareness and institutional ownership of mental health education. Next, we have Dr. Nishant Goel. Dr. Nishant Goel, MD, DPM, is a professor of psychiatry. Currently, he is acting as in charge Center for Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, FMRI Center, and Center for Cognitive Neurosciences, and in charge academics.
I would request Dr. Jitendra Nagpal sir, Namita ma'am, Gauri Shankar sir, Professor Nishant sir to come on the stage, please.
Dr. Nishant Goel is currently affiliated with the Central Institute of Psychiatry, Ranchi, India, and is also a program coordinator, CIP Digital Academy. He holds the position of General Secretary and founder member, Neuromodulation Society, India. He was a past editor, Eastern Journal of Psychiatry, and an associate editor, Journal of Child and Adolescent Mental Health. He has around 100 plus publications and 30 plus awards and fellowships to his name. And last but not the least, Dr. Gauri Shankar Kalloya. Dr. Gauri Shankar Kalloya, PhD, is a professor of clinical psychology and the National Drug Dependence Treatment Center, NDDTC, AIIMS, New Delhi. He has also previously worked at NIMHANS, Bengaluru, HIRD, Haryana, and IHBAS, Delhi. He is a visiting faculty at Indian Institute of Management, Rohtak, and National Institute of Social Defense, NISD, MOSJE, GOI. He is also an academic counselor at IGNOU and member of various committees constituted by GOI. He has around 85 publications, 11 book chapters, and more than 125 presentations in seminars, conferences, and workshops.
We would just like to tell all the panelists and audience to know that only 10 minutes will be given to each panelist for their presentation. There will be a warning bell at 8 minutes, and we'll also accommodate questions for the Q&A based on the time remaining. You can scan the QR that we provided or keep sending us your questions. The opening remarks for this symposium will be by Ms. Reena Sonowal Kohli, Joint Secretary, Department of Higher Education. Please welcome her.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Wonderful. I think it's been a great morning with a wonderful message from Honorable Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Government of India. We're thankful to Director IIT Hyderabad for giving the startup curtain raiser also. And we're thankful to Reena ma'am for making the possibility of all the technical sessions so viable. Yeah, ma'am. So we'll have a few words of wisdom from Honorable Reena ma'am, Joint Secretary, Government of India, Department of Higher Education, to give us a flow for the panel discussions to follow. And what is the whole significance to carry back home when we summarize this tomorrow after the workshops? Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nagpal, and all the esteemed panelists who are here today. We have just seen the exhibition stalls, that 52 odd stalls, and we have also seen how Secretary Department of Higher Education has taken keen interest in each and every one of the stalls and interacting with the faculty and the students who have come and put up the stall late into night yesterday and early morning today. I will not speak much. This is the first, the curtain raiser for this symposium, where we are talking about the well-being of youth, the challenges, and how we need to perceive mental well-being, and how we need to actually understand that there is a need for mental well-being in our institutions. The fact is that, as earlier said by our Secretary Sir, that it is there ingrained in our national education policy that apart from being just an academic institution, an institution should also look into the holistic aspect of the students, and where do students' well-being come from in an academic institution? It stems from the entire milieu, the faculties who are there. So basically understanding well-being should actually start from the faculty members who will be sensitized and will be able to understand the requirements of the students, the stress that they are facing. And it is in this context that the ministry has also taken this scheme of this positive integrated approach to positive well-being, mental health, and resilience. So here, there has been online sessions. I'm sure many of the faculty members have participated in this online programs, which has been curated by Dr. Nagpal here. And again, it is totally on a voluntary basis. So once again, whenever the ministry sends out mails that please nominate faculty for these training programs, I would just urge you that everybody takes, all the faculty members take the benefit of the expertise that is given by Dr. Nagpal and his team of people. So here, I will just hand over this session to Dr. Nagpal, who will be moderating this particular session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was truly inspiring. And we are earnestly thankful to Honorable Sanjay Murthy Sahab for sparing 1 hour, cutting across all the borders and from Far East to North, South, and West, East. I think it's been such a great experience, and we can only humbly request all of you to clap for yourself for all the wonderful stalls you all have put up. It is not about a stall, it's about mutual learning, growing, developing in the future. I think that's been the curtain raiser event. You have the Compendium already. So begin with the first panel of the day and the first symposium rather. We have a galaxy of 3 stalwarts sitting here, and we would be great in terms of their individual as well as their collective experience in sharing many, many platforms together. We have, as highlighted, we have 2 professionals in very high positions in the mental health faculty, supporting a lot of policies and planning processes. We have Dr. Nishant and Dr. Gauri Shankar. But to begin with, we have Professor Namita Ranganathan. I would say she's been a teacher of all seasons. She's been astute, she's been very skilled, and apart from producing thousands of teachers at CIE Delhi University, she has laid the foundations for many, many psychosocial well-being programs. We all have worked together in Delhi and the country-wide always. So we start with ma'am. I think the first question to you, she wanted to avoid slides, and probably her reflection of heart and soul is much more than a slide. So your question will remain the favorite one. What is the vision you want to set across for this conclave, ma'am? And where do you take it forward in spite of whatever the barriers and obstacles have been there in the last so many decades, starting with stigma, starting with policy matters which were not so inclusive. Now we have NEP, we have the ministry supporting the cause for well-being of every student and faculty. So your vision on this particular setting the contest for the conclave.
Thank you, Dr. Nagpal. And before I start responding to Dr. Nagpal's question, which is a very big question, and you've given us now 8 minutes, I think. 8 to 10 minutes. Yeah. I really want to compliment all of you, because I also went to all the stalls in the exhibition as much as I could manage, and I was so happy to see that everybody's trying to do something. So there's been a trigger, and you know that trigger has been taken very seriously, and then because everybody's been summoned to a conclave here, so people have, brought big and small all their efforts, but every effort is indeed appreciable. And I was thinking today when we entered this auditorium, the flowers are very colorful. Somewhere they kind of also symbolically suggest the diversity which exists in all our institutions. And, in the human race and community, particularly in India. And I think we need to celebrate that. And mental health is also about that. Please don't ring a buzzer, because, when you ring buzzers and all, we have anxiety. Okay? Yeah, and we can't do this in a mental health conclave. Okay? Yeah. So, I won't take more time. But because the time is short, I want to say 4 things. 4 very important things. First of all, these 3 clinical practitioners here, I'm the odd one out because I'm an education person and I'm a person of pedagogy and foundations of education. But I don't think any of you can succeed in life without education. So, we become very important. It's important for us to understand that, when students are transiting from school to university systems, whether it's an institution, whether it's a college, or it's a full large university space, we have all kinds of patterns. The transition is very difficult. There is no preparation done at school for this transition. And even in the orientation programs in colleges and universities, 85% of the program is focused on academic performance, professional expertise, the do's and don'ts, and the punishment model. I think all of you have seen 3 Idiots. And of course, Bollywood, dramatizes everything. But in 3 Idiots, you saw very appropriately how, I'm sorry to say, some IIT directors might be. Today, I think we don't have any such directors. But, cinema also picks up social reality and then refracts it back for you so that you think about these issues. So it's something to think about. So I really think that higher education's response to school education should be that when students are entering any program of study, they've made a transition. Please plan that transition in a fashion where their wellness, their well-being, their socio-cultural difficulties, their socio-emotional, difficulties and challenges are all addressed. Give it space, legitimate space. When we give formal space to mental health and wellness in every formal activity that we take up in our institutions, it makes a huge difference to the relative significance and importance of that thing. Also remember the movement from adolescence, childhood and adolescence, to emerging adulthood. And that is what you have in the university system, in the college system. It's emerging adulthood. It's not ripe and mature adulthood. The minute we hit 18, we're not mature, there's no overnight transition to becoming some genius who can now take charge of his or her own life, okay? So remember, emerging adulthood is fragile. Identity is happening, love, sex, and romance needs are immense, okay? Professional skilling and certification and culminating in a good job, etc., are paramount. All these things are equally important because all of them give you that sense of self-worth and dignity as a human being. Please address all these issues with equal care and caution. Dr. Nagpal and I were chatting one day and he was saying, your NAC and NIRF, etc., don't give any importance to well-being and students' emotional health, etc., in the ratings and the rankings. This is never a parameter. There are members from UGC sitting here and, the secretary himself is here, so is the joint secretary. I think we need to dwell on these issues because everywhere else in the world, ratings and rankings are not only about foreign connections, they're not only about, getting the Nobel Prize, they're not only about how many patents I've delivered, etc., or which publisher I've published maximally with. I think we need to move beyond that. Let us never forget. And let us celebrate that, in India, we belong to a culture of collectivism. What is that collectivism? Family is very important for us. And even in our workplace, we make a family. We have this tendency to inadvertently make a family, okay? Our colleagues become our sisters, and brothers and things like that. We tend to do this. That collectivism should be celebrated and not seen as a race for being shunned away and moving towards individualism. So if we believe in collectivism, then students and teachers become cohorts. Teachers are not above students. Teachers, my appeal to you is, remember, you teach a human being first. In schools, we say you teach a child. Even if you're teaching mechanical engineering or you're teaching psychology or you're teaching philosophy, you're teaching a child. The child comes first and then the subject. And somewhere you have to dovetail the two. I think that's very important. We don't have any higher education programs for pedagogy. We have these orientation programs and refresher courses. It's all touched upon very peripherally. So higher education ministry, this is also an appeal to you that, these could become compulsory components of these programs. I mean, I'm talking about policy issues alongside because, the two should not get divorced. A third important thing is that your learner, as the emerging adult, has something called a life space and a mind space. It's very important for us to know the life space and the mind space. The mind space is about aspiration, it's about hope, it's about, love, sex, and romance, it's about having fun, it's about peer engagement, it's also about getting the best job. So how that mind space is understood and how that mind space can actually get critically settled through continuous engagement is a very, very important facet. Life space is what you offer in the campus, okay? So they come to the campus also to have fun. I mean, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. We've all learned since we were born, I think, and it persists. Life space is what many of you are doing. I was very happy to see that all of you are doing yoga and meditation, and there is a shared belief in commitment to all of these. But in life space is your contextual space. I'm taking you a step further. So what happens in IIT Hyderabad and what's working here may not work in another IIT. what's working in Central University of South Bihar in Gaya may not work in BHU or Delhi University because of the way systems are structured there, and also because of the composition of the teaching faculty and the students who study there. So we have to use our imagination, you know, with objectives in mind to construct how we can organize the life space. Certainly we can learn from each other. There's always very good cross-learning when we hear what's happening in other spaces. But I also think it's very important for us to construct our own spaces. The director of IIT Hyderabad said with such pride about Madhubani paintings and the exhibition that followed, with such immense ownership, that, you know, this is an idea that we all get. But whether Madhubani art will work or whether some other form of art will work at different places, we need to contextually think that through. Somewhere music may work, somewhere, you know, something else might work. So that is about life space. Are we doing enough lectures on human development issues? Are we, you know, having societies, etc., for wellness, etc.? Or is it just a replication of a gender sensitization cell, a grievance cell? You know, those are mandates which UGC, big officials of UGC are sitting here. If you don't open that cell in NAC, you get 0. You know, but those cells are not enough in themselves. They have to be imaginatively crafted and contextually visualized. That is a point I'm trying to make. And do I have 1 more minute? Okay. And I finally want to say something to you, that, you know, your university or your institution is not a psychiatric setting. It's not a psychiatric setting. We cannot be counselor dependent, or we cannot be helping professional dependent. It is we, the teachers, who have to be the helping professionals. Actually, we are kings in our own class. In our own class, as far as teaching the subject goes, we're really the kings, the monarchs. And we can use any pedagogic stance, and, you know, as long as we deliver and students are happy with us. Why can't we also be that human face of becoming that wellness educator? You don't have to make a conscious effort to do it. It's how you talk to students, how much freedom you set up, how the class ambience goes. Is there a fear-free environment there? Is there too much compulsion and exactitude in submission of assignments, etc.? Can that be restructured, rethought? So I think, you know, teachers in higher education, my appeal is to all of you, I'm also one such teacher, we have to become reflective practitioners. And when we become reflective practitioners and we analyze what our role is, let's expand our role to also being human and humane. I think that would make a world of difference. A student who goes happily to a class makes the teacher happy, and a teacher who's happy makes the student happy. So it's a kind of contract with, you know, two important actors in any institution. And then, of course, there's a peer community. I also think intramural activities between bachelor's, master's, and the PhD scholar community, and giving PhD scholars a lot of ownership in this guidance and facilitation works very well. We've tried it in Delhi University with a lot of success. And mental health and wellness can also become part of that. So, you know, I mean, there's lots to say, but I don't want to go further. I've given you some 4 profound ideas. Please dwell on them, and I'm open to any questioning when Dr. Nagpal permits. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think true to the spirit, it has been a reflective dialogue with all the members here, delegates here. And we are sure that many of you may have certain experiential comments or queries. It is requested, Yukti ma'am, your team is there. Huh? So on a piece of your paper from the pad, you can forward the questions to Yukti ma'am and team there so that it can be given to me, and we'll summarize it. We'll have about 15-20 minutes after the 3 panelists. Just keep it in mind. To what I understood, ma'am, the effectiveness of self-assessment for the counseling ecosystems, the ratings, how to create the P2Ps, the peer-to-peer dialogues, both for faculty and students, and of course the ecosystem where the partnerships from the community outside can be very crucial. We'll come back to you if any further questions are there. So we'll move to Professor Nishant Goel Saab. come all the way from Ranchi. You're aware of CIP Ranchi? How many of you are?
No one is.
Okay. Could we call it the oldest mental health institution in the country? 1912. Yeah. 1980. So more than 100 years, and Professor Davison, one of those Britishers who had conceived the idea, but it was also for many freedom fighters sometime. You know what happened in Kalapani and all those places. So many problems came up under the Indian Lunacy Act. Then came the Mental Health Act of India in 1987. Now we have the Mental Health Care Act of 2017, in which actually they mention about the connectivity with the world outside for people who suffer. So that's for tertiary care, but it does not discount the need for primary awareness, advocacy, and preventive mental health care. So therefore, schools, universities, corporates all need to join hands for that. So over to you, Professor Nishant. I'm sure you well versed with the idea of what you have to say. So
Yes,
you have about 10 minutes, then we'll have some questions from the audience. Please do pass. Yeah, I've mentioned that. After the three speakers. But please hand over your slips to the team over here, Sunshine team. Thank you.
Thank you, Nagpal sir. First of all, I would like to thank Ministry of Education, IIT Hyderabad, and Expression India for giving me this opportunity to be here with all of you. I'll start from where Namita ma'am finished. See, again, coming from a tertiary care center doesn't mean that my job is just to see patients or to create policies. I'm also a teacher. Right now I'm guiding almost 15 residents and students in psychiatry and clinical psychology and psychiatric social work. So we need to come out of this whole ghetto of compartmentalizing each one of ourselves. That mera kaam hai, main hi karungi, iska kaam hai, yehi karega. So India being a population of like 150 billion people, it's very difficult for one person to do one work. So we have to be like that. So taking through this particular topic of the symposium, I'll take you through two things. One is holistic well-being and resilience. All of you know what resilience is, what is all about well-being. This is all talking about well-being. So since morning we are talking about the components of well-being. We have already spoken about physical well-being, mental well-being, but it's also about emotional and spiritual well-being. So WHO's definition of health, it encompasses all these things. And this definitely is very important that it actually affects the overall well-being of an individual. And to have this holistic approach, we have to have interconnectedness. Your own interconnectedness along with interconnectedness with your people around, or various places where you are around. So you can only have effective interventions when you are involving others and other faculties. So also at the same time, apart from interconnectedness, balancing these elements is very, very important to improve and enhance resilience and to adopt certain coping strategies. So again, it's about taking everything together, try to be, as Gestalt theory says, sum of whole is always better than its part. So it's very important to understand mental health. We are talking about mental health since morning, and we have been talking about mental health in 52 stalls. So what it is all about? It's all about how we think, feel, and act. It's as simple as that. Thinking, feeling, and acting in our day-to-day life. And our psychological well-being is directly linked to the improved academic performance and engagement, be it in an education institute, in schools, colleges, higher education centers, professional education centers from where I come from. So whenever we need to have this well-being to be learned, we need to foster a supportive atmosphere where there's some sort of a creativity. Director IIT was talking about in the morning. Then creative thinking. Creative thinking is very, very important. Sir was talking about using your right brain. So it's not only about right brain. It's also about the connection between your left and right brain. Your brain is all about millions of connections with each other. Students of neuroscience will understand more about it. I am also a student of neuroscience, so that's why it's my area of interest. And resilience is again a very, very important part of this. You all know the signs of poor mental health. I'll not go into that. Interestingly, I would like to give you some data. So, though Nagpal sir told me that aapko data nahi batana hai, but I would still tell you some data. I was part of the National Mental Health Survey of India, which was conducted by Ministry of Health and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in 2015-16. So these are some details. CIB Ranchi was part of it, where we found that 1 in 20 people in our country, they suffer from depression. And in 2016, there were 150 million people who were in active need of mental health and mental well-being support. That was 2016. Right now, we are in 2024. So you can see the exponential increase in the number of people who need help, who need support. A person doesn't need to be depressed or clinically anxious to seek support. We all have some bad days, some bad times. So it is very important to recognize that, recognize in our friends and buddies around, and try to foster some sort of an atmosphere which will help them take help, or motivate them to take help. So coming back to resilience, it's very simple. Ability to bounce back and adapt to day-to-day challenges. And definitely having a good resilience, it always helps us navigate stress and improve our coping strategies. So there are different aspects of resilience. I'll not go into the details of these. And it's not that resilience is there in adults or in a particular set of people. Resilience building starts in the womb. When the baby is in the mother's womb, the resilience building starts from there. Adolescents, I'm sure the students, undergraduate students over here, I consider them adolescents because they come maybe in 17 and 18 years of age these days. So, to have good peer relationships, to develop social networks, you need a lot of resilience, and it is very, very important to provide them proper support and guidance in the pursuit of this. Then, it's not working. In adulthood, having a good social network definitely helps us navigate through tough times. We all have our bad days, we all have our tough times. So if we have a good social support, a good network, a friend to share our woes with, it definitely helps us. It helps us setting realistic goals and have a positive outlook towards things which we look into. Workplace, so every day we are having a lot of pressure in workplace, and it's not privy to senior officials or everyone. Even a fourth grade employee also has workplace stress these days. It's not privy of caste, creed, culture, or anything. So we need to use, and I think all of you are already using mindfulness, positive self-talk. We can talk about all these things. You all are doing all these things. It definitely helps us learn or cope effectively with our day-to-day stress and problems. Again, COVID-19 taught us that there is a lot of unmet need for social support. When we were sitting at home during lockdown, we did realize that how important social support is. That emotional connectedness with friends, family members, engaging in community activities, it told us that it is very, very important to foster resilience. It's also there in the brain. A lot of work, neuroscience work has been happening with resilience and neuroplasticity. So resilience is directly related to development of mental disorders. That's why whenever we are giving counseling and therapies, building resilience is very well part and parcel of that particular thing. So I'll finish it over here, Nagpal sir, by saying that the future of resilience building lies in innovative, inclusive. And when I say inclusive, it is not about inclusion of subject, inclusion of people from various walks of life, people from education, people from health, people from social security services, everyone. And need to have adaptive approaches. This is a continuous learning process which is evolving in the rapidly changing world. So, to call for an action, I would say that integrating holistic elements into development is very, very important to build resilience, which needs, as ma'am was also talking about, collective action, commitment, and collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Nishant Goyal, sir. Again, a very introspective dialogue from your side. So prompts are coming up, and I've already received 2 questions, and I'm sure Yukti ma'am is making more. Just for your preparation, the very conventional IQ and EQ debate, which we often come across daily in our families and outside, is there something called adversity quotient also required now? How do young people deal with adversities in life? Ma'am had raised about failures, and so maybe this is a small query which can be considered.
Okay.
And then, of course, about the, again, are we back to the school by looking at genes and nature, what we come with parents and grandparents, and the nurturance is playing a heavy role in bringing about changes?
You can mail
These
me
questions
right
are the
now.
common ones. In the meanwhile, we go with Dr. Gauri Shankar Sahab, Professor of Clinical Psychology at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Delhi. Over to you, sir. What youth dynamics are playing relevance or adaptation or even havoc with the lives in the family or at the institution or wherever they are trying to cope up with life situations? Youth and dynamics of well-being today. Context of 21st century. Over to you, sir. Thank you. So after Dr. Gauri, we'll open the house. Any more questions can be passed on to Yukti. Madam is summarizing them into a cluster of questions so that we can save some time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all. And I am very grateful to the organizers which have given me opportunity to interact with you. I will share my idea about the changes and dynamics of change. So any dynamics of change actually leads to 2 directions, positive or negative. And most of the time, like the changes which affects us negatively. So if we see the various models of changes, like it starts with psychoanalysis, psychodynamic models. So it talks about the early childhood experiences, trauma. So then the parenting style, the way the child was reared. And then the other issues, for example, friendship, peer groups, social and cultural influences. So lots of factors, they affect us and they build us in a different manner. That's why 2 children from the same family are having different types of behavior, different types of personality. So that is one model. Another model is called cognitive behavior framework, which talks about the model of like interaction with thought, feelings, behavior, and physiology. For example, if a student feeling low, so it definitely affects some thought process. The student may think, okay, I am not very useful, or I am hopeless, or there is bleak future. So it means the feeling is affecting thought process. At the same time, this feeling may make the student inactive. The student may not feel like doing anything. Okay. The same way, if we think about the behavior. For example, a student is almost lying down all the day on the bed, or not doing any creative work, not doing any regular routine, not following regular routine, not going to attend class, then what will happen? Nothing? No. It will affect the feeling of the student, definitely low feeling, not very good feeling. Then again, negative thoughts, no positive thoughts, negative thoughts. Okay, so all these things basically creates lots of changes and affect the student negatively. Another model is called a trans-theoretical model of change, which is basically talks about the various stages of motivation. So what happens when, like most of the, like this model was developed in the background of addiction. So, but it can be applied in students also. For example, study skills, study habits. So, suppose the student is not regular in class and there is a shortage of attendance. So, what will happen? The student may feel low, the student may think negative, and the motivation, like what is there in the attending class? There are lots of YouTube videos, there are lots of app-based learning modules. I can take this. So there is no need to go for class. Then like pre-contemplation, what happens when the student receives the notice that your attendance is short and you can't appear in the exam? Then the major problem arises. So what happens then? The student may contemplate, no, there are some negative impact, so he has to or she has to attend the class. Another stage is called preparation, where the student prepare himself or herself for attending the class, and after some time, the student regular in class. So this is called action stage, and then the student maintains the behavior. So this is not easy to go through all the stages without support, and support requires for the students, support requires from the teachers, peers. Okay, sometimes family members also, but in maximum time I have seen family members are not very much concerned about these things. They are only concerned about the marks. So that is the main issue. So another thing, like these are the three models which explains about the changes, and we should know about these changes. Then coming to the like the self-efficacy, how these changes, like any mental health issues, any crisis, any problem affects our self-efficacy. Okay, first of all, the self-efficacy is affected. What is self-efficacy? Self-efficacy is basically a subjective belief, or you can say perception about one's own ability, or the belief that I can manage myself in any vulnerable situation. So what happens if the marks are less, if the attendance is short, if there are some family issues, if there is some financial crisis for the students? So what happens? The self-efficacy goes down. If mood is low, if the student is in addiction, so all these things affect self-efficacy. So we can, there is no slide? Okay, no issue, I'll manage. Sorry, just for the.
While we're just getting back to the technology,
yes, sir.
One very important
It's
part which has come, and some questions are very relevant for a food for thought. Please feel free to share your own research work, any carried out, or any potential scholars who are doing some research on the amalgamation between behavioral science and technology, the influence of social media on the day-to-day resilience of biological clock, your diet, sleep, exercise. They have a full session in the afternoon on that. But any of you should or can take up as scholars. Most of the technology institutes have departments of humanities and social sciences. A lot of scholars have taken up these topics. Does it help you? I think I was discussing with Professor Naved also. These are areas of important overlap where you can actually link with the DSM-3 and the ICD-11 classification on behavioral disorders talks about internet gaming disorder in youth, internet addiction disorder, internet gambling disorder. So are these mythical or true? These names have come in the books. So any of such research you would like to take up? I think these are the outcomes of such conclaves. Why not even authenticate what we see in youth, what we see in the families of students in first year and second year? You ready, sir? Please go ahead. Thank you.
Here I want to discuss about the two cases. So it will give us little more insight about what happens with the students. So a female student, 19 years old, she lost her father unexpectedly and found it difficult to return to her normal daily routine. For example, attending the class, doing homework, and doing other assignments, group activities, etc. So when friends and counselor tried to discuss it, she denied the severity of her grief. She said, no, it's not a big problem, I can manage. And refused to take any help as she was thought she is not a weak girl and will manage her condition well. So actually the model is given by Dr. Kubler-Ross, which talks about the stages of grief, which is like from denial, so denial, anger, bargaining, and depression, then acceptance. So the student was in denial mode. So with constant efforts, thank you. With constant efforts and helping behavior of the counselor, she started to discuss her problem. Here, I want to highlight this constant effort doesn't mean you are pressurizing the student to talk. No. Okay. Like constantly you are contacting the student, talking about the normal or neutral issues, and then in the last you can ask about how is the problem, are you okay now, that way. Okay, so helping behavior is very important. And if suppose the behavior is not helping, the counselor wants to do counseling, then there will be lots of issues. So here just the helping behavior and talking to counselor helped her acknowledging her emotions, and over the time she shifted from denial to acceptance, and this shows how this Kubler-Ross model is work. So talking to counselor, there was no intervention, no therapy, just counselors helping behavior, and the students talking with the counselor helped her a lot. Another example is for a student who was used to smoke tobacco and cannabis with occasional use of alcohol. So if we use the trans-theoretical model of change, which is related to motivation, his counselor identified that Aryan was cycling between contemplation and relapse. And through motivational interviewing, here the technique was used, motivational interviewing, Aryan became more committed to change, eventually moving to the action phase. So relapse prevention techniques were employed to support his maintenance of the sobriety, demonstrating the importance of behavioral support during transformational change. So these two cases basically shows about how the counselors or teachers or peers, supportive behavior, helping behavior can help. And later on, we need some amount of techniques to be used, counseling techniques to be used. So what are the practical implications for psychologists and mentors? So the first thing is it will help in identify cognitive conflicts, and it will help us like assessing developmental issues and support emotional adjustment. Coming to the self-efficacy, so there are various ways that teachers, peers, counselors, family members, they can improve the self-efficacy of the students. So first is mastery experience, successfully completing tasks boost confidence in one's ability. We all know that each small success builds a foundation for taking more significant challenges. So it means who can do this? Peers and teachers. So even though the student has done some small work and some little part of the thing, attended few classes, reinforce such behaviors. Then by observing others also, a successful students, if we observe them successful students, our self-efficacy improves. Social persuasion, again this encouragement from the teachers, administration, peer groups, counselors will definitely enhance the self-efficacy. And emotional and physiological states, like just become aware about the own conditions, like if I am anxious, if I am depressed, if I am feeling low. This awareness also helps a lot. So, and there is no need to, if we are feeling low, so it means we should come out immediately from that low mood. No. It may take some time, but if you are aware, if you have practiced self-awareness, so it will help a lot in maintaining your self-efficacy. And like social support is very much required. Emotional support can be provided by the peers, mentors, teachers, and counselors. But the counselors are not very much engaged in providing emotional support. Instrumental supports, definitely this part is taken care by the teachers and mentors. And informational support can be provided by the counselors. And all these, like emotional supports, basically there are some institutes which follow gatekeepers approach. So there are some students, they are very good in helping, and they feel very happy when they help someone. So teachers or the student wellness unit can take their help and give some training how to like watch the psychological symptoms in the students. So this gatekeeper approach will basically helps a lot for emotional support, and that way we can prevent as well as easily identify if there is any problem, not even a diagnosable illness, but even though there are some issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Again, I think the wonderful part of this panel has been a lot of reflective thoughts given to all of us. That was the whole goal and purpose. You'll be happy to know that there are more than 25 questions, and I think Yukti ma'am's team has taken Herculean task to summarize them into, and I've done some of them. So we'll quickly run through a few of them, but we can see there are certain overlaps which will be answered in the subsequent panels. In the afternoon and till the evening, we have 4 more panels. So you'll have many of these questions answered because they are topics relevant to that. But the good part is the enthusiasm. Our audience are definitely well abreast with the Wellbeing Conclave, and you come so well prepared. So in short, we've asked Namita ma'am to answer the first one. Are we getting prepared to develop within ourselves an adversity quotient? We know IQ, we know EQ. Where the balance between the two has suffered, and too much of evidence coming world over, that high IQ, best of the best coming in one best institution, and the coping skills not being enough to come from the school to the college as a bridge. What do we do? What do we do? Is there a acronym like AQ coming up? Or one has to do something about developing an adversity quotient in young people?
No, I think we should have happiness as our goal and think positively. I am totally against psychometry and psychometric measurement for university spaces and institutional spaces. As I said, it's not a psychiatry clinic. We're not diagnosing disorders there. We're not, reflecting them back to DSM classifications and things like that. So there can be creative ways of having student feedback on issues. And we have suggestion, everybody must be having suggestion boxes, and you have these student walls and things on which their graffiti tells you a lot. You go to any campus, my campus in Delhi University has got graffiti everywhere, even their wall art, etc. They sort of give you the signals of what you need to look for. So please permit free self-expression and take student feedback. Also, mental health, Dr. Nagpal and all the others here, is a process. It's not about being there, done that I'm, mentally healthy and I'll eternally remain like that. It's not about going to Mount Everest and conquering it, and putting the flag of India there. It's not that. You have to maintain your wellness, and, so that is a continuous journey. So I'm totally against measurement. Now, one question which I'll quickly take, which you gave me, was somebody's asked that in technical institutions, Ma'am, you say that space, personal space should be provided. How do we do it? Why can't we do it? Why can't we give some credit weightage to it? I'm not saying you have to evaluate it, okay? But if you formalize it and give it some curricular space in the timetable, that is legitimation. And that is certification that I care for you. This is also important. You know, we have this concept called Man Ki Baat, which the Prime Minister does. Why can't we have Man Ka Samay? There should be something called Man Ka Samay also. It is possible. It is really possible. Everything doesn't come from the ministry to us. Some things we have to do ourselves. Some things they tell us, and we will, of course, do all of that, because there has to be some kind of uniformization and standardization. But why can't we creatively think of how Man Ka Samay and, you know, the students' Man Ki Baat can also surface in some way or the other? So that's my take on it. Doston ka darbar, I mean, you can call it anything, you know, jahan char yaar mile, wahan gulshan mein bahar, you know, that kind of a thing.
The next
Sir, you had a question on resilience.
Can I take this question? Like, which has
Yeah,
this
okay.
one?
Okay.
There's one more you have given to me.
You can give a common answer for both. They are not very
No, they are
different.
two different questions altogether.
Actually, you got the other one.
Yeah,
You can go ahead with that one.
So I'll take this one first then. So basically this is a cry for help from someone like me, which I keep on facing every day. So how do we balance, a lot of clinical work, if I'm using clinical work, administrative work, taking classes, maintaining, taking care of my students, my own research work people are doing. Sir or ma'am, whosoever has asked this question, it's easier said than done. And the more you go up to the ladder, Secretary Sir will definitely agree with me, the more you grow up the ladder, the complexities they increase. लोगों को लगता है कि सर हैं ऊपर बैठे हुए सब कर लेते हैं. It's not like that. So it's very, very difficult. But what I have been trying is to maintain a to-do list for me, which is maybe for a day, maybe for only 1 hour, that in this 1 hour I have to do this much of work. What I have learned over a period of time in the last 12, 13 years is that to foster a team. See, we all have a team to work with me. So I have a research team, I have an academics team. So let's develop a good team which definitely eases your work pressure.
Correct.
If you have people whom you are fostering, giving them positive reinforcements rather than giving them punishments. So
positive reinforcement is always better than negative.
positive reinforcements are always better than mind it में खर्चा बहुत होता है, but definitely positive reinforcements always work.
Then punishments.
Then punishment these days, छोटे
Exactly.
बच्चे को भी आप punish नहीं कर सकते
Correct,
आज.
correct.
You can't, and the government also doesn't, they say that no capital punishment these days. So positive reinforcement, it takes some time to work, but it always works. You can take my words on this.
Yes, yes.
Then for yourself, it's not a bad idea to take some breaks.
Correct.
Have your own me time. You don't have to go for a chai break every time out of your office, right? You can have your own small corner in your room or in your office where you can have your own, I think my mood is not well, let's have a chamomile tea. Or I need to de-stress, let's have a ginger tea. So this is small ways in which you can actually take care of yourself. It'll ease out your stress. Work will take its own time and due course to finish off.
Right.
But it will de-stress you, and definitely it will help you maintain your routine. Routine, sir, कभी नहीं बनता है. ना routine कभी बनता है, ना routine कभी follow होता है. Everybody would agree with me. We always are after our children that routine बनाओ, routine follow करो. But how much routine we have? I think only one of 100 people have, that sort of a, zeal to maintain a routine. So try to do the best of your abilities. It's okay to lose or miss out on one or two small things. That's
Exactly.
absolutely fine. So these are some words from my side.
Thank you so much, Nishant sir. So the takeaway is take breaks, small breaks, precisely. And
You're just taking what you found suitable.
So we'll go to
Gauri
Gauri
sir.
Saab.
Yeah, Gauri sir.
We'll go to Gauri Shankar Saab now. Though it's a question for ideally Nishant ji, at what point maybe a medication helps for me? When I look at a...
No, PTSD.
ये बोला आप पहले आंसर कर दें.
Okay, okay, sir.
पहले शुरू में आया था. Does it come to your maybe concern? At what point you as a clinical psychologist would be able to take a call or decide that somebody might need, a student who might need a little biochemical help also? Or are you one of those who believes that after the REBT and CBT, then only if the need is there? So are you able to evaluate the moderate to severity cluster of symptoms? And would you like to recommend the opinion of a psychiatrist at that moment? How do you take a holistic look at a student who is approaching you?
Sir, like whatever interaction I had with the counselors working in the institutions, so most of them, like they say that even the like mild symptoms, they improve with just talking. If they talk with the counselors or their seniors or with their teachers even, it improves. But in case of moderate to severe symptoms, without medication, it becomes little difficult for the person. Though there may be some improvement, but the improvement is with lots of pain, associated pain. So why to let the child suffer? So there is no harm in adding some medication, or psychiatric detailed evaluation is required in that case. So in my practice, like I usually, like I am also a member of Student Wellness Center at our institute. So as soon as I find the symptoms are little moderate or severe, so I immediately call the psychiatrist to evaluate, and if the need of medicine is there, please prescribe. But most of the time, like just talking with the teachers or the counselors, doing certain activities, yoga, sports activities, they'll help a lot. They help a lot. There is no doubt.
Though we have these, the fitness, diet, sleep areas are being taken up in the afternoon, but then I think in one line, what would be a severity for you? What would be the classification of severity for you?
So like classification of severity, like it affects the person's daily routine. Significant impact is seen on the daily routine. Significant impact of concentration, like the student is not able to concentrate in the class, not able to read, not able to study, not able to do the like target task, which is he thinks he has to be prepared till the exam. So all this, and then intense distress. And some behavioral changes are also seen, like the aloofness, avoiding certain situations, avoiding calls, and other things. So all these things require, and the student accept that, yes, it is causing significant distress.
How few would be agreeing, if you can just have the hands up, in your counseling centers, wherever they are well established, the students actually would abide by your suggestions if it requires a help from a holistic team like maybe the psychologist or the psychiatrist? How many have not found it very difficult to have students approaching? Anybody? You'd like to share your experience? I think Shantanu is there.
He's just coming.
Yeah.
He's coming.
So please think about it. I think we'll have 2 more questions going by the time. We have many of them, but we'll spill over to the other sessions.
There are many questions which will be covered in the afternoon sessions also. So if it is not spoken right now, doesn't mean that it's unanswered.
Yeah, because the curation of these sessions has been made so well by the Sunshine team and all of us together. It invites attention on micro-level approaches to well-being and resilience. So many of the questions are actually overlapping for the afternoon sessions. The importance of teacher-student relationship, I think Namita ma'am can give a quick answer, and rather both of you also. Where does empathy and compassion, or maybe even early identification of certain problems come? And can a friendly teacher help in this? And can we have such courses on SWAYAM and MOOC? I think we'll have sir to answer this. Or ma'am, Devinder sir. So we'll have answer from Namita ma'am first. Yes, I understand, and I think we all know that this is being taken up for short courses for students and faculty on the MOOC channel or the SWAYAM portal, but we'll have an answer from our officials from the ministry here. Meanwhile, ma'am can tell us, is it a reality that we can actually have an empathetic, companionate and compassionate teacher-student relationship? And does it require too much of tiring approach to establish that?
Of course, that's the whole basis. I think that's what I emphasized it when I first spoke also, that when you're the monarch of your classroom, you are actually in a relationship and commitment with your students, which is not just academic, it's relational. And we are a relationship-centric society, so it's not difficult for us to build that relationship. When it comes to our own children, then we worry, will their teachers be good, this and that. We do all kinds of, inquiries. But why can't we be those teachers? So it means a more expansive role definition of teachers in higher education. I don't think this can be done entirely by MOOCs, but some reflective practices can be engendered, and people can at least be sensitized to them, teachers in higher education. And as I said, those spaces must be used. UGC is sitting here. The orientation program and the refresher courses, etc., must give legitimate space allocation to these dimensions. And if that great API which you all generate can also factor in teachers as mentors, teachers as mental health, first aid professionals, etc., I think that would make a huge difference.
Wonderful. Dr. Nishant, it's a mixture of queries actually. How do you look at one side, the word is about the data of youth and adolescent, even from schools, say 15 to 25 years or 15 to 29 years, the definition of youth. Has the population of tertiary care burden coming to you both and people like us also, has it gone up by what proportion in the last about 10 years from pre-COVID to post-COVID? And do you feel by your own internal research of the data that you find those cases coming up directly to you, is it because of reduced stigma, better approaching or help-seeking behaviors, or actually the burden of disease has gone up, or both? What would you give as a statement on that?
So, working in a tertiary care center, sir, I'm looking after child and adolescent psychiatry clinic in my institute. It's a daily clinic. Before COVID, we used to see around 40 to 50 cases or patients or people every day. This has gone up to 120 to 130 cases every day, out of which around 40 to 50% are newly registered cases and the rest are follow-ups. So you can see this exponential increase in the number of people seeking help from a tertiary care center. And to us, most of the people, they come after they have been to 2, 3 or 4 places and they have not found answers to their problems and queries. But at the same time, sir, there has been a surge of people who are directly coming to us seeking for help. I'll give you one small example. This is like the parents, giving mobile to a small 1.5 or 2-year-old child, and the child acquires language in the language of Doraemon. Now the parents thinks that my child is suffering from autism because they know what is autism from whatever WhatsApp and Facebook dictionary they follow. Now every day we come across such people and we have to make them understand this is parenting. This is faulty parenting. This is not that your child is suffering from a serious neurodevelopmental disorder. And we have to run, because they have come to us, we have to run a series of tests and other things to make them understand. So just see the impact of social development, the impact of COVID which has had on us, as it has actually fractured the development of a child. And it is just the beginning, I must tell you, it is just the beginning. The next 10 years, you're going to see a sea change is how our society, particularly the young people, are growing, and as they're growing into childhood and adolescence. So definitely, both the things are there. Reduced stigma is there, definitely, and people are, they're more informed, people are more Now every information is on your palm. So why not? They do come and seek help from us, sir.
So that's why we are asking. I think Namita ma'am also wanted to partly know this. Anybody, you got such wonderful stalls put up, your centers are already running. In the last about 2 years, post-COVID, anybody would like to mention, has the help-seeking behavior to your counseling center gone up in terms of good number? Anybody? Yeah, please, bataiye. You're audible, maybe a little bit more. That's a very important point we want to know from a couple of people here. Your rise in the numbers seeking help and not with much stigma or apprehension. Yeah.
Well, sir, I'm Mukesh from JNU, and I'm the coordinator of the wellness course. This year we have introduced this course on wellness and under the 4-year NEP bachelor's program. So we initially had only 100 students capacity, as we had very few faculty to teach the course. But we had to extend it and double it. And now that we are offering it in both the semesters. So under the value-added course, which is a 2-credit course, we have seen this rise. That is the experience we had.
You're able to manage it?
Yeah, yeah.
Anybody else on this side? So many of you got very well running centers. Yeah, please. How are you managing it? Have you enrolled or recruited more staff to do that? Or you're having more preventive programs?
Okay, can I?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so I'm Priyanka from IIT Hyderabad. And I can say that post-pandemic, because we have run series during pandemic, which was about let's come and talk, share and talk. And that has resulted into increase in number. When student comes and write to me, or I'm a coordinator there, come and write to me that they need help. Or, we have 2 wonderful students sitting with us today who are volunteers, also made this journey very easy for them, because when they are talking about mental health, when they are representing mental health as volunteers, that's also kind of bridging the gap between the consultant and the student. So they are also one of the first people, first responders who go and communicate to them, and then they come through that channel to the consultant. So there are multiple ways we have seen the number has increased, seeking help. The other very warm thing that we have observed during orientation session, where parents have accepted and asked that, what is that the facilities we have at IIT to support mental health of students. So that's, I think, is a very, very important thing that we have seen.
Keep it up. This side, anybody? Your own indigenous counseling center and its current, yeah, please.
Yeah.
Kindly introduce yourself, yeah, please.
I'm Dr. Vrinda. I'm from National Institute of Technology, Calicut. So I have some figures with me for the last 7 months. We have 2 counselors on campus who are available. I'm here. Who are available on campus from 9 to 5, and they're also available by phone or contact because they stay on campus. So we have had, over the last 7 months, we have had a total of 430 sessions and a total number of cases, 136 cases, and 51 ongoing cases. And we have had 21 referrals to clinical psychologists and 22 referrals to psychiatrists. This is for the last 7 months. And this figure is about inclusive of students as well as faculty members who come to the counseling center. But we know that in reality, the numbers are really high. The number of students and faculty and staff who need support, who need counseling services, they are quite high. And even these numbers shock us. We have increased the number of student volunteers. We do a lot of, by email. We do awareness programs. We also have an online wellness partner. But in spite of that, we still feel that we are feeling, we are falling short.
Wonderful. And are you having the provision of a My Feelings box or a query box or concerns or gratitude boxes? Some of the stalls were mentioning that. Is that okay? Any other?
So we have had campaigns that address that, but nothing of a permanent fixture.
Okay. Right, wonderful. I think gradually we're moving to the lunchtime, and we'll have nearly 4 discussions, 4 panels after this. So many of you, please be prepared, and the audience is wonderfully participating. You had a lot of queries. They have been grouped into certain answers or queries for the next panel. We are requesting Namita ma'am to help us with 4 or 5 takeaways from this panel, wonderfully carried out. So thank
And
you.
I'll do it in 2 minutes.
Yes,
Okay?
Dr. Gaurav, Dr. Nishant,
Yeah.
and Namita ma'am.
So I think one takeaway is that the teacher can make a huge difference. And let's be those teachers with a difference. The other thing is the strengths of Indian society are collectivism and relationship building. Let us use that as a mode for interaction. The third is that let us give legitimate space to mental health in all forums, professional forums and life space and mind space forums, in the curriculum, etc., so that there is due recognition to it. Then, mental health is about promoting well-being and happiness, and it's not only about diagnosing and treating cases, and that has come from very eminent clinical practitioners, who resort to that only when it's necessary and when they get the danger signs. And finally, that every institution now has started the mentor-mentee program. So in the mentor-mentee program, it's a great idea that everybody started it. Please infuse contextualization to your specific institution. You can learn from other institutions, but do what works best for your student community and your teacher community. And teachers' mental health is also paramount. It's something which Dr. Nishant talked about. Teachers' mental health and wellness has to also be cared for. UGC is still sitting here, so they can take these takeaways back. Madam, you're sitting here from higher education. So these are also important considerations.
Thank you so much. I don't want to actually interrupt all of this wonderful session, but I have to because we have to break out for lunch. But before that, there are 2 things. The first is we would want to give a token of appreciation to our panelists. So I would request Dr. Nagpal and Dr. Reena ma'am to please come up. Reena ma'am and Dr. Nagpal, if you can facilitate Namita ma'am, Dr. Namita ma'am. Guys, we'll have lunch, please. Professor Nishant Goyal. Professor Nishant Goyal. And Dr. Gauri Shankar Kaloya, sir. Thank you so much. Before we break out for lunch, there's a very important announcement, especially to the student participants. There'll be an activity, a group activity, which will be done by one of our resource persons. So at 4 a.m., you have to exit from this gate. There'll be volunteer taking you. There's a special activity planned for you all. Okay? 4 p.m., I'm sorry. I need lunch.
We'll convene back at 3:15 and then we'll start with a panel discussion. Please have your lunch well and please be back. 3:15. Yeah.
3:15, please, everyone.
No, ma'am. 2:15.
2:15, yes,
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
2:15. I guess we all need lunch now. 2:15, we all will be back.
It's 2:15.
Yes. School of Medical Sciences, Hyderabad Central University. The panelists are Ms. Geeta Mehrotra, Faculty, University and School Life Skills, Mental Health and Well-being, Dr. Priyanka Srivastava, Associate Professor, Coordinator for Student Wellness Cell, IIT Hyderabad, and Ms. Namrata Vora, Chief Impact Officer, Crucial Visiting Faculty, IIT Madras. Our moderator, Ms. Padmaja Gadiraju, is a professor and head, Center for Health Psychology, School of Medical Sciences, University of Hyderabad. Her areas of research include counseling and health psychology, with focus counseling and health psychology with focus on areas such as psycho-oncology, geriatric health, health of women and organizational health. She has several publications in reputed journals, indexed in Web of Sciences, Scopus PubMed, and UGC Care List, and was a co-editor of a book. She completed 4 projects and currently is a part of 3 more projects. 5 PhDs have been awarded under her supervision, with 2 more awaited to be submitted soon, and 2 more ongoing. She has been actively involved in teaching for the past 28 years and is a faculty at Center for Health Psychology, University of Hyderabad since 2007.
Let's move on to our panelists. We first have Mrs. Geeta Mehrotra. Mrs. Geeta Mehrotra is Senior Resource Faculty, Expressions India, Child and Adolescent Health and Wellbeing. She has conducted parent orientations, is an academic advisor at the Life Skills and School Wellness Program. She has been the National Resource Person for the Adolescent Education Program initiated by Men of Education in 2007. She has been conducting teacher-counselor MOs training sessions for a large number of school systems across the country. She has developed key resource material for regional and national level training programs. As the National Resource Person for CBSE, NCERT, NCPCR, and MOHFW, she has conducted several training programs for district and national level teachers and medical officers on adolescent peer leadership, school safety, school mental health and well-being, and life skills. Next, we have Dr. Priyanka Srivastava. Dr. Priyanka Srivastava received a PhD in Cognitive Science in 2011 from the Center for Behavioral and Cognitive Sciences, University of Allahabad, Allahabad, India. She did her postdoc from the Cognitive and Development Psychology, Technical University of Kaiserslautern, Germany in 2012. She is currently an associate professor and PI of the Perception and Cognition Lab at the International Institute of Information Technology, Hyderabad, India. She is a co-faculty in the Cognitive Science Department and engages with the Human Sciences Department and Product Design and Management program at IIITH. She collaborates with medical professionals from renowned hospitals, example LVPEI and NIMS, and scientists to develop digital applications for neuropsychological health assessment and monitoring. And last but not the least, Ms. Namrata Vora. Ms. Namrata Vora is an alumna of IIT Madras and IIM Lucknow. She is Chief Impact Officer at Crucial, a farm services venture. She mobilizes corporate and government partners to strengthen milk quality and yield as well as farmer incomes. She has worked on rural access and gender gaps for nearly 3 decades. She is a co-member of Aarti for Girls, an NGO that works for the girl child. She is also recognized as Freeman of the City of London for coaching 200 plus minority women to access university education.
We will now start the panel discussion, and once again I would like to repeat that this panel discussion is for 45 minutes and every panelist has a time for 8 to 10 minutes and will be shown a visual buzzer which will be a blue placard here at 8 minutes, so they can wind up in the remaining 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction to all of us. A very important topic post-lunch, thriving the academic accomplishment, strengthening lifelong functionality. And I see that the 3 themes which are going to be discussed right now, the presentations which are going to be made from three perspectives, but at the same time they merge well together in being able to showcase the main theme of the discussion. So I, along with all of you, look forward to enlightening and enriching presentations right now. So probably we'll talk a little more after the presentations are done with, and then before the question answer session starts, as our friends have already mentioned, there is 8 minutes time to each of you, and they will remind you when you have to finish. So shall we start with the presentations? I see Dr. Geeta Mehrotra, Dr. Priyanka Srivastava, and Dr. Namrata Vora, beautiful profiles of each of them being presented. I really look forward to listening to all of you along with them. Ms. Geeta Mehrotra, over to you, please. The current landscape and emerging needs.
Forward. Yeah, this presentation. Yeah. Yes. Making more forward. Yeah. Good afternoon to our honorable members in the panel and to everyone present here. So I would allow a few seconds extra for me, Yukti ma'am. We want to see everyone smiling here. Did you all have lunch? Did you all have lunch? No, we didn't hear you. This is a grace time, Yukti and Suviti, please. So let's see all happy people, beautiful people here. It was indeed enlightening and enriching listening to the expertise and the insights on mental health that elevated the overall experience for everyone present in the hall. So let me begin with a quote here. Is life a journey or a race? How many of you say journey? I won't take more than 8 minutes or 10 minutes, Suviti. Life is a journey or a race? Then why do we compete all the time throughout our life in the morning? All the dignitaries who were sharing their thoughts, they all talked about why topper, and we should be proud that the toppers from several schools in India have all gathered into these institutes, and why can't I feel good? And I feel proud for what I am. If my peer is getting a better placement, so what is the hurry? I might get placed somewhere else and in a better position. So let's be happy and let's celebrate. If we celebrate success, why can't we celebrate failure? Or let's cope with the challenges that come through our way. So we should be proud to, I think all of us know, I won't get into numbers, we are not worried about the statistics. We have the world's largest young population in the world. So we should be proud of it. And that means that we have a greater scope for greater opportunity for growth. So we are the largest in contributing the most energetic population of our country and the productive population, which means there is all the more need to invest in young people's health, education, and mental well-being. Going further, let's skip that, and this also. So let's look at the, since my theme is the current landscape in higher education institutes. So let's see, there has been a paradigm shift in student enrollment. The figures are there, I don't need to go into detail. The student enrollment in engineering and technology institutes during 2018 and 20, that is pre-COVID times, was 30 to 35% in engineering institutes. And in the humanities, it was, the figures are there, I'm not going to mention that. Post-COVID, there was a tremendous decline in the figures.
Engineering and technology institutes enrollment declined from 35 to 11.9, tremendous decline. And there was more inclination towards humanities. It rose from 25% to 33%. One of the factors leading to this was maybe globalization, which led to increasing interest in the parents to make their child pursue higher education in international institutes, costing us the foreign currency. That is a paradigm shift. Another factor could be that foreign students, they seek admission in our Indian institutes, and they are given a priority when it comes to choice of subjects, leaving very little scope for our students to seek admission in their desired choice of stream. So they prefer to opt for commerce or maybe humanities. So moving further, we are not going to discuss all this because it's already been discussed since morning. Why stress, fear of failure, anxiety related to placements and social media and so on. So here, next, what is the next challenge or the paradigm shift is hybrid mode of, thanks to COVID, it was a blessing and it was a curse also. So it brought in hybrid model of teaching and learning, integrating technology, which is a major challenge for our faculty because a person like me is not very tech savvy. So it is a challenge for me to relearn, unlearn, and learn again. So here it is a paradigm shift in our education system. And industries, the emerging industries and the companies, they are demanding innovators. They want more skill-based young people who are skilled to face the challenges and the change in the environment. So how do we meet? How do we cope with these emerging needs, emerging challenges in our higher education system? And it is a shared responsibility. It is not just the institutes, the parents, the admin staff, the students also have to move from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset. So firstly, we need to balance the knowledge-rich curriculum with skill-based curriculum. And we need to develop the soft skills in our young people, which NEP also emphasizes, like problem solving, communication, collaboration. It was mentioned in the morning also, collaboration at every level, decision making, empathy, and so on, which will prepare our young people not only to cope or to adapt, develop positive and adaptive behavior, but also will prepare them for lifelong functionalities. Education is not just about academic accomplishments, but it prepares me for my future challenges. That's one. And advocacy at all levels meaning faculty, students, parents, community, to create a safe, healthy, happy, and conducive environment within the universities. And we need to have, as it was mentioned in the previous round of panel discussion, we need to have assessment indicators, not like, okay, like a progress report card, but peer-to-peer assessment, or maybe self-assessment. Where do I rate myself? How is my mood today? Am I happy? My peers are happy? And so on. And so as I said, meeting the needs, emerging needs, and the paradigm shift is a joint responsibility, not one person's responsibility. We need to be happy at all times. We need to create opportunities for young people where they can express their thoughts, ideas. Apart from academics, we need to have other co-curricular activities where they can smile, where they can exhibit their inborn talents and feel proud of it, take pride. So I would like to conclude my presentation with the following words, that while mental health has become increasingly normalized topic in recent years, still we have a long way to go on a road to smash the stigmas and create a different kind of environment where we adults as well as the students, we blossom. I can see the blue card. And last line, I quote, taking care of mental health. Can you fill in the blank? taking care of mental health? What would you say? Anyone? I give you 1 second. Taking care of your mental health is an act of self-love. Very good. Excellent. Self-love. Okay? So you are worthy of happiness and peace of mind. So be happy. Keep smiling all the time. You have long way to go, and you will achieve your goals. Thank you very much.
Very well presented, Madam Geeta Mehrotra. Well, I not only see a presenter there, but I also see a seasoned trainer grabbing the attention of one and all, especially in the post-lunch session. My appreciations to you. Ms. Geeta Mehrotra has portrayed the contemporary landscape and the emerging needs of the current situations with the portrayal of the enrollments during 18 to 2018 to 2020, as well as post-COVID scenario. And the very important point which all of us have to note over here is current challenges. Yes, there are many, whereas this skill-based curriculum and integration of soft skills into, irrespective of whatever course they take up, is something which is very important, and I think that is something which all of us have to strongly recommend together. Well, very well presented, Ms. Mehrotra. Now I call upon Dr. Priyanka Srivastava, Associate Professor Coordinator for Student Welfare Cell, IIT Hyderabad, to talk about the overreaching challenges to creating happy, healthy, and harmonious universities.
Is this working? And if I have to highlight the pointer doesn't work. Okay, great. Great. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Padmaja, for the introduction. And thanks IIT Hyderabad and the Ministry of Education for hosting this, making it possible to have a dialogue about mental health at national level. Okay, so my topic is going to be looking at the university experiences. And I have been challenged to keep you awake. So I'm hoping I'm going to live up to that, okay? Okay, so let's look at, maybe you can start the time now. So university experiences are one of the unique defining experiences in individual life. And then there comes a point where some of the experiences are compromised because of the certain hurdles one goes through. And my talk is going to talk about looking at those factors that influences the individual ability to navigate those defining experiences, and then the framework that can help us, that help student also navigate those challenges by creating the space, that 3H that you see, happy, healthy, and harmonious university. So I'm going to start the presentation with the case, and then would be talking about the factors that influences student well-being. I had a statistics to show, but I think I'm going to skip the time that I have to take care of. And then we will be talking about the framework to create that H3 experience for students. And we'll also be sharing that what at IIT we are doing or succeeding to do, taking care of the framework. So let's begin with the story of Riyadh. Riyadh is 17-year-old trans woman who prefers pronoun as she, hers, herself, comes from a small town of Karnataka, joined one of the top universities to live her dream to study science. But in 3 months of admission, she started thinking about quitting the university. She explains that she's facing significant challenge in coping up with the rigor, the 2 advanced courses that has offered to us, and she has difficulty in engaging effectively in lab work, and facing problem in keep her motivated to work in research. She said that I felt like I had hit the rock bottom. I lost my sense of belonging, both to the university and to the world. I lost hope in my life. And she also shared that her experience was deeply shaped by the identity that she was experiencing, and she preferred to associate with as a transgender woman. And she struggled to connect with individuals on campus. She also said that one point in time she was feeling that she had made a worse decision of her life to join university as pursuing her dream to study science. She started feeling depressed, and she was reluctant to go out, socialize, felt numb at times, and kind of withdrawn from life. So the question that I think now it's not anymore a question for us, because since morning we have been hearing the statistics that are there for mental health. But so this is something that is prevalent, and in morning we have seen the statistics from 2014 to 2016. This is a recent study that has come out. That statistics has been looked at in 2019, Feb to September, pre-pandemic time that we are talking about, by NIMHANS and in collaboration with 30 universities. So which highlights that, this is not one case, one community, or one unique experience. The unique experience as someone from transgender community possibly experiencing as mental health challenge, or someone coming from a small town experiencing the challenge to cope up with the rigor of university or the courses offers, and therefore they are experiencing challenge. But this is 30 universities, so this is also talking about how pervasive this problem is, indicating that how 1/3 of the population of that sample they have looked at reported moderate to severe symptoms of depression. 1/4 reported moderate to severe symptoms of anxiety. 18.8% showed that they had at least felt and thought about suicide, the ideation of suicide, once in lifetime, and 12.4% ideated in past year, out of which 6.7 reported attempting once. So clearly indicating that this is not a story of Riyadh, this is not a story of one person, this is not a story of unique identity that someone is struggling. This also indicates that, my colleague Geeta has mentioned very wonderfully that education is not about academics. Education is overall holistic development and engagement with the university, with the people. You are building possibly sometimes lifelong relationship with the colleague, the peer you're interacting. Sometimes you may end up having a relationship of the 3 a.m. friends that we call it, right? So it's a kind of relationship that university experiences gives you. Now, if we look at the factors that influences someone's mental well-being, at the individual level, it has been highlighted academic stress related to the academic pressure they experience, the career uncertainty and anxiety, and post-pandemic, this is only looming. So that's something that we need to be thinking about. Unhealthy coping strategy that generally at the individual level we can look at it. At social level, peer pressure is one of the important aspects that has been looked at. And if we go back and look at the Riyadh story, it does highlight that how inclusivity, the lack of inclusivity, lack of diversity, lack of feeling that being treated fairly leads to social isolation, loneliness. And then, though we are talking that the social stigma associated with mental health is reduced. But if we look at it, still it's very prevalent, and we still have a long way to go to when it comes to mental health and stigma associated to it. But one of the very important things that I think we have to look at is from the systemic change that we need to bring. And I think this is the forum that I'm utilizing to request Ministry of Education to also look into these things primarily, is where, I'm already done? Okay, the inadequate health support that is there at university is probably one of the very important things that we need to pay attention to, and the barrier that we treat mental health as creative aspects separately and academic pursuit or academic experiences separately. We have to integrate this. We have to bring mental health on par with academic experience, and we have to integrate mental health to the part of academic experience. So what is that we should be doing? I think I will skip the framework that I plan to talk about, but rather would highlight that what we at IIIT is doing. So what we at IIIT at social level have made a difference, or tried to make a difference, where we have given that the number that statistics tells us that consultant to patient ratio is actually 1:1 lakh in country. Finding trained professional is not easy. Though it is mandatory, though it is one of the crucial things to have on campus, it is not enough, even if we get that. So the one thing that we should be taking care of is that preparing the community to take care of the individual's mental health, take care of from the faculty to student mental health, and we were chatting among faculty, it's the faculty's mental health. So we need to take care of each other, taking care of each other's mental well-being. And we at IIIT actually doing that through mindful listening, and one of the programs that we conduct for at least the volunteers so far, those who come forward and say that they would like to volunteer for mental health support, is psychological first aid training that helps them prepare to think about that what and how they should be attending someone who is in crisis, okay? The other is that we do is suicide gatekeeping. The second we do is we strengthen the awareness program. So as I was saying in the morning when I was sharing that, how the increase has reported in the mental well-being services or seeking help, is also a result of that how we have planned out the session. So every fortnight there was one session talking about something as simple as thinking about sadness to depressions, to gender identity or sexual identity, to something as time management. And then we engage with students through different medium, through music, through art, through movies. In fact, recently we have started one of the sessions where we have opened up for people to come and talk about Ask Me Anything. And then students and faculty come together and inquire about anything that challenges their experience to living fully the campus life. We have strengthened mental health support. Now we have one full-time clinical psychologist, 2 part-time counseling therapists and rehabilitation psychologist, out of which one is trained queer-informed training, and one is a psychiatrist. Then we also try to engage with students to get their feedback, to keep on improving that how we can interact with students, how we connect with students better. Then the 2 programs that I'm very proud of to share here, which I was saying that we need a systemic change. And I think if we are making that as a policy in education to implement in university, that is something as should be done. So one of the things that we do is the academic accommodation, where the students who are needing mental health support, in what way we can support them. Can we give them, let's say, extension of deadline? Can we offer them alternative way of presenting, alternative way of engaging about the evaluation? And if that is helping them without compromising on the rigor of the course, without compromising the rigor of the program. So that's one thing that we do. We have been doing, and I think we have been successful in doing so. But the second thing that we have started recently, and it's a very proactive program that we have started, is trying to connect with the people with low CGPA scores. So students who are scoring low CGPA or SGPA, so even in one semester, we are trying to understand that what sort of challenges that they are going through, and treating their scores, their grades, as a symptom that might tell us about their mental well-being, from the time management to any clinical disorder that they are experiencing. So what we do is that we integrate mental well-being group to the program communication that we offer to the students. So program coordinator and mental well-being coordinator are now coming together to understand their problem, and then design a solution or design a program that can help them navigate the challenge related to their academic success and the lifelong success better. So that. I will end my session here, and I would like to thank the people who have made IIIT, at least the framework that I wanted to present, to great extent successful. It would not have been possible without campus well-being professionals, the volunteers, the coordinator, campus life committee, dean, registrar, and director. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka Srivastava.
I'm so sorry for taking extra time.
Yeah, that's, I think,
sorry.
Sometimes it overshoots. You've talked about the journey of academics and the smooth navigation of the students through this journey, and the case study which you started with, from there moving on towards the realities of the students and the mental health of the students, and very important aspects such as inclusivity, which not everyone would really talk so much about, and while it is a reality. And the practical interventions that you have already been implementing out there, and the emphasis upon systemic change. I think you have covered very important aspects throughout your presentation, and it was a very interesting, and in fact your interventions have been very impressive and very highly appreciated. So I now call upon Dr. Narmata Vora, Chief Impact Officer, Kushal, to please talk about your program and practices for advocacy and awareness.
Thank you very much. So yeah, just to start off, really happy to be here. I grew up in Hyderabad, so this is my place. Super happy to be here. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the program we offer. So my colleague Shri is right here. So both of us are alum of IIT Madras. We went on to do different things in life, but we've now gone back, and among other things, we offer a course at IIT Madras called Happiness, Habits and Success. So it's a graded elective course, and I'll quickly tell you what we do in it. Okay, so we essentially provide a structure for the advocacy and awareness of the various things that I'll talk about. So this is the course we offer. What we do there is we essentially address a whole bunch of issues that are already there, and we want to nip it in the bud. We want to give the students techniques to cope with these things, because we have been through the JEE, we know how difficult it is, really hard work to get in, and then once you get in, you see everybody else is like you, and suddenly you're not the topper of your class. So these lead to a bunch of issues which we think we should address before they lead to something serious. So this is what we do. We provide space to debate and discuss. So we have a big class, and there's a lot of interaction, and I'll tell you, when I tell you what we do very quickly, you'll see what I mean. But it provides a platform for people to speak up, which really, really helps. We equip students with techniques to cope, and it is a hugely popular course. So for instance, next semester, we have 1,700 students wanting to take the course. Unfortunately, we can only accommodate 600 students. So yeah, we have to turn people away. Okay, so quickly tell you what it is. It is a semester-long course of 8 modules. Each module is about 2.5 hours long. The first module is happiness and success. So what follows what? Are you going to be happy once you're successful? The answer is no, because success keeps changing. What you define as success keeps changing. So then we take them to, we make people talk, and then they say, yeah, actually, if I'm happy, I'm more likely to be successful. So you just flip that. So that's the first module. Huge amount of discussion among the students, really, really awesome. The next is, basically we say, look, now that you established that if you're happy, you're going to be more successful, what do? The answer is you can train yourself to be happy, right? So how do you do that? That's what we do in the rest of the course. So first thing is we examine the river of our life, where we talk about what has my life been like. So I illustrate my life and say, look, this is where I had hurdles. I was performing at peak here I wasn't. I held myself back because I limited what I could do myself. I had these limiting beliefs. So we do that, and then we ask the students to do the same. And that really makes them very self-aware. And once you're self-aware, you can start addressing whatever the issues are. So then we also do a session on meditation, which is really helpful. A lot of students really like it. Not everybody does, but it's essentially rewiring your brain. So it's an excellent habit, so we promote that. And then the next module is about anger and anxiety. These are negative emotions. 100% we're all going to face them. So the question is, how do you deal with it? So we give them techniques to cope with it, and it really helps. And I say it really helps because I am in the IIT Madras Entrepreneurs Group, because I'm an entrepreneur essentially. So when I go to these meets, and similarly I went to the Pan IIT Conclave in Amsterdam. Sridhar is the IIT Madras alum secretary worldwide. So we've run into alum, and what we find often is people come and say, ma'am, I took this course, and that's something I really remember, it really helped me, and that really, really is fulfilling. So the next part is habits, because if you have good habits, and if you can get rid of bad habits, that's excellent. It's going to make you a happier person. So we help them develop a framework, leaning heavily on the Atomic Habits written by James Clear, and tell them how can you change your habits to get, if you want to inculcate a better habit or get rid of a bad habit, how do you do it? And again, everything has practical modules. The students do it themselves, come back and talk about it, etc. So that's really, listening to each other also helps a lot. Then we talk about the circadian rhythm, because what you find is people often stay late, especially with phone. Everybody is scrolling till 4 a.m. and then everybody will stand up and say, yes, ma'am, I don't sleep till 4 a.m. Right now, that's obviously going to impact the fact that you're not going to have breakfast. You will miss the first session, and you do this continually, it is going to start impacting everything, including your academics. And then you start getting stressed. So the best thing, please sleep on time. Sleep hygiene is important. What you eat is important, but when you eat matters as well. So we show this. The other thing we do is we build in a lot of connections. So part of the assignment will be go and talk to your grandmother. And then they often come back and say, my grandmother was so happy because I asked her, what do you do? And she said, yeah, I sleep on time, I wake up on time. So whatever you are telling us in class is what they're doing, and which all of us know, but for the students, it's like, wow, my grandmother's cool, right? So we try and do that as well. Then, yes, like I mentioned, sleep, and we also talk about exercise, how it impacts your brain. So we promote that. We do a lot of self-reflection, discussion, and give them techniques to do more. And this is my favorite, failure. Nobody teaches us how to fail, right? But if you don't fail, that means you're stuck in life. So how do you normalize failure? I know all of us have talked about it, but talking to the students, and unfortunately, the JEE is something where you can't fail. You fail, you're not in the IIT, right? So it is a tough one. So this, we tell them, how can you fail? You either fail down or fail at the same level, or how do you fail up? Really important to learn. So I'm so glad this is being taught now. Nobody taught us that, sadly. And it's not just about academics, it could be in relationships, it could be in anything in life. But how do you cope with failure? And then this is another favorite, gratitude. And this is what really resonates with people, because you're saying, think about so much, you have so much to be grateful for. We just always take it for granted, right? So you get through to a college, which is difficult, or wherever you're in life, how did you get here? Your teachers and your parents supported you. And it's so easy to forget that, right? So start making a list of what you have to be grateful for. And then people talk about it in class. It's amazing. And suddenly you realize, actually I have a lot going for me. Let me not focus on the tiny bits that don't work. It's okay. And then we also say, now that you can see you're so lucky, how do we spread your luck, right? Volunteer, help others. That is really a short way of feeling happier. So we do these things. And it gives students a really fantastic new perspective is what we've always seen. So We have offered this course in various formats. Like I said, it is offered as a semester-long a course, which is graded elective. We have also done it as workshops for, just now, Priyanka was mentioning that faculty also need it. And we offered it to IIT Madras faculty and ran it for around 40 to 45 profs. And they really loved it. We offered it as a short course in IIT Gandhinagar. Subbu is here. So we offered it to all the first years. So there are 386 students in a huge auditorium like this. Beautiful infrastructure in IIT Gandhinagar as well, and here as well. And yeah, it was a 4-day course for the new students, which was fantastic. New students orientation program, as I said, we've also run it in corporates as 2-hour sessions, went very well. And all the wellness coordinators are, of course, delighted by it because all the issues are normalized. And last slide, I promised, I just want to say how it is helpful. Basically, the students who've taken the course are aware now, they are empowered. So what happens is they can recognize issues if they see it in their friends who haven't done the course. And they can recognize the red flags. They can also suggest techniques to help cope. It is a ripple effect. And a culture of openness gets embedded on campus, which is excellent. It is normal to not feel okay. It is okay if you feel low. It is okay to fail. So that's what helps, and I think that's the end. And here's my email address, and Sridhar, please get in touch if you'd like to know more about this course. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr. Namrata. The program and practices for advocacy and awareness. Well, a course designed specifically for this is very interesting, with involvement of students and that being pretty high, and a course in high demand is something which is very happy to hear. I feel very happy as an academician, as someone who has worked with DSW, Dean Student Welfare's office for 10 years, for 6 years almost. It's really, really very good to hear. And yeah, a practically useful course, which you have very well portrayed, covering a panorama of issues systematically spread across the semesters. Yeah, I agree with you. In order to understand the value of success, you should also understand the value of failure. So I totally agree with you, equally important. Both of them are equally important. And as you rightly pointed out towards the end, the importance of awareness. It's a mantra which we counseling psychologists know pretty well. I think every counseling psychologist over here agrees with this mantra of awareness. So very well presented. In fact, the 3 presentations give a convergence of these 2 topics of the theme today, the 2 phases of the theme today, which actually are together. Academic accomplishment, lifelong functionality. Well, should they go together? Are they along with each other, or are they against each other? A million-dollar question which many people keep talking about, especially those who consider themselves very practical enough. However, we did see a convergence in the presentations. All of us agree that there is a long road ahead in our journey towards this improved and enhanced well-being and mental health. In fact, we started with an overview of the current landscape and the new and emerging needs, and we moved on to the real-time case experience and how mental health issues can be addressed involving the students by practically helping them in utilizing the programs that we can organize, something which is very viable, feasible, not really impossible, and a course which is reachable and makes students feel involved. I think from 3 angles we have talked about the current theme today in this discussion. Priyanka has given me certain questions. Would you like me to go ahead with the questions, Priyanka? Do we have enough time?
Priyanka is Yukti.
Sorry?
Yukti.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yes, ma'am. So we have compiled a few questions as per the session. So, ma'am, we can ask, and any 3 of the panelists can choose to answer.
Yeah, I would read out some of these questions. Any of you, very quickly and briefly, you could answer these. How to work around with judgments based on disabilities or incompetencies?
So how do you essentially face judgments is what is the question. So I think some disabilities and inadequacies are obvious and some are not. So all of us, essentially I think we know that we are all a bundle of, bundle of competencies and incompetencies. Nobody is perfect. So I think once you internalize that, then the external judgment potentially matters less. That is what I think. That is something that the individual does. But on the other hand, yes, there has to be societal awareness and just essentially reduce it. So I think both would work hand in hand. That's my view. So firstly, you respond. You don't respond to any judgment. And secondly, yes, there has to be, as a society, we have to work towards being less judgy and more tolerant. That's what I would say. And I think I'd like to say that seeing my children, I think we are getting better as a society. That the younger generation is definitely much less judgmental, I think. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
You were,
You want to add?
just a line? Yeah, you were so right, ma'am, that this generation is less judgmental. And why there is communication gap? Because they say adults judge us at all times. You rightly said that if I am self-aware of my strengths, I should feel proud of it. And I should also accept my shortcomings, work upon them, try to overcome them, and feel good about yourself. Then I will not care about people judge me or not. So I am unique. I accept myself the way I am. So that self-awareness, that life skill needs to be developed, and it is developed right from childhood years. If my mother tells me, this doesn't suit you, so I grow up with that. So I think we adults also need to change our approach, not being judgmental. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with both of you. In fact, we belong to our Indian psyche believes that brightness and darkness coexist. When there is a shortcoming, there are some strengths as well. Who doesn't have a shortcoming? Who doesn't have strengths? So, considering the disabilities or incompetencies as the priority, or should we balance them with our competencies and abilities? There may be something which may be lacking, but there is something which we may really, really be very good at. So the next question is, how to train faculty to assess the students in a realistic way?
So yeah, this is something that we have started engaging with faculty in IIIT recently, where we have brought faculty together to train them to understand, first of all, the challenges students go through, and then what are the telltale signs that you can look at it, that you can think about that the student is not doing well. One of the telltale signs you can look at also is that whether if the student has been attending classes and if all of a sudden there is a drop in attendance, maybe you would, instead of thinking as a disciplinary or laziness or motivation, maybe you can think of it as also something related to the challenge that the particular individual is undergoing. And maybe you would like to strike a dialogue about it. So that's one thing. The second is also a lot happens at the language level. How you approach your student actually either makes it or break the relationship between you and the student. So that's something also we have spoken a lot about during these sessions. So I think, yeah, that's precisely is the thing where faculty also have to come on board to understand that how we should be addressing this. And we have had the session with mental health professionals who come and actually brought these principles and protocols that we can follow.
So a very humane approach. That's what at the end of it that we all talk about. We are not on a higher podium, on a higher pedestal. We are just as human as they are, and they are as human as we are. So a humane approach is something which you're advocating. So I think now we are coming back to the word failure. Ways to deal with failure and cope with the research challenges. This is something a research student would really worry about a lot. So any of you or one of you?
they want to ask that how to cope with the failure when they're in the PhD. How to deal with failure.
When they are at PhD level?
Yeah.
I think if I were in their place, oh, I'm doing PhD, doesn't matter, I failed this time. Try and succeed. That's my approach. Yes? So it's not one time. PhD takes very long.
5 years.
And you have to accept, as we've been reiterating, that if you celebrate success, celebrate failure also. If not today, maybe tomorrow. You have to have that determination, perseverance, right? So failure will come, if not now, if not today, maybe tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah, so one of the things we advocate and we try to practice ourselves, and I'll tell you a very quick anecdote at this point. During COVID, we were running this online, and I had my screen, I was sitting at home, all my students were on the screen, Sridhar was there too, and I was talking about failure. And the door opens and my younger daughter walked in, and she had just missed an offer from Cambridge, and she was in tears. So she sat in front of me, and here I'm lecturing to the students, and here she's sitting. She knew I was a student, so she didn't say anything. She was just sitting and tears flowing, and her older sister, my older daughter is at Cambridge, so it hit her a bit harder, I think. And I was like, wow, this is a real test for me, right? Where I'm giving others a lecture on failure, and here's my own child. So anyway, coming back to the point, so what I tried to tell her, which was a real test, I will say, this is not a permanent failure, right? Yes. This is not permanent. This doesn't mean that your life is over. There are other opportunities. Yes, you were set on Cambridge, okay, but you have other opportunities. There are other places. It doesn't, so, that's what we try to do to our students.
Yes.
Essentially.
So one of the things that I do with my student when our paper gets rejected, basically, failure is somehow the way the training has been done to us is that failure is always associated with the person. So it's more of the personality, more of that the individual has failed than the problem that has not worked out, and it's a setback, and you may just process that, and you have another chance. So you don't look when the failure happens as something as a problem to work upon, rather than you fail. So I think then the tone needs to be different here, that how you focus on failure is one thing that is important. The other, which is very important, is how to process that. Can we then now look at it as a problem? Look at it where the lacunae, the limitation, the problem that has been highlighted. And majority of the time in research, one of the things that students come across is particularly with the research program that I'm talking about, looks at the paper rejection, things are getting delayed, my PhD degree is getting delayed, how can I process? So can I now look at that as why, what, and how that has happened, that I can work together with my faculty, with my advisor, with my collaborator, peers, and twist that to see that something new is emerging. So one of the things that I used to do with my student is, success is one thing to talk about. Talk about failure. Look at what are the problems that you have worked or how you have approached that did not work so that we can talk about it. Or when the paper gets rejected, what and how the reviewer has said about your work. What are the good points that we can take from there? What are the things that make sense to us and we can work further? So these are the things I think is very important. Stop treating failure as an individual. Treat failure as a problem.
Yeah, thank you. So I think what at the end of it we understand is normalization. Failure is not abnormal. Failure is just as normal as success. They can be balanced. Interestingly, after COVID, like some of you have been mentioning, the number of cases that we had in our university with the counseling unit have outnumbered the number of cases that we had online or through telephone or whatsoever, even during COVID. After reopening, it was like so much of transition which they have been facing, and a lot of them have been asking, will I be back to normal? Will I be able to succeed? Well, they did prove to themselves that they all succeeded pretty well. Yeah, thank you so much, Yukti, for this opportunity given to me. Thank you all the presenters.
Thank you so much, Padmaja ma'am, Priyanka ma'am, Namrata ma'am, and Geeta ma'am. Just a small token, I would request our Dean students, Dr. Venkat Subhaya, to kindly come up and felicitate Padmaja ma'am first. Sir ko de do. Sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for moderating it so well. Now I request Padmaja ma'am to felicitate the other panelists. Geeta ma'am, Geeta Mehrotra ma'am. Priyanka Srivastav ma'am. And Namrata Bhura ma'am. Thank you so much. Also, there's an issue coming that the screen is pretty bright. So we can't reduce it. Our technicians are telling us that we can't reduce it. If it is a lot of problematic, we request you to shift few seats back. That's the only solution. And thank you so much. Thank you so much.
The next panel discussion, Improving Faculty and Students as Sentinels of Well-Being, will delve into strategies that can strengthen both faculty and student well-being. Through this, we will explore how a supportive faculty can enhance student mental health. Please welcome our moderator and panelists.
Our moderator for this panel discussion will be Dr. Nishant Goyal, Professor of Psychiatry, CIP Ranchi. The panelists are Dr. Murthy, Professor, Department of Liberal Arts, IIT Hyderabad, Dr. Shantanu Mishra, Professor, IIT Kanpur, and Dr. Jitendra Nagpal, Senior Psychiatrist and Program Director, Expressions India. Our moderator, Dr. Nishant Goyal, is a Professor of Psychiatry. Currently, he is acting as in charge, Center for Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, FMRI Center, and Center for Cognitive Neurosciences, and in charge academics. He is currently affiliated with the Central Institute of Psychiatry, Ranchi, India, and is also a program coordinator, CIP Digital Academy. He holds the position of General Secretary and the founder member, Neuromodulation Society of India. He was a past editor in Eastern Journal of Psychiatry and an associate editor with Journal of Child and Adolescent Mental Health. He has around 100 plus publications and 30 plus awards and fellowships to his name.
Let's move on to our panelists. We first have Dr. Murthy Chittam. Dr. Murthy Chittam works as a professor of health and medical psychology at the Department of Liberal Arts in IIT Hyderabad. Her main areas of work are in chronic disease management and health behavioral change. She is also a trained therapist with expertise in grief and bereavement counseling. Of relevance to this conclave, Professor Chittam conducts research and workshops on self-care with a focus on mid to senior level professionals. Next, we have Dr. Shantanu Mishra. Dr. Shantanu Mishra is a full professor of geophysics in the Department of Earth Sciences at IIT Kanpur. Since the last 2 years, he is serving as the head of the Institute Counseling Service at IIT Kanpur. He has held positions as faculty and senior scientist at ETH Zurich, Switzerland, and GNS Science, New Zealand. Dr. Shantanu's academic contributions have earned him several prestigious awards and recognitions, including the INSA Young Scientist Award, the Swarna Jayanti Fellowship from the Department of Science and Technology, and a Fellow of the Swiss National Fund.
We'll be starting the session. Dr. Nagpal's topic will be doing tomorrow morning. Nishant sir, please.
So I think now that we don't have sir, so we'll save some more time.
No, sir, time is same.
Time is same.
I'll be showing my visual buzzer. That's all.
Oh, I thought that you will give more time to our
No, sir,
panelists.
can't give. I can't be unfair to all five.
Okay, thank you.
This session will also be duration of 45 minutes and then we'll have a tea break.
It's come.
कम हो गया ना
आधा
वही तो
घंटा हो
बात हो रही
गया
है
हाँ 8 मिनट ही है सर
Fine. So since morning we have been talking about the resource persons being the sentinel for well-being. So starting from the inaugural, then the first panel. Now we all are talking about how we can be a resource person or a sentinel to promote, to create awareness, to maybe advocate, as well as to take care of the well-being of our students and the people around us. So along these lines, I would first like to request Dr. Murthy to talk about, I think you will be talking about tackling barriers and stigma related to this particular aspect of that is there in the teachers and maybe the students or who have opted to be, the co-teachers or the co-mentors in our respective workplace. So, ma'am, it's over to you. You want to speak over there?
Yeah, and this is the usual, right? Okay, all right. Good afternoon. 8 minutes is what I've got. And fortunately, a lot of what I'm going to be talking about has been covered by most of the speakers. So my job is really very refined or very clearly cut out. What I'm going to do is I'll quickly brief you about what are some of the common issues students and faculty might encounter and how these expectations can lead to certain kinds of negative outcomes for these individuals. I really appreciate the fact that many of the talks ahead of this have been more systemic, much grander. They're programs that have been run or groups that have been formed over a period of time. Much of my talk will be centered around the individual and what could be individual barriers in order to provide mental wellness to our community. So what I've written on the screen over there is just so that your eyes don't keep looking at me, I guess, in a way. But what I'm trying to focus more on is the fact that when students or faculty are unable to express themselves, there's a lot of narrative that goes into the background, right? There's a narrative of shame and guilt for not being strong enough. There's a very strong narrative around not being vulnerable, not expressing one's vulnerability. And over a period of time, we've all not learned the skills of help seeking. A very big discourse in this, and I did want to ask the panel before myself and this panel was what is the history we come to our colleges with, right? Our family, our culture, all of these kind of play a very big role. So there is a personal life element to it that I think we really need to kind of appreciate. We all come from that, right? I think especially a lot of you are faculty, I can see over here. I think we're not allowed to make mistakes any longer, right? And we're not allowed to be describing any job dissatisfaction because, we're supposed to be givers of care and attention and love and all of this stuff. So I think becoming vulnerable and choosing vulnerability is not something that we've been really well trained towards. And they all come because of these very difficult expectations that are being placed on us. But if given that context, if we look at it from a student's perspective, what are the barriers what are the issues that they tend to experience? This is based on some research, because I can't not do some research on a topic like this, but also just by virtue of being in the educational system for a very long time. One thing that keeps coming up a lot is that a lot of times the students are worried about what their professor will think of them. It's a very strange relationship that students and professors share, right? It's very tight. And it's like a strange mother-child, father-child kind of a relationship. So I think that there's a lot of, what, not log kya kahenge, but mere professor kya kahenge, right? So there's a lot of that. There's a lot of fear of repercussions. What is this going to do about my grades? So I don't hear a lot of students speaking up. I don't hear a lot of students challenging me. More so from once you cross the BTech or the undergrad barrier, I've noticed postgrad and onwards, many times students don't speak up, they don't negate or challenge. And many times students also feel that maybe my faculty doesn't want to know. Maybe I need to just do the tutor or the mentorship the way that they've prescribed, right? So they don't feel that maybe the professor wants to understand their context, their background, and so they don't tend to share their feelings. So this is just something that we found over a period of time talking to students, but also that some of it is what the research is also pointing towards. So what do we do in terms of supporting students? There are a whole bunch of things I've written up over there. They're all very idealistic. I don't know how realistic and practical they can be, but it's also good to have some ideals in life, I guess. But the one that we advocate for, at least within our Department of Liberal Arts, and we tend to believe that through these conversations we can continue the dialogue. It doesn't always have to be formal structures. There can be informal ways of doing this. One is talking to students with respect and concern. I think I'm just going to use the IIT Hyderabad, our department as an example, because it's so close for me to remember. The liberal arts department, we have a lot of students attending our classes. I know that they're also mandated to, because 10% of the credits come from our department, but we also have a lot of students attending our courses. It's, I think, a lot to do also with the fact that most of our faculty are very, very easy to talk to. We are very respectful, and we genuinely express concern. Many of our course content is actually quite individualized. That means we request students to really look within, and that automatically allows to support students, at least that's what our department feels. It's also really important, one bit that I've noticed can really help is if you can really communicate the limits of your ability to your student. Many times professors who actually say, oh no, I think I got that wrong. Oh yeah, I don't know about this. Oh, you're better than me than I thought I would be. These kind of things are really very, very important to invite a dialogue with students. Also just saying, no, I'm sorry, I just don't have the time, for this. I don't know how many of us actually say that openly to our students. I'm sorry, I just don't have the time for a supervisory hour with you any longer, right? I'm going to make the time, but I don't have it right now. So saying that no, saying that I can't is something that I know that is very important for students to listen to and hear. Another one that I've noticed PhD students requesting as support was if the professor could give them options rather than decisions. This is also something by virtue of working in health and medical psychology. I hear patients say, why does the doctor give me a prescription? Why can't the doctor tell me, oh, these are your options? You know, which one do you prefer, right? So presenting options and recommendations about how they can tackle a certain query, a problem, whatever it is, that usually makes a difference. So typically if there are 4 or 5 journals, a simple example, let them pick out which journal of these 4 or 5 they want to give a shot to. If it's Lancet, it's Lancet. It's okay, you know, let them give it a shot. So these are the kind of ways I suppose supporting students really helps. From a faculty perspective, and this is really close to my heart because I do a lot of self-care workshops and through the TechIP program and through the CEP program in IIT Hyderabad, where we look at, you know, improving faculty wellness. Something that, you know, every time I interact with hundreds of faculty over the last how many ever years, is that a lot of them are very concerned about what their colleagues think of them. You're you hold your cards very close to your chest. We're always so scared. You know, there's a gender issue as well. I mean, to be a woman in a fairly powerful position as a head or even as a professor, as a dean, any decisional authority, is not easy. So there is a lot of a gender divide over there that I see in academia. People think it's a cushy job. It is not at all a cushy job. So there is also that. And one thing that I've noticed is that we are not taught many basic skills. Think about it. Have we all been taught administrative skills? But we all have to do admin, right? I mean, I cannot imagine the number of papers I have to sign on when I apply for any kind of grant. Similarly, the same thing with compassion and self-care skills. I don't think that a lot of us are even taught that basic skill of how to talk to each other, how to show compassion, how to take care of ourselves. So something that we've worked intermittently on, I mean, I think also faculty are a harder group to reach. You know, students are far more willing and open for these kind of conversations, and I'm sorry, I will run out by just a minute. One is that all the stuff that you see on your left-hand side are all important things. I had at one point had a conversation with Sunshine as well that, you know, if we have a mentor or buddy program for the students, can we have a buddy program for the faculty as well, right? And that is a conversation we're currently having with admin. To look into, you know, how can we help more senior faculty support a younger faculty. You know, why? Because in the UK, at least I know the UK programs because my pedigree is from there, you have a line manager, so you have an assistant professor who's got a senior associate or a professor who has regular meetings with them, just to explore and understand where they are at with their career, but also just generally having a conversation. So a buddy program like that might be pretty beneficial even in India. Another thing that, you know, I have worked intermittently on, and I know that my other colleague Ganesh has worked a lot in this space, is how do we communicate and train for empathy? Just 3 skills are really important. So when you go back to your colleges, if you can do your reading around it, or you can just get yourself a little trained and then train other faculty, active listening, observing, and asking questions. Asking questions like, how is your day, is much better than, was your day good? So simple things like that really make a big difference. But the one that I would like you to quickly focus on is to think really seriously about self-care skills, right? A really big way to overcome barriers and stigma is to look inward, actually. A lot of stigma is in internalized dialogue. And that was the second part about the last panel I was going to kind of ask, is how are each of these programs really talking about the negative self-talk we all engage in? You know, when you get a desk reject from a journal, the first thing is, what have I done wrong? Right? Not what has the journal done wrong. And I will tell you that most of our papers get rejected because of micro-racism, but we never talk about it, we never admit it, we don't challenge it, right? So it's really important to first challenge your own negative self-talk so that then you learn the act of challenging others. Post-colonial, you know, negative, you know, landslides. Slowing down, I know it's very idealistic. It's not easy to slow down, and if Professor Padmaja over here knows me from many, many years, and she'll vouch that I've never slowed down. But I learned the art of slowing down about 4 or 5 years ago. Life forced me to slow down, so I did. But slowing down is an art, and I wish I had slowed down in my 20s. I think I would have had a lot more fun in my life if I did that. Being physically active, I don't see many faculty who are physically active. Inter-IIT sports, so few faculty get represented. Being able to exercise is a fantastic shortcut to our well-being. It releases all the right hormones, and I'm not saying it only because I'm a health psychologist, but it's something that I think it's really important, and you should go back to your colleges and ask those questions. How do we get our faculty to move a bit more? Breathing and body work is something, another thing that we advocate for. It's important, I feel, that you just kind of do some breathing. Like box breathing is a very simple technique for nervous system regulation. What does that really mean is that we feel so much of stress throughout our lives. There's a student who doesn't listen to us. There's another one who's constantly flunking their exams. You're concerned about, what's going on at home because we can't exactly say no to our personal life just because we're at work. There's so much stress that we take on, especially like just by looking at the audience over here. We're all in our 40s and our 50s. It's like the hardest time of life hits you when you're in your 40s and your 50s. And so if we could learn to breathe, just go, through the day, it really does make a difference. And I'll end on this small little anecdote, yeah? I taught my little 5-year-old kid to breathe, okay? Because she gets very nervous very quickly, and she gets angry as well. So I had to teach her how to breathe. I'd be like, her name is Akira, so I'd be like, Akira, can we just take a pause and breathe? Let's just do the take 5, it's called. So you breathe in, you breathe out, you breathe in, you breathe out. So what happens is you're also touching yourself. So you're giving yourself that sense of safety, and you're regulating your breath, so that automatically reduces cortisol levels. And then one day, her friend came, and Akira got angry again. And I said, Akira, let's stop and let's start breathing. And I said that in front of her friend. And her friend came to me very seriously, this little 5-year-old kid, and said, Auntie, what, Akira doesn't know how to breathe? And she genuinely believed it. So yeah, and then I smiled and I said, maybe she knows how to breathe, but maybe not the right way. So yeah, we all know how to breathe. We just need to learn how to make breath work for us, right? And not the other way around. So just some ideas I've thrown out over there. Take it or leave it. And if you have any questions, for sure, you should be asking later. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mahadi. You can take a seat. So I now request Dr. Shantanu to please share his thoughts, particularly on how faculty mental health initiatives connect with improved outcome in their students. So sir will be talking more about the practical applications and his experiences about this particular topic. Over to you, Dr. Shantanu. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon. And thank you, IIT Hyderabad, for organizing this. And also thanks to Ministry of Education for inviting. So the entire panel that was going on since the morning, I'm the only one who is representing you all, in the sense that I'm neither a psychologist nor a psychiatrist. I'm a teacher like you, and I feel for students, their mental health and their well-being. So that's my kind of introduction that you can have. For Yukti, I know I'm wearing a red colored shirt today, so the blue card that you told you'll be showing, I cannot see because I'm a colorblind. So, as I said that I'll be talking on some practical aspects. I'll not use the terms that we use, that we are hearing, these difficult terms. They are very important, I'm not denying them. But we undergo through a lot of conflicts. Last night, I was preparing preparing questions for mid-sem exam. It is coming, you know that you all have to prepare, but I know things can come, so I was a little worried about it, and I started working on it. And of course, as a teacher, I prepare hard questions. I want to test my students, okay? And the students will be struggling with these questions. They will feel sad, they may cry, they may write hard WhatsApp texts or emails to me. And as a teacher, I enjoy this because I know this is what my job is. In contrary, after maybe 2-3 days after I reach back to IIT Kanpur, as the head counseling service, I have to send an email. I generally send it to all students before any exam that, hey, this is just an exam, don't worry, accept your failures. You see the conflict? And this conflict goes on each and every day in the classroom. Each and every day when you supervise a student, you ask the student, don't worry, run the experiment. I will see. I don't know whether I can get the student a postdoc. I don't have any power to call a director or a vice chancellor, sir, ye mera student hai, isko thoda naukri de dijiye. No, that's not my job. I cannot do it. And please understand the students who are spending their golden time in their life. An undergraduate student, 20 plus minus 2 years. A PhD student, 25 plus minus 3-4 years. Now at the same time, because we receive salary from the ministry, after 7th pay commission, it's pretty healthy. So we cannot give excuse. We cannot say, okay, it's your problem. We also have to find a solution. That's our job. And the solution becomes easier for the teachers because we are on the other side and we must tell ourselves a professional, because the students whom we are teaching, whom we are training, they are experiencing a learning curve. If we go into that mode, then it's very easy. Our aim is, yes, we start from here, end there. Of course, that's a positive axis, but it's not an exponential line or it's not a straight line. There should be ups and downs. So this failing in the exam, giving hard questions, don't feel guilty. I give hard questions and I want students to cry because this is their training, okay? That's very, very important. And it is also very important that this is the time in the university, you create an environment in your classroom, in your laboratory, and if you're an administrator, in your area, that create an environment where students are allowed to do mistakes. Don't always judge them. Your PhD student, you know from other students, there is always a student in the group, he'll try to be very close to you. Sir, mujhe pata hai, wo na udhar gaye the kal ek ladki ke saath. Okay, and then you are worried. Arey, he's in a relationship, so he will not come to my lab, he will not run experiments, he will give excuses. Don't do that. They are adults, okay? They have their own life, and let them lead their life. At the very beginning, you set the rule. You're doing a job here, you're doing a PhD, you work here, this is your time, this is what I want, set a deadline, and if the student doesn't meet it, it's okay. We also not always can meet the deadline, okay? We always get reminder emails. I got 2 reminder emails that I did not fulfill, okay, this morning. So it's very important that you understand them, let them do mistakes, because this is the environment where they are allowed to do mistakes. In the hostels, you don't go to their room and see what posters they have in their wall. That's not your job. Let them do the mistakes. Let them learn, okay? Let them accept no. And this is very important. They are allowed to be sad. If a student fails in an exam, he or she is allowed to be sad. He should feel depressed. If a student is a relationship problem going on, he had a breakup, let him suffer through this. I may creating some controversy, but it is important because he or she is in an environment where he is guided. We always complain, particularly at IITs when students come through JEE, ये parents लोग इसको एक cocoon में रखते हैं और यहाँ छोड़ देते हैं, इसको कुछ पता नहीं. Aren't we doing the same thing by trying to guiding them? Let them be adults. So they were boys and girls. In this time, they will become man and woman. So when they will go outside to their professional life, it's important that they already have done these mistakes. They know they should not do that. Otherwise, they will do it again. Okay? So the bottom line is, I think Priyanka told that, Mrs. Voda told that it's okay not to be okay. Okay? So that doesn't mean that you are allowing them to flow. Of course, substance abuse is a serious problem. Okay? Then harming, self-harm. We always talk about suicide, but there is, psychiatrists would know that there is a huge spectra from self-harm to attempt, and that probably includes anything. You're skipping your breakfast, you're not sleeping well, you're scratching your hand, you're hitting your head on the wall, to attempt to suicide. All these things happen. These are the things that you need to take care. So at the end, there are some slides that I would like to show you. And it's also important that you separate the students, the problems of undergraduate students and problem of PhD and master students are completely different. Please do not homogenize them. Okay, so because I have to speak on something and give you some messages from the practical aspects. So over time at IIT Kanpur, we have a counseling service which is running for more than 50 years. That's the oldest counseling service in India. And I'm very privileged to work over it for last couple of years. And I always talk to psychiatrists and experts and also students. And here is very, very important. As I said, treat the students as adults. So you involve students in the decision making, be it is your class or be it is your laboratory, that which instrument you should buy, which direction you should research. You take the students, he or she will be very, very open to you. All these worries will go. He will tell or she will tell and approach you. He will be a good assistant for you. Someone is telling that faculties are stressed. Faculties also complain, okay? So if you make a good team within yourselves, and for that you need trust. So what I was talking about, so some very common symptoms that we figured out and we circulated with our faculty at IIT Kanpur. I'm not going to read them all or explain it all. I request you, if you like them, you can take photographs and you can check it. So there are safety risk indicators. So this is where you should be really, really alarmed. That a student, you know, is very good, but all of a sudden he or she is showing inappropriate anger, hostility. He started stalking someone, harassing someone, etc., etc. Then, of course, there are academic indicators. A good student, all of the students that we get, they are selected students. So when their academic performance suddenly it goes down, that's something that you need to work on that, okay? So they don't come to the lab, they don't come to the class. If continuously they are not coming, just make a call and then see what he or she is doing. Okay, so they also write different contents in the social media, ideation of suicides, etc., etc. Then, of course, there are some physical indicators. So hygienity, they don't maintain. They don't cut their hairs. Then they don't sleep, or you see always them tired, and so on. Of course, they slowly get into intoxication. You can smell alcohol if you go closer to them, and they also start doing self-harm. And then there are some psychological indicators that all the psychologists and psychiatrists who are here, they talked about it. And I think that's something that is actually also in our poster. So that's more or less we provide our faculty members as kind of a community training. What is most important that, again, not to be non-judgmental. So ask very open questions. And eventually to understand none of us are neither counselors nor psychologists. Most of us deal with different things. So the final advice is to refer the students to the counselor or a psychiatrist. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shantanu. Can you take a seat, please? Thank you so much. So in this truncated panel discussion, I think Sir will talk about the KPIs tomorrow, so that people, they do remain tomorrow. They don't go off sightseeing in Hyderabad. So they have to be here tomorrow.
There are workshops.
That's why I'm saying, no, they should have some reason to stay back. So I think Dr. Mahathi, she did talk about, the concepts of skill development and the need for training, particularly in faculty members. We talk about soft skill training, but how often we do practice and implement at various levels, at the level of departments, at the level of faculty. You have faculty clubs. I'm sure you must be having faculty clubs. So how much and how often we talk about all those things. And then Dr. Shantanu talked about non-judgmental environment, which is very, very important, building up team. And he did touch upon some very sensitive points in terms of indicators regarding self-harm and self-injurious behavior. So I'll take questions from this perspective only.
Okay,
so one question has come from the participants. This is to both of you. I think maybe Dr. Shantanu can take first, then Dr. Mahathi. They say that IITians are indulging into a lot of self-harm behavior. I'm not using the word suicide because talking about suicide does create a lot of taboo and stigma still these days.
Correct.
But still they engage, and as I said, it's not always suicide. People engaging into self-harm, self-injurious behaviors. Now we call this is called non-suicidal self-injurious behaviors.
Correct.
So this is a new term which has been coming in the scientific literature.
Yes.
So what do you think, why this is increasing in IT particularly, and what to do to prevent it? Dr. Shantanu.
Hello. Yeah. So I certainly have no answer on how to prevent it. I don't have any easy remedy, but that we have to keep trying. That's
Thoughts.
Only thoughts and practice and learn from each other. Now, yes, suicide is always taking an attention, always. And the way I look at suicide is not no one commits suicide to kill himself or herself. That's very obvious. They commit suicide because they are undergoing through some pains and they want to get rid of this pain. And they think that killing himself or herself is the only option to get rid of this pain. Now, that is one extreme. So one thing, we have 10,000 students, and this attempt is, I wouldn't say very common, but it's not uncommon. So one thing, of course, counselors take care of them, but if I get to talk to them, I simply tell, yes, if you are gone, but your pain still stays here, because they're mostly technical students, so I explain them that like conservation of law, pain is also conserved. You give the pain to your teachers, you give the pain to your family members, you give the pain to your parents and others. So that's one end, and then this pain itself has a different magnitude, okay? So that starts from self-harm to a different level. And this, it's not only self-harm, it's also harming others, stalking others, harassing others, creating fake profiles, spreading rumors. All these things are connected in different resolution, different magnitude, and in different dimension. Honestly, we don't know how to solve it, but I see it's not my domain, but because I work with this, so I read papers, psychiatrists or neurologists, they are working hard on this. But we are yet to get some concrete proof or data. I hope one day it will come. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shantanu. Now, next question to Dr. Mahathi, particularly, it's a very interesting question. We always talk of, a generation gap, and this generation gap has led to this concept of Gen Z. Now, when Gen Z is like, you can define as per your own convenience. So what do you think, because most of the time faculty, they are not able to relate with the Gen Z's perspective about day-to-day things, day-to-day problems. So how do you think a faculty can, or how can a faculty develop a perspective or not to tackle with Gen Z?
love this question because
That's why it's given to you.
I didn't open it for both of you. This was specifically for you.
Oh, really? No, I love it because only just a couple of days ago, I go for this certain class, and my buddy was a 20-something-year-old girl, and we were both attempting something that was very difficult. And then when we were talking, I told her my kids, and she said, how old are they? I said, 11 and 7. She said, my God, I thought you said toddlers. I said, no, I'm older. I'm 40 plus. And then she said, oh, you're so inspirational. So I realized that I'm not cool any longer. I'm just inspirational now, I've gone to the other side. And when people talk about research of the elderly, they say 40 plus. And I'm like, oh, okay. So yeah, but you are right. There is definitely, now I sense a huge generational gap between the language I speak or the examples I take and what the students, they don't even relate to these examples any longer. One way in which, my children have beat it out of me and made me understand is we just need to accept that it is going to be different. We are going to have generational differences. One is that just leaning into that acceptance. The other thing is put some perspective. What we did, our parents didn't like, right? There was a generational gap there as well, but it was right for us then, right? So like basically knowing how to use a mobile phone has come to our advantage now. I mean, imagine if my parents didn't let me have a mobile altogether, So little things like that, I think we need to kind of gain our own perspective. We need to accept that there's going to be a difference. But as provocative as Shantanu's talk has been, he is also right in the fact that maybe it's okay for us to say it's not okay. Some of the things I'm drawing the line over here. So I think boundary setting really falls on our shoulder. It's unpleasant, but that is also something we need to focus on.
Thank you. I'm sure teachers didn't have to feel bad with these generational differences. That doesn't mean that you are old. So you're not old just because you have a difference of opinion and generational differences. So I think one last question, if
yes, please, last question.
So this is more of a policy-related question. Joint Secretary Ma'am is sitting over here. So this is to both of you. I think maybe Shantanu can take first, then followed by Dr. Murthy. Some people are asking how can NEP 2020 utilizes, or it can utilize, it can be utilized to reduce pressure on exam-centric assessments. Like again, this is a very thought-provocative question because a lot of work needs to be done. A lot of like brainstorming has to be done on this. Now our government is also talking about skill-based assessments rather than exam-centric assessments. So what are your thoughts on this, Dr. Shantanu, please?
Okay, so. At some level, I was involved with NEP, very, very lower level when we were building things at IIT Kanpur. And we were very clear that we don't want the evaluation to be exam-centric. And I think it is also true mostly for all IITs, ISERs, and other places, that it's not just the 2 exams. And you see, slowly we are actually moving out from exam-centric. It is a culture, and to change it will take time. So initially, we had part 1, part 2, only 2 exams in your bachelor's and so on. Then we started semester program. And I must tell you that IIT Kanpur is the first in India who started semester program. And now, semester program, there is only one end-sem exam. Then came mid-sem and end-sem. And now we have, at IIT Kanpur at least, to reduce the exam stress, we actually make it continuous evaluation. So mid-sem and end-sem actually have only 30% or 40% of the entire course weightage. And rest of the time, they undergo very minor exams. And that actually created a very funny joke about IIT Kanpur, that in IIT Kanpur, बच्चे exam के 2 दिन पहले पढ़ाई करते हैं. What is not told that at IIT Kanpur, every 2 days, you have one exam. So be it minor or, it's minor exam, just simple test. Maybe what I taught in the last 2 days, I'll ask some questions, maybe 10 marks. So that helps students in many different ways. So during the exam, exam stress is extremely important. So students just cannot, he's prepared very well, okay? And then he just cannot give exam. He could not come to the exam hall. But then he would lose only maybe 10%. But rest of the time he is fine. And that also gives them a training that how to, because when you go to corporate life or everywhere, you have to, again, I repeat always that this is a learning curve, this is a training, so better you prepare yourself. It's a hard life, but exam stress, yes, this is the way, at least at IIT Kanpur, we figured out to reduce it. And I think I did not read the final document of NEP, but I read the draft versions. There are actually provisions of continuous evaluation, if I understand correctly, sir.
Oh, I don't have much more to add than what Shantanu has already said. So, yeah.
So basically, as you rightly said, NEP talks about have an education system where we lay emphasis more on critical thinking, high order thinking, continuous formative assessment instead of this current system of summative assessment. So you appear in one examination, if you have got 6 pointer or A grader, then you are okay, otherwise you are very bad. So, but NEP recommends for whole transformation in terms of evaluation, assessment and evaluation of the students right from the school level up to the higher education system. So now it is up to the, the fraternity of higher education ecosystem to devise and develop how they are going to evolution and assessment of the students at various stages. And in this regard, you must have heard about this National Credit Framework, which basically provides a framework for creditization of all type of learning, whether you are spending time in the classroom, you are doing some project work, you are participating in any sports activity, or you are doing some, you have some experiential learning. So NCRF provides a framework where all type of learning acquired by the students, that will be creditized and that will be adequately assessed by the appropriate assessing authority. And that way, this whole assessment mechanism has to be integrated into the education system. And that way, this pressure of one examination, performing in one particular examination, that will vanish. So that is the basic philosophy of NEP.
Thanks, Devendra sir. I think that was very valuable addition to helping a lot of de-stressing also. No, I have two thoughts. One was for the last panel and you also, because otherwise we might all forget it on this note. Shantanu, I had a question for you. More of a philosophical one or maybe a metaphor. It also recalls two cases only in the last month. You know the numbers that have happened only in October. IITs. So, at least two of them are relevant to what you both were talking. Safety risk indicators recognize and respond. Institutional responsibility. If the response happens to be getting a defensive response from the person, either a student or a faculty, whoever is within the framework of a risky pattern of behavior, right? What do you do then? Let them suffer? Second, in both such cases, the response was, okay, let them suffer. And in both cases, the parents are up against the institute now because the child has gone. So we let them be the way they are, or we respond in a manner which requires a little protocol or SOPs to be developed now as learning lessons, because every case is a learning lesson for the institute. Or do we leave it at the nature's response? Because there's slightly a caveat also involved over here for the future. Because now even courts are taking a little bit more strict approach to why the response was not taken at the right time in the right manner by the right people. So are we learning these lessons?
So may I? Okay. So my apologies if I made a kind of miscommunication. So when I said let them suffer is in a different way. It's let them suffer with their exam, let them suffer with their learning process, let them suffer because they have to be, exactly, I always say that a boy has to be a man, a girl has to be a woman, and they have to be okay, fit to take the heat of the actual world, the cruel world. But not in these cases, sir. So that's why at the end I showed that these are the alarms. And if you see any of this, you just cannot say let them suffer. This is where we have to do that. Now, I don't want to go to the very particular case of IIT Kanpur, but we are very proud with the fact that till date there was no such mishaps where we were aware of this. So it's very important that we know about it. The counseling service, the institute administration, the head counseling service should know. I mean, I'm suffering through mental health, but I think I don't want to go. So all the stigma, taboo that we are talking about, it originates from there, sir. That's one. Second is there are some laws, these mental health laws, and it's law, so I cannot say bad, but it is allowed to someone if someone knows he is sick or she is sick, but if he doesn't want to go to the doctor, one cannot force him or her. Even you cannot force him or her to take the medicines, prescribed medicines. So I believe there are some laws. I read this 2017 Act or something like that. So, but that is too far. None of this happened, at least to my knowledge. But this is something that is still in a very gray area, in my opinion. And what is also important that we probably have to work more on that. Thank you.
Just a small, observance to what Shantanu has said. Again, when a person is suffering, I have come to know that the person is suffering, I have to respond. No law stops you from not responding to when it is required the most. So, no, it's not about informing. You have to respond. You have to respond. It is not about passing. We are not like a law enforcement agency just passing on the buck from
what the parents might do.
Yeah.
I'm telling you about the case. What the parents might do, they'll tell you that you created that situation for my child. There's a real case happening in Haryana.
Yeah.
With the university. So then informing parents may not be enough. So if nobody knew the answers, we are all learning.
So I think Shantanu, we can have an
universally.
I think we'll leave it like it over here, because right now we are more about creating awareness rather than going into the hassles of caveats in the law. So with this note, I would like to, yeah. That's what. That's the bottom line.
Correct.
So anyhow, with these provocative notes, I would like to call this an end. I'll request the organizers to take over from here. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I would request Nishant sir to kindly felicitate Murthy ma'am and Shantanu sir. Thank you so much, Murthy ma'am and Shantanu sir, for such a beautiful session. Thank you, Nishant sir, for moderating it so well. Now we open for our tea break. After the tea, the students will go for a workshop with Geeta ma'am. The volunteers will be there to navigate the way. Okay? Thank you. And we'll be back in another session in another 15 minutes, 1-5. Okay. Bye.
If any student is sitting here, I request them to please proceed for the workshop that is specifically for students. You can take the stairs and take the first left. That is where the workshop is happening. So if there's any student sitting here in the audience, please proceed for the workshop. Thank you. Also, to all those sittings, I would request you to please occupy the front seats because one of the panelists has some activity, so it will help her if everybody is sitting in the front rows. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. The next symposium, Early Identification and Intervention of Psychological Concerns, will highlight strategies for identifying mental health concerns early and effectively intervening. This is crucial to building resilient educational spaces. Please welcome our panelist and moderator. Our moderator for this symposium will be Dr. Amrita Dev, Professor, Department of Liberal Arts, IIT Hyderabad. And the panelists are Ms. Ila Sinha, Head, Counseling Life Skills and Mental Health, ODM Group of Educational Institutions, Ranchi, Dr. Sunaina Swain, Assistant Professor in Charge, Counseling Center, TISS Hyderabad, and Dr. Nida Fatima Hazari, Lifestyle Nutrition and Wellness Expert, Hyderabad. Our moderator, Dr. Amrita Dev, is currently an Associate Professor of Psychology in the Department of Liberal Arts at IIT Hyderabad. She is interested in clinical psychology and positive psychology research, specifically in the domains of mental health and resilience. Her work primarily involves around the ability of individuals to adapt to life transitions and the challenges that they bring. This involves the identification of risk and protective factors and resilience processes that eventually lead to resilient outcomes through quantitative and qualitative methods.
Let's move on to our panelists. We first have Ms. Ila Sinha. Ms. Ila Sinha is the Head of Counseling and Life Skills in ODM Institutes of Educational Group, Jharkhand and Odisha. In her pursuit to make a difference to their lives, she has brought a thought leader and beacon of guidance for many children in coal mine areas of Ramgarh, Kudju, and Palamu in Jharkhand. As a CBSE master trainer, she has worked towards psychological well-being of students. Being the core committee of life skills, POSCO manuals, she intends to equip and empower the future of tomorrow with gladiator skills and resilience and self-awareness. Next, we have Dr. Sunaina Swain. Dr. Sunaina has a PhD in psychology from University of Hyderabad. She is the recipient of the Indian Council of Medical Research Fellowship during her PhD program. She is also a counseling psychologist by training. Currently, she works with the School of Gender and Livelihoods at the Hyderabad campus as an associate assistant professor. She is also the chairperson of Office of Students Affairs and coordinator of the Counseling Center. She coordinates the doctoral program in Women's Studies and the Center for Training and Capacity Building. She has published articles in national and international journals on a wide range of topics such as health communication, counseling psychology, gender and physiology, and other social issues like farmer suicide and many more. And last but not the least, Dr. Nida Fatima Hazari. Dr. Nida Fatima Hazari is an expert in nutrition and psychology, holding a doctorate in food and nutrition from the prestigious Professor Jai Shankar Telangana State Agricultural University, along with a certification in psychology from Oxford University and a PG diploma in counseling psychology. As a gold medalist and a qualified nutritionist, Dr. Nida excels in demystifying complex nutritional concepts and applying scientific principles to food and health. Among her notable achievements is the creation of a 2D animated film on nutrition, health, hygiene, and tailored for rural women in both English and Telugu. Dr. Nida has conducted numerous workshops for children and has published in journals and newspapers. In addition to her role as a nutrition consultant at Hyderabad Public School, where she is affectionately known as the food doc by students, she runs her private practice, Nutrition and Beyond, addressing health needs across all age groups.
Just to remind all the panelists that each panelist will get 10 minutes and you will be shown a blue card at 8 minutes so that you can wind up your talk in the coming 2 minutes. And ma'am will be sitting here to show you the blue card. Amrita ma'am, you can please take over. Thank you.
And we have a total of 30 minutes at least? Okay. Okay. Thank you to the audience for joining us after such a long day. And thank you also to the panelists for making it here, despite it being a weekend. And let us get to the topic straight away. So the topic for our session is early identification and intervention of psychosocial concerns. So the term psychosocial concerns, although many terms in psychology have become a part of our everyday conversations, but some words are not really understood the way psychologists understand it. So let's begin with an understanding of what is meant by psychosocial concerns. So for several outcomes in life, there are a lot of contributing factors, and many of these factors can be either psychological or social in nature. For instance, if you look at an experience like emotional abuse, that might be a psychological concern for mental health professional. Whereas if you look at concerns such as housing problems or financial problems, those would come more under sociological concerns. Many issues that we face in our lives on a day-to-day basis are a combination of both psychological as well as social concerns. And this session is mostly about identification. How can early identification help us? Two of the panelists will be talking about some signs, some physical signs, some psychological signs that we should be able to identify, provided the information they have given us, they are about to give us, and how that early identification can help us avoid these problems from becoming bigger and more serious. Now, if you think of concerns, even if there are medical concerns that we happen to encounter, many of us wouldn't approach a medical professional at the first sign of a concern. For instance, if we have a headache, not many of us are going to go to a doctor that same day itself. Perhaps we will wait for the problem to reoccur or for the problem to get more serious. If we use the same analogy for psychological concerns, there are several concerns also that we are able to solve by ourselves or with a little bit of help and discussion from friends and family. For instance, the anxiety students experience before exams or before an important job interview. These are concerns that trouble us. We feel distressed, but we are mostly able to resolve them by ourselves by talking to friends and family or from the experiences that people share with us. But when is the time for us to understand that this is beyond our capacity to resolve and approach a professional? So these are some of the things that we will be covering. And with that, I call our first speaker, our first panelist, Ila, to tell us about her topic.
Okay, good evening, esteemed guests. A big salute to Ministry of Education and IIT Hyderabad for organizing an event for the sake of saving the child. So thank you so much. That is the objective. I'll start the panel discussion with one activity. I request all of you to please, those who are sitting at the back, please occupy the front seats quickly. Help me in my 8 minutes. Please be quick. We have one activity. I request all of you to please stand up. Thank you. And as you can see, my topic, so here we are celebrating, we intend to establish mind space and celebrating fitness domains. So I request all of you to please stand up. Thank you. I hope we are all in pairs. I have one more activity. Ready? So this activity is, you are the paper. So you will be this paper for next 2 moments. You'll be this paper. So whatever this paper is doing, you have to do. Let's start. Hands up. You are the paper. You don't have to hold the paper. You are the paper. Jump one. Forward, backwards, forward, backwards, sideways, sideways. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry? Couldn't hear. Okay. Yes, that I got a discount. So my time starts now. Thank you so much for following the instructions. So as you can see, mind, body, and soul. So we are here to address the soul of the child and save the child. So I am highly influenced by NAP 2020 because बहुत सारी workshops हुई हैं हमारी and we have been grilled कि कोई lecture mode नहीं होना चाहिए. So you have to do it if you want to learn. So learning by doing. So that's what we did. We did exercises, right? One exercise we did. So which hormone was released? The mood stabilizer. Yes. Thank you, sir. So endorphin stabilizes your mood. The same way you are going to take away this activity in your classes, right? So whatever you're learning here, you're going to take it to your class. Firstly, learning by doing. Second is your, make the students do some activities and thereby creating mind spaces. So when I say mind space, I mean few conscious thoughts. For that, I'm taking you to one activity. This activity is called as teleportation through transportation. So what we are going to do, I hope we are all sitting in pairs. Quickly, in a moment, take out your mobiles, please. Open up the gallery. Please be quick. I have 8 minutes. Take out your mobile. Ma'am, request you to please come and accompany ma'am. We are sitting in pairs. Please give a company to Acha, okay, you're doing something. So open up your mobile. I want you to go to your gallery quickly. Are you there in your gallery? Raise your hand. Gallery. Pick up one photo quickly and share it with the person next to you that this is my fondest memory. Quickly. Ma'am, hands down, please. Any picture which is your fondest memory. Any picture which clicks, oh, that was my aha moment. Share it with the person who is sitting next to you. You have 1 moment. So are you doing? Please sit in pair. I have one key message. Have we done? Show me thumbs up once you're done. second mind space you have created? Show me thumbs up if you have created a mind space. I'll explain you why and what. Are we done with sharing? Show me thumbs up. All of you. So quick. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'm not looking good. I'm not good enough. Oh, what he or she is going to say about me? I was rejected several times. My project was rejected. I request you to, all of you, to please keep your mobiles down. Listen to me. Thank you. So I am not looking good. I'm a waste. I'm nothing. 70% of 70,000 thoughts which are created by a human being, they are repetitive and they are negative. And adolescence में क्या हाल होता होगा वो तो अलग ही बात है, right? At the time is an upheaval, emotional, physical. So out of these 70,000 thoughts which are being created, they are negative. So as a facilitator, as a teacher, our role is to create that mind space. And that's why this topic is very relevant to us. It's my 18th year of being in education. I'm an educator. So I can make connection to each one of the child who is sitting in my class. So that's why the role of a teacher is a focal point. NEP says that teacher is a focal point. What is the focal point? Focal point is you're being given a legal responsibility that you have to nurture the child, not only physically, but psychological well-being of the child as well. And that is why it is very important for us, mathematics, chemistry, physics, biology, all subjects together, they are taught, no break. So please use these mind spaces, that is conscious thoughts, and take this to your classroom. So as you can see, we are all trapped. Please raise your hand if you are not trapped in your mind. Few of you only. But most of the time we are trapped. 76% once this poll was done. So it indicated that 76% of the respondents, they were stuck in a relationship. They were stuck in the routine work. They were stuck in some kind of, some thought process. They were not happy. And this is the reality. There is no one on this earth whose life is bereft of challenges. Agar hai to aap haath uthaiye. Is there anybody whose life is bereft of any challenge? No one. Every single day we have rejections. Every single day we have challenges. Agree? So in this race, as Geeta ma'am rightly mentioned, we are in a race. Rejections, fears, anger. So we are in a trap. And kaun nikalega? Nobody else is going to come. Only we. Through many activities which we have to do. We have to initiate for ourselves. So you can see the question is, how aware are we of our mind space? And how aware are we of our ability to control that? So you can see we are all trapped because of echoes of our past experiences or future considerations. We are not in present. Oh, I was rejected. Oh, I have to do this work. I have my to-do list. Future considerations or past echoes, failures, rejections. अच्छा मैंने ऐसा किया सेशन में, अच्छा मैंने ऐसा बोला उसको, right? We are trapped. And here jumps in हमारे stress. Stress hormones are released, cortisols. Inflammation happens. After inflammations, many other diseases, they jump in. And that's a fact. Now, how to go about it? How to take this forward to the students? Because this workshop, we are doing it for the students, to take care of the psychological well-being of the child. So nobody is going to come. We are the focal points who will teach that, Bacha, you will be thrown out and you will bite dust every single time. But you have to rise every single time, and the spirit of gladiator will be taught by the teacher. Because you are the focal point. So please help the child to create this mind shield, but use this mind space as a mind shield. And as you can see, hello, Malin. So this is learning new skills. So one of the ways which I just taught you, that exercise or meditation or learning a new skill, it creates few factors by which our brain becomes happier than ever. So let's do one exercise. This was taught to me by a Buddhist monk. I want all of you, I have 2 minutes, all of you to please close your eyes. Come along with me to Leh. This was taught to me by a Buddhist monk. So I'm transferring this meditation to you. Please do it daily in morning. I do it and I find myself calmer than ever. I request you, all of you, to please do this cleansing exercise and please take this forward to your classes. I'm equipping you. I request all of you to please close your eyes. Come on a rock on Leh. Just put your right hand on your heart. Put your right hand on your heart and your left hand on your belly. Now listen to me what I'm saying and just watch your breathe. Just watch your breathe. Going in, visualize it, going out. Going in, going out. And listen to me what I'm saying. Meditation is to center yourself, finding new perspective. Finding new perspective. Now just imagine my last sentence of my session. I use the analogy of a room with a lot of stuff. Just imagine that you are inside your mind. I use the analogy of a room with lots of stuff that looks very cluttered and full. Imagine that you are in a room, stuffed. Your mind is a room, eyes closed. Imagine that your mind is full and cluttered. Anger, annoyance, to-do list, rejections, fears. Eyes closed, please. But now, I'm going to clean my mind. And organizing the space is creating within the same size room and contents. When I'm organizing now, please broom out the cluttered things. Throw it in dustbin. Please visualize. Now, when my mind is organized, space is created within the same size room and contents. I have cleansed my mind. Last time, just watch your breathe. Feel it on your palm. Breathe in. Breathe out. You can open your eyes, rub your hands, put on your face. Thank you so much. I hope these 3 things you will take in your classes. My time is over. Thank you so much for creating your mind spaces. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation and for introducing us to the concept of mind spaces. Also, you're one of the few instructors who has encouraged mobile phone usage in class, so I think we'll remember you for that. Yes. I'm sure there might be questions from the audience as well, but perhaps we should leave it for the end. That's okay? Okay. Okay. Now, I would like to call our next panelist, Dr. Sunena.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you to IIT Hyderabad, and big thanks to Ministry of Education for taking up the mental well-being of students and faculty and academicians into the consideration. And NEP, I guess, is giving a very big push to mental well-being of students. So while I was coming for this conclave, I realized that Yukti had not been able to access my PPT. And for the last 3.5 hours, I've been trying to get access to this PPT. Finally, it happened. Thanks to the delay of the previous sessions that it has finally happened. Yeah. All right. So there is nothing new that I'm going to talk about that you haven't already heard. And in fact, at this point of time, I was hoping that there would be students over here with whom we can connect and relate. But then it has become an echo chamber now, where what I'm going to say, most of you already know about it. There's nothing new that I can add to it. It would be like preaching to the choir. Not that I was going to preach or anything. But my topic that was given to me was about resilience and stress mitigation approaches. All of us have talked about or heard about stress and how stress is harmful and how stress can be detrimental to our development, not only for adults or adolescents, but also for children as well. But is stress really bad? I'm going to spend a couple of minutes on that, and then I'll go on to talking about resilience a bit. And instead of taking you through an academic lecture of what resilience is, what are the different models of resilience, what I'm going to share is, or what I would like to share is, few techniques that I myself use and I also use for my students at my university, at my institute. So that's what I'm hoping to achieve in the next 8 to 10 minutes. And a big thanks to all of you for staying back, and please bear with me. This is much better than my freestyle, which I was going to do without the PPT. So all of you are lucky about it. Yeah. Stress, defined as a worry of mind, stress, tension that we all have. And sometimes what happens is when we encounter a situation which exceeds the resources that we have, that is what creates stress in us, isn't it? It's a natural human response. There is nobody on this earth, perhaps, who has not undergone stress. In fact, the monks or the ascetics or the sannyasis that we are talking about, now I understand in my age why people become sannyas, why people take sannyas. Because the stress is too much, they think that running away or going away from this material world is the best way to deal with stress. But not everyone has the privilege of going up to the Himalayas. Everyone experiences stress to some degree or the other at different levels actually, and on a daily basis that too. I was stressed when I was coming here and Yukti mentioned that she didn't have access to my PPT. I was thinking, do I really have to freestyle and will people be able to follow? And because I'm a teacher, I can ramble on for hours and hours. So we all run the risk of doing that, though I think secretly we take pride in that also, that we can talk on anything and everything. But what differentiates us is the way we respond to stress. Do we all respond to stress the same way? No, not really. So I had a school friend of mine who was when we were in 8th, 9th and 10th, before every exam, her forehead would be filled with pimples. And on the last day of the exam, like a miracle, like somebody has waved a magic wand on her face, pimples will go away. Every single year, every half-yearly exam, annual exam, we saw that happening. Which now, very late in life, I understood that it was a reaction to the stress and anxiety of having to write an exam. She was a very good student. But that stress was very much visible on her face. And that's what Professor Dev was also talking about earlier when we talk about psychosocial. So stress is not just in our minds, in our heads, that there is something wrong with you. Why do you have to take stress for everything? So stress also emerges from the environment that we are in, from the relationship that we have with others, from events which are beyond our control also. Like so many of us were worried about the US elections, right? So much of us are worried about the Indian elections also. What will happen in Maharashtra, what will happen in the next union elections. But these are the things which are beyond our control. Other than the part that we can vote, we can be a responsible citizen, we can't do anything much about it. And perhaps be Twitter warriors, right? The way we respond to stress can make a big difference to our well-being, and that is where the difference emerges. Like I was saying earlier, not all stress is bad. You have eustress, you have good stress also, right? Distress and eustress, my bad. At an optimum level, stress can be good. All of us know that. Little bit of push is required. That goes for every student. In fact, when Professor Mishra earlier was talking about from IIT Kanpur, he was talking about how he pushes the students. Let them face the exams. Let them suffer through it. Suffer in a very, very different way, not as torture or something like that, but let them face that heat. Otherwise, what happens is when they go out in the world, they're going to be very, very cocoon, and they're going to be in for a shock, big shock. They'll think, oh my God, my professors were not like this, my friends were not like this, but the world outside is so cruel, right? That is something that I see in social sciences students also, and from whatever I have been hearing in the past, in the earlier sessions also, from engineering students as well, from technical students as well. So now that optimum level stress is good for us. It motivates us, it pushes us, it makes us resilient, right? I'm sorry, the graph is little blurry, the image is little blurry, but you know, if the stress is low, we do not act. If the stress is too high, we paralyze, we fear, we freeze, we don't act then also. But if the stress hits at an optimum level, where you're excited, where you're nervous also, a little bit anxious also, we tend to perform at our peak. Like, good excitement, good nervousness is also there, right? Like, I'm nervous about today's conclave, today's talk, and I want to connect to the audience. I was looking forward to connecting to students also. But in an interview, if I'm appearing for a job interview, I'm nervous. I'm very nervous. You're going on a date. Many of us would have gone on dates. Excitement. Nervousness, but excitement. Stress, but a good stress that you're going to meet someone new. Perhaps you'll connect. Perhaps you'll, like that person or start off a relationship. So good stress. You have eustress also. You have distress also. So our jobs as educators, as teachers, as psychologists should be to help students find that balance between eustress and distress. That is the first thing. And second thing, building those set of skills which will help the students themselves to identify what are the triggers for eustress and what are the triggers for distress, and being able to differentiate between the two. Not everything has to be taken at the peak level of absolute breakdown or absolute end of the world kind of a situation, but also somewhere where it can be balanced. Which brings us to this concept of resilience, to bounce back, to fight back, to come back to the normal or original position that we were in. All of us have gone through stressful situations. All of us have found life to be challenging, right? I'm sure all of you would have thought of giving up life, not dying by suicide or anything, but just running away from everything, not having to deal with people, not having to deal with tasks, with assignments, with deadlines, with forms, with admin, work, with student protests, all those things. But what we define resilience as, that not necessarily that it is like a life which is without stress, that cannot be possible, that's not happening at all. It is designed to reflect the capacity for recovery and maintain adaptive behavior. Adaptation is the key word over here, is the operative word over here. That how do we adapt to a stressful situation? Yes, there is a challenge. We recognize that. Yes, the world might end, or it feels like the world is going to end, but what do we do about it? That is where we come in and we give those necessary skills to the students. And especially for the 21st century students who are bombarded on a daily basis with different kind of challenges, whether it is gender, it is sexuality, it is political, it is social, it is poverty, it is climate change, it is relationship issues, it is career issues, stress related to their parents, so many sort of issues that they're facing on an everyday basis. And the diverse nature of these challenges is what makes our jobs also very tricky. And how do we navigate? How do we handle a class, or how do we handle a situation where the student is coming to you and saying that I want to give up. I don't want to study this. This assignment is very difficult for me. I don't want to pursue this program at all. There is no answer for this. I don't have an answer for this, right? We all navigate and find answers with our interactions with the students. But resilience contributes to aspects, different aspects like abilities, skills, perceptions, experiences, beliefs, etc. And can help us respond to emerging problems and also help us solve problems. So there was a video, I urge all of you to watch this movie, The Pursuit of Happiness. It's an old movie. The movie stars Will Smith. this is how I feel that I have belonged. I have now moved on to the other generation, like Professor Murthy was saying earlier. This is a very old movie, but one must see that movie. It's a highly recommended movie, and it will show you how resilience actually works, and how a person who is thrown out of his house, wife divorces him, leaves him, and how he finds himself back on his feet, fighting, and then winning or getting a very, very good job. I wanted to show a clip, but because of paucity of time, I will not be showing that. But what resilience theory talks about are two things. One is the most important thing is the promotive factors. Now, we cannot, as adults, as teachers, as facilitators, I guess few students are also sitting here, or the young people over here, we cannot prevent anyone's life from being stress-free. It's not possible. Sorry, stressful. It's not possible. What can we do is we can focus on creating an ecosystem where these promotive factors are highlighted. So promotive factors can be of two types, assets and resources. Positive assets refer to the positive factors that reside within individuals, such as self-efficacy, self-esteem. How do we build that? How do we help a student build that self-esteem about themselves, their own ideas, positive ideas about their own selves? And the resources, of course, such as parental support, adult mentors, thank you, youth programs that provide youth with opportunities to learn and practice new skills. Both these promotive factors provide youth with individual and contextual attributes necessary for healthy development. And that happens, and how does it work? So it's very simple. I know when we talk about positive psychology, when we try to consciously focus on the positive aspects of our existence, illnesses, disorders, all those things will be part of our lives. But can we bring back the discussion in the classrooms to optimism, to faith, to hope, to resilience, to character building, to compassion, to forgiveness? All these words are very fancy sounding words perhaps, but these are also very, very important words which will provide the necessary strength to the students when they find themselves at the bottom of their sadness or breakdown of their lives. That is what will happen, because they are getting burnt out, they are facing the challenges, and unfortunately we cannot give them a world full of promises and full of hope and faith and everything, that everything will be all right in the world. It's not practical to say that also, right? So somewhere we have to make our students or the classroom understand that all of us possess the same fundamental stress response system. Every frightening event, no matter how negative it might seem from the sidelines, has the potential to be traumatic, and not to the person experiencing it. And that is how we label a traumatic event to a potential traumatic event. So the way that we label an event can actually change our perception about it. It could have been this, but thank goodness it did not happen. So I could have, bungled up the entire presentation, but thank God I found the PPT, I got the access to the PPT and I could show it. Otherwise, I was mentally ready to freestyle it also. And our response to a potentially traumatic event can be learned, or it can be taught. That's a very, very important thing, which should tell us that if responses can be learned, it means that it can be unlearned also. So that's a very important differentiator. And the certain explanatory styles that we have, which we'll talk about, how instead of holding ourselves or our own life, our own choices responsible, that, it's not me, it was because of the situation, or from that my life is not defined by just one assignment, one grade, or one presentation which I bungled up, but my life is largely good. From permanent to impermanency, my life is going to be like this. Every time this happens, nobody accepts me, nobody likes me. Going from there to, yes, this time it did happen, next time it would be better perhaps. And most important, locus of control, the degree to which we believe that the events in our life is within our response to the events is within our control. From external to internal, I choose my reaction to certain events. I'm not going to be controlled by what others are going to say. I'll just end. There are different types of ways in which we can build resiliency. Mindfulness, people have talked about it, positive self-talk, establishing routines, social support. There's so many things that we can do. But what is important is that building those genuine, authentic relationship with our students also. When I say relationship, I mean interaction. What I mean to say is interaction. It cannot be superficial, because human beings do recognize superficiality in the relationship, in an interaction. It cannot be that. When I don't know the answer to a question, when a student asks me, ma'am, what will be my future? What if I get this suicidal ideation again? I said, I don't know the answer to this question. But next time that you get, please call me up. I'm telling you what to do in case you get. But I cannot tell you that you will never get, that everything will be all right. That is a straight up lie, I would say. These are some of the references that I got, the sites from which I got the materials for today's presentation. So I thought it's ethical that I put this up. And with that, I end my presentation. Thank you so much. And thank you so much. And thank you for staying back and staying awake at 5:40 in the evening also. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sunena, for your presentation on resilience and for emphasizing that all stress is not necessarily bad. So there is eustress and there is distress. So just as being vulnerable is a human quality, so is being resilient. So I think that is the takeaway from this talk. Next we call Ms. Nida, and she will be telling us about lifestyle, nutrition, and wellness.
This is an announcement for all. If you have any questions, you can pass it on to the volunteers, if you have any. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I would like to begin by saying a special thanks to Dr. Nagpal for acknowledging my role or the role of a nutritionist in this national level Wellbeing Conclave. And thank you, Ministry of Education and IIT, for having me here. It was just a wow moment for me when I got to know about it, when Sir told me to be among such high achievers. Unfortunately, the students aren't here, but that's fine. And the best part was seeing Kings 1, 2, and 3. That was fantastic, driving from Mehdipatnam, my place, to this area, Sangareddy. I saw 3 restaurants, Kings 1, 2, and 3. So the driver was so excited to tell us about it, that they have got many restaurants out here, since I'm talking about food. So it's going to be, again, I'm saying the same, it's going to be repetitive, but yes, we know that the expectations are high. They have enormous academic demand and performance pressure, coupled with the modern obstacles of digital distractions, the inconsistent routines, and of course, always the uninvited guest stress factor. And I would just define wherein the resilience factor comes in, the biological resilience, which is the ability of our cells and tissues and organisms to adapt, recover, and thrive in the face of stress and challenges. And how many of you strongly feel the importance of nutrition, or there exists a mind-body connection? I want everybody to raise their hands. Thank you. So yes, how we feel, what we eat, and ultimately how we behave, everything is interconnected. And I'm sure you must have heard of the gut microbiota. Even that plays a critical role in how we behave in our life. So there are 3 core pillars of resilience, starting with lifestyle, the nutrition, and wellness. So lifestyle is the foundation of balance, which is nothing but it refers to a person's actions and functions in terms of their jobs or hobbies, entertainment, and diet. And we know that a healthy lifestyle enhances the general well-being and makes a person happy. So I will talk more about nutrition, which is fueling the mind and the body. So food is the plants and animals, what we consume. And nutrition is the way in which the food influences the bodily wellness. And there goes the list of different types of foods which are helpful, starting with the high fiber foods. High fiber foods would be what? Fruits and vegetables, basically, and whole grains and legumes. So they have a variety of micronutrients which protect your body. And then you have the prebiotic foods. So how many of you have heard about the term probiotics and prebiotics? Yes, so probiotics are the live bacteria, or in simple language, I can say it is the good bacteria which you get from yogurt. And prebiotics is nothing but the feed for the probiotics. So prebiotics are normally found in apples, bananas, onions, cabbage, lettuce. So all these foods contain prebiotics, which are the food for probiotics. So there's another class called psychobiotics, which have been seen to have enormous impact on our mental health. That is also a class of probiotics. And then you have the fermented foods. How many of you consume kefir, kombucha, sauerkraut? Oh, just few. So these are basically the fermented foods. So for example, kombucha that is made through fermenting certain strains of bacteria with green tea or black tea. So even they have a major impact on our mental and physical health. And then, now this is my personal favorite, proteins. So proteins, all of us know they are the building blocks. They are made up of amino acids and tryptophan. It is an essential amino acid. That means we need to supply it to our body. The body do not produce it, so we need to supply it through foods such as chicken, turkey, cheese, eggs, milk. So all these are protein-rich foods which provide us tryptophan. Now again, when we talk about mental health, there is a neurotransmitter called serotonin, which is produced, 90% of it is produced in the lining of our gut and 10% in the brain. So tryptophan is a precursor of serotonin. Then again, you need to eat your protein-rich foods to get the amount of serotonin. Now, serotonin has 4 important functions: your mood, your sleep, your appetite, and the melatonin. It is responsible for all these. So if you eat a good amount of tryptophan-rich foods, you are in a good mood, and your appetite is good. You sleep well. And then when you talk about melatonin, that takes care of your sleep and wake cycle. So that is the reason why serotonin is important. And when I talk about diverse foods in your diet, I'm talking about having a variety of foods, which contains phytochemicals and antioxidants. When I say phytochemicals, these are the chemicals, so the nutrients which are present in plants, and they contain the micronutrients, be it your or everything, your vitamins. The more the colorful your plate, the more phytochemicals and antioxidants you have. And then you have your omega-3 fatty acids, which are present in flax seeds, chia seeds, your walnuts. So all these are very good for your heart, your brain, and your immune system. And along with this, a special focus on vitamin B12, magnesium, and vitamin D. So these are very essential for your good brain health. And then I would like to just mention a line about the processed foods. How many of you have heard of the term HFSS? So there is an enormous talk happening about the high-fat sugar salt. So I was associated with ICMR NIN, where I was working on a UNICEF project for adolescent children. That was, let's fix our food for adolescent children. So there we had policies laid about the consumption of the high consumption of HFSS foods for children. So what these do is they can lead to energy crashes, there can be heightened stress, and mental fatigue has been seen because of the consumption of ultra-processed foods. And it has also been shown that they reduce the amount of beneficial bacteria in our gut. And after nutrition comes wellness. So wellness is a holistic approach that includes your mental, emotional, and social well-being, and practicing mindfulness or techniques of deep breathing and having a social support system. All these help in reducing our stress, and it enhances resilience. And I would just make a note, just a line on sleep rhythm and exercise in biological resilience. Now, sleep rhythm is essential for your mental and physical stability. And for this, so there has been, just yesterday I found this study. This is the latest study published in Cell Metabolism. It was shown that the gut microbiota, the trillions of microbes residing in your gut, they regulate the stress response via the circadian system, that is internal clock of a body, which is dependent on not only the day and night, but also in several factors like the type of diet you eat, the environment you live in, and the way you think and process life. So for a good sleep rhythm, you need to focus and have a good, just like you have personal hygiene, you need to have sleep hygiene as well, have a consistent sleep schedule, and reduce your screen exposure just an hour before you go to bed, and have your meal 3 hours before you go to bed. And sleep hygiene can lead to your mental hygiene as well. And then exercise, we know that it is an excellent natural resilience booster. It elevates your mood, energy, and it reduces stress. So small daily activities of just stretching or walking, and even you can have a fitness tracker on your wrist and just track, just increase from 2,000 to 3,000 and ultimately 10,000 for a good heart. So I've crafted a biological resilient formula with simple lifestyle adjustments of setting regular sleep and study times and screen time, and having balanced, nutritious meals and mindful snacking options in your day-to-day life. And of course, never to forget water. Hydration is a must. And of course, incorporating small relaxation techniques. Deep breathing is excellent. And also, most importantly, I feel that it is a positive social interactions. Now, while I was coming with Sunena, so it was so relaxing. Otherwise, I was a bit nervous how I'm going to deal on this huge platform. But just interacting with her, I just checked the time. It said 1.5 hours. And by the time we couldn't even finish our talking, and we were right there at the IIT gate. So this is what happens with positive social interaction. And yes, it's just a wellness road. You got to fix your thinking, take adequate amount of rest, and good nutrition, and exercise, and there you go, you nailed it to your good health. And thank you for your attention. So, but I have something to say to the students, that when we, all of those students are the masters in complex problem solving and innovation. So if they could just give that similar kind of dedication to having a good balanced diet or nutrition, and of course, self-discipline, so we can have our life planned in a well-mannered way. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nida. That was a very informative talk. I think here are laypersons when it comes to your subject. So we learned some terminologies, new terminologies, and we got some clarification about some terms that we often come across. So maybe let me start. We have some questions from the audience already. But let me start with one question that's been on my mind. So what are some of the signs, physical signs, that we perhaps require some professional intervention?
Most importantly, if you are unable, if you find yourself less active, that is the main sign, because the one vitamin which I feel really goes unnoticed is vitamin D and B12. Because B12, if you see biochemically, it is involved in almost all the processes or chemical reactions which happen in our body. And the first major sign is fatigue, lethargy. So vitamin B12 is the one which is deficient. You go get your test done, blood test, and you will always find your vitamin D and B12 always on the lower side or deficient. So the first sign is fatigue, which needs to be checked.
Thank you so much for that information. Now, there is another question from the audience. I think Ila and Sunena, any one of you can take it probably, or maybe both of you can answer. So we already have vast literature from our Indian knowledge systems on well-being and on how to live a fulfilling life and so on. So the question that comes from the audience is, how can we utilize that information? How can we use it along with recent social science research to achieve well-being?
It's a very, very good question and a very philosophical question also. I would say because you cannot really, what happens is, people, when you talk about spirituality, when we talk about Indian knowledge system, people often associate with religion. So keeping that discussion aside, when we go back to any kind of literature, any kind of ancient literature, I think our ancient literature is filled with ideas, filled with strategies, filled with notions, filled with gems actually, which can give us this strength of how to be resilient, right? When we talk about, let's say, for example, what do we do in the face of a stressful situation? Take it, face it, be fearless. And that comes from Mahabharata, for example, what Shri Krishna was trying to tell Arjuna. So no matter what religion one comes from, even if one is atheist also, does not matter. If one takes the things at face value, only in the, let's say, not at religious level, but at spiritual level also, that's fine. So I'm ready to, for me, for example, I'm ready to listen anything to what, religious scriptures like Bible has to say or Quran has to say, if it gives me the inner strength. I don't need to believe in religion per se. I don't need to believe in God per se. But if I can take that knowledge, that wisdom from there, I'm ready to do that. And that is one of the ways that I have been also practicing with my students, where many of the students who have these delusions about religion and they don't want to believe in religion, they don't want to believe in God, I think it's absolutely fine at that age also. But how do we make them connect to these existing knowledge systems is what we have to invest our time into. Yeah.
So when it comes to, like, let's say I have read a book. So how to transfer that to the students or to the next generation? So it is like the key lies in by doing, as I've been mentioning. So let them do an edu-trek and learn the life skills. So embedding many activities inside the curriculum and in the timetable. Like guided meditation should be there every day. So such kind of transfer when we are doing, we are saying that meditation is good, but are we doing it every day? Are the students doing it every day? So bringing that into the schedule, that will help out. So then we are walking the talk, right? So doing it will do the magic. Doing the, reading we are doing, we are referring to a lot of literature. Are we doing? Are we aware of the ability to control that and do it, right? I hope that answers.
Thank you for that. Now we have a question for Nida. So I'll just read it out. I think this is from a student. Can we have a uniform diet chart for hostel students? If so, what could it be?
A standard menu you're talking about. See, it differs on your physiological age, and there are many factors. But yes, while living in a hostel, there are certain cyclic menus which are planned. So I can do that for you, but not right now. Yeah, I'm sure they'll enjoy it. We can plan it that way.
Yes, sure.
True. Right. I'm not going to do all that. I'm a very good girl. I'm a very good nutritionist. I'm not going to say that. I encourage social interactions and having the samosa and the chai. Because that will again give you the right kind of calories, because if you are in a good environment, that will give you the right kind of, sukoon, peace. That is very important. And that is what is lacking in our, say, families also and at our workplace. So that needs to be changed. That has to start from the grade 1. And that is what I'm also working on, food literacy, wherein advocating good food and food nutrition literacy for children. And the people need to be counseled about it, because life is very simple. We adults, we actually complicate it. And now, since we have realized that I am an important part of the system, we can set things right. It has to be a team effort. So there are two things here. You have your quantitative, that is 7 to 9 hours, which, yes, the students will find it impractical. And then you have your qualitative sleep, wherein the next day you ask the person how has they rested well, how do they feel when the next morning when they wake up. So it is all about the self-discipline which needs to be told, or which needs to be conveyed in a very subtle manner, because they are young adults. They are in their fourth plane of development according to Mario Montessori philosophy. So they need to be told in a very soft way, and with regular interactions with professionals, and having regular informal conversations, because they will never like direct attacks or direct conversations. I have 3 teenagers at home, and it is extremely tough, but it is all about giving them the right type of quality time. So we need to take our time, have that patience first to deal with them. And it's not tough, trust me.
I'm really sorry to interrupt this, but we are going very late. So, Amrita ma'am, we'll take one more question, I guess, and then.
Okay, there was a related question on sleep actually. So if you could. It's written in a multiple choice format. What's more important, sleeping for the right amount of time, A, and B is sleeping at the right time of the day. I think I will add C also, both.
So see, as I said, that the hormones are secreted when it is dark. So that is why, you need to abide by the law of nature. God has created the world like that. And melatonin is the hormone which takes care of your sleep and wake cycle. So it only activates when it's dark. So that is why we have sunrise and sunset. But yes, we are progressing way ahead. But we need to set up a proper sleep-wake time, and of course, at least have 6 hours of undisturbed sleep. So both are important. It's all about setting a disciplined life, and it is not that tough. We can still have best of both the worlds.
Okay, thank you. I hope that answers these questions. Any other questions? We have time for one more. Maybe we'll take one more question, Yukti.
May I ask one question, please? Yeah. Hi, this is Shantanu, and my question is to Dr. Hajari. So thank you for bringing this. So because I come from IIT Kanpur, the students we see, they are of variable food habits. Regionally, they eat different foods. Some are veg, some are non-veg, some even don't touch anything. So I find it's extremely difficult to set the menus of the hostel. So one of the questions that came in this regard, I don't know what they are eating, but when you say that this mind is related to food, and I tell you, I'm not taking the name of this institution, very recently, all students, that's one of the very nationally important institution, the director himself made a survey with the students, all students, and the number is more than 10,000, they have vitamin D and vitamin B12 deficiency. So this is a very clear challenge, and I, as the head counseling service, even my director and others who are responsible for this, our Dean of Student Affairs, we are very seriously thinking to create not an uniform, but a heterogeneous, at the same time affordable, and a student should like this food, particularly when we have new students in the hostel, first year. It's terrible for them because they don't like this food. It's not they're missing the food from their mama, but they're not liking the palate. Okay, so I don't know, Dr. Nagpal and others are here, so this is a very serious string that we have touched, and it is sensitive for other reasons. So if something can be walked out in this direction, that would be really, really helpful for many of us, because students come to us from all over India and sometimes abroad as well. Thank you.
So when we talk about the deficiency of B12 and vitamin D, the main important source of vitamin D is sunlight. These days, nobody is taking that effort to go out and grab that amount of sunlight. So that is a reason why vitamin D is deficient. And another major reason for vitamin B12 is it is found only in non-veg sources. You need to have non-veg sources to get B12. yeah, so you can have the supplements. You can take supplements. Those are readily available in the market, and they do the equal function of providing. And we are so blessed and fortunate that we are in India, and wherein there is an amalgamation of different cultures and different variety of foods. So if we rightly plan the right kind of menu, catering to all the different types of cultures we are in, I think we can do it. And food is one such thing which really, has that kind of, which develops just like a language, it develops that connection. So that's the reason we normally like what our mothers cook for us. So if we plan something which caters to all the different cultures or different places of India, I think we can do it.
Okay, so we are ending the session.
Okay, can we take the questions to later? Or okay.
The food that we're eating while watching, like especially my nephews and nieces, and I'm sure like all the children all over India are watching while eating. So are they really getting the nutrition? They're not getting the nutrition. Matlab, is it okay for them to watch TV while eating? Of course, it's not okay because of the bonding and all that thing, but nutrition-wise.
It's sad that we are living in nuclear families now, but as ma'am said, ki sab jo ikhatta hoke baithte the, that really has a strong impact. As I said, fostering that social, togetherness and eating food together, that really helps. But what I did to my children was, they are Gen Zs. So I used to give them, when they were kids, give them that screen and then just take it away when they're done, because their tummies, it's full, their stomachs are full, and they don't think about the iPad or anything. But now, since they are teenagers, I make it a point. It's all about, you have to take effort. You have to take the pains, being adults. So I make sure that 3 of them, they sit together, they discuss what happens throughout the day. So I have 9th, 8th, and 5th class. So 3 of them, that is the only meal. Breakfast is the rush hour for us. So dinner, 3 of them, they sit together and they interact what happened throughout the day. They discuss their gossiping. They have a lot of gossip to do, be it the Discord or Instagram or so many things are there. So that is the way. So I feel it's entirely the role of an adult here to take the responsibility to make that effort, to make them sit together and eat, to get the right kind of nutrition, because only then your mind and body gets connected.
Thank you so much.
Can I add something? I could not resist myself. Actually, those who say that we do not give phone to our children, I have trust issues, because we have to give one, but it can be given in moderation. Okay, like both of us are working, and I have a daughter. So yes, I do give her phone, but she knows that 30 minutes morning, 30 minutes evening, that's it, and she gives me back. So yes, everything in moderation is very good. So those who say don't go by their words that we don't give phone.
और एक important चीज़ ये है कि today's generation, they will never go by the mere instructions. They want the logic behind it. They will not listen to you. They will not comprehend. It's that this contemporary youth will not listen to you. And I belong to a Muslim conservative household. And there I've seen that nobody gives me the answers to my whys. So we literally, and then, we are conditioned that way that we never even ask. But I think I'm the black sheep of the family. I always used to question. And with that fear, what I do is I tell my children, this is why I'm not giving you the gadget, and this is why you're supposed to eat same ki phalli or dal or whatever. I give them the reason why I'm giving them the smart plate of having carbs and proteins and veggies in their plate. They need to be told. It's okay. I have adolescents and adolescent children. I discuss freely. It is not a taboo at my place to discuss about menstruation or whatever changes happens in this age, we talk openly. But in other households, that has to be that regular norm. So, everything is again interconnected. So that is how the child is grown, and then they'll end up in IIT or medical field and so on.
Okay, now we're done, right?
Okay.
Ma'am, you want to close the
Yes,
session?
yes. Okay, so I'm sure there were many other questions, but we're already running short of time. So if I think they have any questions,
They can ask
write
later.
to the
They can,
panelists
yeah.
or they can ask later. So I would like to thank everyone for their time and for introducing us to so many new concepts and new knowledge that we hope all of us will be able to use in our day-to-day lives. And not only did they introduce us to the concepts, but they also told us how to use it. I think that was the best part of all these talks. So with that, I close the session, and thank you to the audience also for being here and for sending your very nice questions, informative answers that we got because of your questions. So thank you once again.
I would want to call Reena ma'am on the stage to facilitate Amrita ma'am, please. Amrita ma'am. Thank you, Reena ma'am. I would request Amrita ma'am to facilitate Ila Sinha ma'am. It's that only I am excited. I would request Amrita ma'am to facilitate Dr. Sunaina Swan ma'am. I would request ma'am to facilitate Nida ma'am. Thank you so much for the lovely session. Thank you.
Okay, when we started, we felt like, how are we going to make it to the end of the day? But here we are with the last panel discussion for the day at least. So we have a third panel discussion on collaborative mental health framework and training, which will focus on how institutions can collaborate to create comprehensive mental health support systems. Please welcome our moderators and panelists.
Our moderator for this panel discussion will be Dr. Namita Ranganathan, Professor of Education, Delhi University, and the panelists are Mr. Sridhar Buragavan, Guest Faculty, IIT Madras, and Dr. Neeraj Kumar, Assistant Professor at Department of Liberal Arts, IIT Hyderabad. Our moderator, Dr. Namita Ranganathan, is a Senior Professor.
Okay. Sure. So let's move on to our panelists then. We first have Mr. Sridhar Bhuvarangavan. Mr. Sridhar bridges finance and engineering with an MBA in finance from Wisconsin School of Business, BTech from IIT Madras, and MS from SUNY Buffalo in civil engineering. He co-founded a cybersecurity startup and held leadership roles in global companies. He serves as a secretary, IIT Madras Alumni Association. He's passionate about student well-being and teaches the Happiness, Habits and Success course at ITM. He's also pursuing a Vyakaran Acharya, an MA in Sanskrit grammar, with the Rashtriya Sanskrit Sansthanam, that is a Central Sanskrit University. And with him next, we have Dr. Neeraj Kumar. Dr. Neeraj Kumar is an assistant professor in the Department of Liberal Arts at IIT Hyderabad. He completed his PhD in Cognitive Science from IIT Gandhinagar in 2014, followed by an early career fellowship from the Wellcome Trust DBT India Alliance, allowing him to conduct research at both IIT Gandhinagar and McGill University. His research lab is dedicated to exploring the intricate interactions between motor and sensory systems with the human brain, integrating insights from psychology and neuroscience. Welcome, sir. Ma'am, you can take over. Thank you.
How much time? We have 15 minutes?
Same,
or
8 to
what?
10 minutes for all both panelists
There are
and
only
questions.
two. All
Yes.
right. Okay, so it's sad that this panel is at the end of the day because this is a very, very important issue. How we can collaborate and how we can, collectivize and come together and draft a commitment and in mind, body and spirit, because that's the bhasha we've learned today, which is so important. And all the stakeholders are here. So there are the administrators, there is the ministry, the UGC, there is a whole teacher community, there are students, there are scholars. We're all in the current language of the day, we are all the important stakeholders in mental health and well-being, and we have to come together as a community. I just want to say 3 things before I hand it over to my colleagues in the panel who have, I think, very exciting things to share with us. One is that this is a commitment. And there will be challenges in this commitment, but if we kind of decide that, we are going to be teachers who are different, we are going to be students with voices who are going to make our assertions, and if and the government decides that, we want to legitimize mental health and well-being, we can really do it. It's not that we can't do it, because I think we're all on the same page. Every one of us is sitting here and we're not saying anything very different from each other. We're kind of endorsing and corroborating what an earlier person has said or held. So it is about how to get together. For that, there have to be policy issues, there have to be good practices, and there has to be the political will of every institution, and every institution has to take its own steps, beginning with baby steps, and then move ahead. We can't have a model with a downward filtration theory, that the ministry will create a model or UGC will create a model and then that model will percolate. You know that all models which have a downward filtration have a lot of transmission loss. The waterfalls always become low intensity when they reach the riverbed. So I don't think that works. So we can have a framework of, this is what should happen, that is what should happen, etc., but leave institutions to also find their own paths within that larger framework. And I think that's what we do for curriculum building and even for choice of textbooks, etc., in the educational system. So that degree of autonomy and freedom should be there within the larger framework. But yes, the advocacy for legitimizing this and bringing this into the mainstream of educational endeavors and activities, and particularly in higher education. It's not only about schooling. Schools are now all set and organized, and they have fairly organized mental health programs, and all the government bodies have also given them frameworks, which they adopt and they, take ahead. Here we seem to have the Ministry of Higher Education and UGC supporting us on this. And if we could get AICT on board also, because that's also very important, and we could get the Bar Council, and we could get the other bodies like NCT and, all the accrediting bodies which control curricula, standards, regulations, etc., that would help. But we have to commit to a collective endeavor in this direction. The other thing is, let us not take students as mere takers. Students have a mind of their own. They have, ideas of their own. They have experiences of their own. So participatory democracy, where they have a voice and their sense of volition is also recognized and incorporated into the whole framework of what should constitute a mental health framework, or what kind of spaces they are looking for, what they want their campus life to be, etc. We've had one ELA talk to us about mind space. I also referred to it in the morning. College students already have a mind space with all kinds of things. And it's tough to rewrite those mind spaces. You have to allow them to also give their expressions and thoughts to that. So, these are some basic ideas which I've just floated, but then we can always deliberate upon many more things. I'm sure each of you will have very, very significant ideas. And maybe Dr. Nagpal, we can revisit this tomorrow. when you're doing the recommendations, because from every session we've had wonderful takeaways. And when we collate all of that, we'll hit a framework. So with this, I would like Mr. Sridhar to make his presentation. He's going to talk about some interesting tasks which he's done and some interesting courses which he's launched in IIT Chennai and other things. And after that, Mr. Neeraj, 10 minutes, please.
Thank you. So I would like to talk about building partnerships within campus, and I would like to talk in specific about a course that I teach at IIT Madras. And some of the details of the course has been covered already by my co-facilitator, Namrata Vora, in the second panel of the day. So I won't delve into too much detail, but what I will talk about is really how we, at least me being in the role that I am able to facilitate this interaction and building more partnerships. So let me start with let me start with I'll skip the introduction because I've already been introduced. Okay, so there is a course called Happiness, Habits, and Success that we teach in IITM. And this course is really for students to understand what happiness is and how it relates to success. And it examines other concepts like peak performance that Namrata has talked about. So I'll skip this, but let me get into the specifics that it's an elective course, but it's also graded at the same time. So it is graded, we have it as 9 credits, but it's actually 3 credits in most other universities. It's a 3 lecture hour course. We use 2 lecture hours and 1 practical hour per week. And it's has a mix of theory and illustrative examples, and a lot of experiential learning. That is where that practical hour comes in. We make the students actually go and try out things that we talk about in the course and see for themselves what works for them and what doesn't. The grading is by a mixture of attendance and written assignments. And it's offered via multiple batches. Like Namrata said, there is a huge amount of demand. About 1,500 students want to register. We can accommodate around 500. We do have it in multiple formats. So we have a semester-long course at IIT Madras. We've also done workshops of 2 to 4 days, between 5 to 8 hours a day at Gandhinagar, at IIT Madras for faculty. And we've also done it in short course formats for about 10 to 20 hours at IIT Tirupati. It has been, by force, has been done online because of COVID. And obviously, it is also done in person. We tend to prefer the in-person because of the way we are able to ensure that the attention of the students is based on the content. Whereas online, it is very hard to actually ensure that the attention is always on the content. Now let me talk about the partnerships. So that is the main goal of this particular talk. And the first partnership that we have been able to build through this course is that the instructors of the course are mainly alumni. And I'll tell you, like Shantanu said, I don't have a psychologist background or a psychiatrist background. I am an alumni who is a well-wisher of the students in this course, got interested in these topics, was trained by other people who developed the course, and now I'm fluent in the modules that this course has, and then I'm able to teach the course to the people. And the effectiveness of the course and the feedback that we get results in the gratification that we are doing a good job. So the first partnership is that we are building a partnership with the alumni community. And this alumni community is important because we have gone through the same problems that these students are having. Yes, of course, these are, newer kids. They have different problems. They have problems with mobile phone addiction, which we didn't have when we were students. But the way they deal with these problems are similar, and therefore, the way we dealt with these problems and our solutions to them are relatable to these students. So therefore, they listen to us better as alumni rather than, let's say, talking to a counselor or talking to somebody else, or even faculty. Sometimes there is a gap between a student and a faculty that we as alumni are able to bridge. But we coming in as quasi-faculty are able to bridge that gap, and they're able to open up to us. So several times I've had students stay back to me after class and talk about issues that they're having personally. They don't want to discuss in class. Several students actually openly voice out their issues in class as well, because they realize that we create in the class a safe space for them to talk about things. By example, we talk about the issues that we have faced, right? And by being vulnerable in the class with them, we create an environment in which they can be vulnerable as well. And they start sharing things that are fairly, that they may not talk to regular people. And they realize that it is actually an affirming experience, because they see that I am not the only one having these kind of issues. There are a lot of other people who are then adding to the people who just described the symptoms that you had or the issues that you're having. So this kind of a partnership, collaborative atmosphere, when it is created in the class, we as alumni are able to build this and form the bulk of the facilitators. There are some others that have a coaching or a psychology background. They also help us out. And it works well because it's issues that you've dealt with as alumni, and that relatability is why we are able to ensure that the solutions that we are giving to the problem are taken on board. The second area where we've gotten alumni to get involved is that we've got in IIT Madras, as my other hat that I wear, I am the secretary of the Alumni Association. And through this, being the secretary of the Alumni Association, I am actually running two programs. One is both of them are dealing with student mentorship. Okay, so alumni student mentorship. One is a unstructured mentorship program where literally there are alumni who are registered as mentors, and they have a very small description as what their background is, where did they graduate from, when did they graduate from, and what are they currently doing, and all that kind of stuff. And then the students are able to scan this or search with some keywords and say that, okay, fine, this person might help me. And then they can just reach out to that person and start a discussion. Okay, so this is a very unstructured program. We also have this is called YARI, and there is also a structured program in which we have a set of 100 students and 100 mentors, and they are then carefully matched with regards to, okay, this is the the student profile, this is the mentor's profile. They're kind of matched by a facilitator who knows how to do these things, and they then go through a series of structured interactions. So they are told to report back, let's say, once every 2 weeks. There has to be an interaction and so on. So there is mentorship from alumni and to students that has helped, and that has made alumni a partnership in this wellness initiative of IIT Madras. So as I said, CLICK, which is the structured program, and YARI, which is the unstructured light touch program. Now, the other partners that we have been able to bring in to this area of student well-being, student wellness, is faculty themselves. I told you that we were able to run a faculty workshop of our course that we run for students. We ran the same workshop for the faculty. So the faculty have been sensitized to these areas, and they already know, but some of them actually, a lot of them didn't know that a course like this has an impact to students like this. And they were always wondering, array, wellness and all this is all useless stuff, right? And they just don't know anything. You focus on your exams, you focus on doing your thesis, and that is what matters most. All this, you go to these kind of courses, it's just a waste of time, right? This mentality has been changed by us actually running the workshop for the faculty, and the faculty now know how useful these kind of programs can be because they themselves saw solutions to the issues that they had. Because this is not a course that works just for students. The kind of solutions, the kind of issues that I discuss is applicable to faculty, it's applicable to PhDs, it's applicable to master's students, UG students, and so on. So they were able to realize that faculty also have, are benefited, and students therefore are benefited, and therefore I was able to make faculty a partner in this kind of student well-being effort, right? So the last cohort that I am making partners for this effort is students themselves. And I'll tell you, you may be surprised how or why. All of my teaching assistants are people who have done the course with me before. So these are my former students. Former students of the HHS course, Happiness, Habits, and Success, are the TAs that I employ in the next semester. These people volunteer to be TAs, right? Yes, they're compensated a little bit for their time, but that little bit is truly little bit. They don't come here for the money. They come here because they know that this course was impactful to them, and they want to pass this on to the next generation of students. There is a huge amount of word of mouth that goes on in getting the students to register to this course, and these TAs play a big part in getting the students involved and by correcting their assignments, right? So we have, I told you there's a lot of written assignments. The TAs are the ones correcting their assignments. So like, for example, if you're a student and he has been a student before, right? Not one answer is right for exactly a particular question that I give. Your answer may be right and his answer may be right. But now the TA is reading 10 to 15 different perspectives of a same problem. So it opens his mind as well. So a TA has come to me and said that, I thought it is going to be boring to go and listen to the same lecture, same presentation, and all that kind of stuff. While I thought that, okay, things might, filter in a little bit more deeper in the second time that I hear. It is this perspective of listening or seeing the same issue from a different perspective because other students are, telling me, that has opened my mind. It has actually made a big difference to students as well to BTA. So therefore, they are another big, partner in our universe in tackling this issue of, so we pick TAs, and TAs oversee a group of 10 to 15 students, and they themselves have been transformed at the end of being a TA to having, basically saying that this is a subject that we need to be invested in. So what is the way forward? We are continuing to build awareness through word of mouth. We have publicized launches, and I speak at conclaves like this to build awareness of courses like this. And I am continuing to integrate more alumni into our efforts so that we can offer it to more students. And I am empowering the students with the knowledge, saying that, look, as long as you understand this and inculcate in the, you are able to share, You are helping other students, therefore you are a partner with me, and they become ambassadors to the wellness message. Now, we are also piloting workshops and orientation programs in other institutions. I said Gandhinagar, Tirupati, possibly Goa and other places that we are going to try the same course, and that will help us a lot. So this is our end goal is that we'll build a team of well-wishers to take this very important message of student well-being to all campuses, not just IIT Madras. IIT Madras is already sold on this concept to other institutions, and I want all of you guys to be a part of it. So please get in touch with me if you're interested. Thank you so much.
I think there were some excellent suggestions and ideas there, and it would really be very meaningful for us to interact with Sridhar and see what he does at IIT. Dr. Neeraj Kumar, if you could share your ideas and your presentation, please.
So thank you, Ministry of Education, for organizing this wonderful conclave. And I would like to welcome you to IIT Hyderabad. I'm a faculty here, so treat it as your home and enjoy the beautiful campus. And couple of things from the previous session. So I need a chai and samosa, and some bit of serotonin probably will help you and me as well to keep us active in the very late hours of the day. And I would like to thank you all for having this kind of patience and energy and the curiosity to be here, to understand these dialogues and the conversation, along with the understanding how we can improve the wellness and the mental health. Okay. I'm not going to say anything new which you have not heard probably. I'm just to give a little bit of corroborations that we are on the right path, and if we continue on this road, probably we will achieve what we are looking for, like a balanced mind among our young population and a healthy and peaceful living. So I will not go like why do we need evidence-based approaches to solve a wellness problem. We have been hearing about that. There is an issue, there is stress, anxiety, relationships, academics, campus life, separation from family. All these are driving factors of all the problems we are hoping to solve one day. So I'll present some of the, so what are the global innovations in, among the student wellness? So I think that's the agenda. We are not too much keen on improving probably the mental health of teachers and faculty and the other common people, but we should think about that as well eventually. But let's try to fix the future generation, how we can improve the mental wellness of our students and the childs. So there are a couple of pointers here, and I think these are not geographical boundaries limited. They are from a global perspective, that we need an integrated wellness centers, and that's what I think some of the Compendium was also referring to, that we need counseling cells, wellness centers, where we integrate the holistic approach of physical, mental, and social welfares about the overall health of the students in the campuses. We need screening Because right now, at least I'm not aware of any screening program in most of the campuses that when the student joins the institute, leaving the family and the neighborhood of their comfort zone, are we screening that what state of mind he or she is in? Are we keeping track of her mental wellness over the years when he or she goes from first year to second year to third year? So we need some kind of tools to proactive screening of mental wellness. Then, of course, we need more peer-led support groups. And that I think we are doing pretty much wherever there are counseling cells or wellness programs. We are generating a lot of these. Here, like in Hyderabad, we have buddy system. There are buddies, there are peer-to-peer supports, seniors helping the junior students. So that, I think, we are doing some bit, but still there are much more scope in improving how we can enhance these peer-led support, because we have been talking about stigma and the taboo about mental health, seeking help from a professional mental health counselors or psychiatrists. So that's, I think, the barrier we can break if one of my classmate or one of my senior is ready to help. Or if he or she can detect that, okay, I am probably in some kind of in trouble and I need help, I'll probably be more open to seek help in those contextual places than going to a psychiatrist. Then digital initiatives. I think we all have smartphones with us. Our economy is moving more digital than any country in the world probably, but we don't have any, or I'll say none, but there are very few tools available which I can use to either screen my mental health or even search for certain solutions, outburst my concerns, express my troubles, or seek some help without revealing my identity or without having a in-person session with a psychiatrist. So I think if we are having too much advancement in the digital interventions in all other aspects of our social, political, economic life, we should have a more digital interventions in the mental health avenues as well. There are some players, some institutions in India are using these tools to screen and support the mental health programs, but they're still like at a very nascent stage. I'll give a couple of examples like what top institutions in the world are doing. So in Stanford, they are developing a lot of programs on how to develop resilience, how we can improve the resilience among students, how we can change their mindset about failures, overthinking, academic pressure kind of situations. And this has led to increase in the students' resilience and decrease in the demand of these mental health solutions from trained professionals. Because when I can deal with my problems on my own or with peer-led support, I don't need a counseling cell. So that impact they have seen. And there is so Stanford organized these public or social events. And it's called Stanford I Screwed Up. So the students come there, they discuss their failures. And it's not that now people will look upon you or look down on you. They celebrate these, and it's considered as something which you should take with a more of a positive attitude than if I'm at Stanford, I cannot fail, I have to excel. To break that kind of cloud, they organize these social events, and it happens like in a public kind of a setting. Like if I just talk about things where I failed, we should bring this kind of activities in a more of a social settings in Indian context. I think Hyderabad has organized some of these, like not in this context, but where we discuss the failures or there was an event where faculties were called that how did you overcome your problems during your PhD or when you were looking for the jobs and all. So we are in that direction, but probably not fully there. California has UCLA. They have a lot of digital intervention programs. So 24/7 accessibility is the key, anonymity is the key, and instant solutions. Because here, if my counseling cell is closed at 6 p.m. and suddenly I was in the class and now I'm feeling depressed, I have to wait till tomorrow to understand that, okay, do I need some help? So if I have a digital solutions where I can seek some basic level help, that created a lot of impact. It also eases out a lot of pressure on the psychologists and the counselors in the wellness program. So that can help a lot if we have digital interventions, which can also give a more individual-centric therapies and tailored counseling programs. Because now I have some data from that students using that digital platform which the student has used in the past. So I can now prioritize, okay, which students are in more trouble than which are in less trouble, so that limited staff can now be a less burden on the system. So similarly, sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Yeah. Oh, sorry. 2-3 more minutes? Okay. So Princeton has a program called You Matter. So there they talked about the holistic approach and dealing with not just when you feel depressed, but other concept of the mental health or wellness as a whole. Similarly, Harvard University have their own, they are more focused on the peer-led support group, which led to a lot of success in reducing the stigma around mental health. Because if I can talk about my anxiety, my stress with my friend, it will ease out a lot of the barriers which I have to approach a professional or a counselor or a psychiatrist. So that we have some implication of that. McGill has a very weird support system called animal therapy. I was there for 3 years. I have used actually this system. A lot of students uses this just before the exam, and they have like trained dogs and cats and some other like rabbits they have so you just sit with these animals, ease out a little bit of your exam pressure and all. So here we have a lot of dogs issues, more positive and negative, but I'm sure that there are a lot of students who are using these wonderful animals to ease out their stress. So not just at the global perspective, in Indian context, there are multiple institutions who are doing very exemplary work. Like NIMHANS, they are in kind of pioneers in organizing workshops, programs all over the India to increase the awareness about mental health, wellness. They recently also, there was one picture here, it got missing. So they initially introduced more of a digital platform to create this awareness at a more public level. IITs, which you have all been hearing from morning all that there are different kind of initiatives which have been taken care of. This is one example from the Sunshine Cell from IIT Hyderabad. Universities have also been pioneers in introducing different programs in India. So this is one example from Manipal University. So I think I forgot one picture. There was some issue. So Harvard has this concept called Room 13. This is a room inside hostel blocks where you can go and just discuss your concerns, problems, stress, anxiety with your peers. So they have a very dedicated space among the hostel blocks, which is called Room 13. So without any stigma, without any tags on why you are here, you can just go and freely discuss. Manipal has a very similar, it's called room number 125. I don't know why it is called 125 or 13. So they have introduced a very similar concept where you can go and talk to your peers. And if they feel like you need a more professional support, they will put you in touch with the counselors. So these are some of the key ingredients. I'll stop in 1 minute. So these are some of the key ingredients which needs to be incorporated when designing any wellness program or mental health dialogues. So accessibility is one of the thing, and I think the digital intervention could be a key factor in engaging a more wider audience or more wider population, because here we are only talking about 70 universities, 80 universities. But the problem is, how can we reach the people who are not even aware of the word mental health, or whether they are suffering from any wellness issues. We have to design some early interventions. Screening is the way to go, I think. First, we need to know that we have a problem, and a holistic approach which can incorporate more physical, social, and the mental health issues to talk about. Whether my sports officer can help me, or whether my teacher can help me, or my peer can help me. So we have to bring all these different domains all together if you are designing a efficient wellness program. I think I'll end here. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you, Dr. Neeraj. That was very, very informative and completely evidence-based, with a lot of research which has gone into it. Thank you for that. I think we had two very informative presentations, and many of them have many, many implications for all of us as takeaways, and for our policy plans, which tomorrow we are likely to consolidate and state. So thank you very much. Dr. Neeraj, there's a question for you. Would you like to take it? Yeah. It's specifically addressed to you.
Shall I read it out for you?
I've given it to him. He'll read it out.
So the question is, what or how about screening of faculty for their mental state before joining and during regular renewals? I fully agree and support that, yes. And I think, so I skipped 2 slides, so I could not go to those slides. So the opportunities for growth, where we can do more, is about how we can train our faculties, teacher, because we are from morning on I'm bearing that teachers has to work as a counselor, or get a sign of whether the student is in trouble or having some issues. But are we doing anything for these teachers, or even the people sitting on this corner who have been involved in this conclave from last 1 month, 2 months? We also feel burnout. We also feel stressed, anxiety, and sometimes even hopelessness, that how to deal with issues which are coming from students. Like, I'll give one example. In last semester, there was a student in my class, and he has been topper in his whole life. He's a good ranker, B.Tech student. And then he got a B+ grade in my course. And then he came to me in my office one day and said, like, I need A grade, what I have to do? I can do all assignments, all exams again. I said, why? He said, like, my parents will stop my pocket money. So I think we have to sensitize the teachers and the parents as well. So in the slide which I skipped, there was a recommendation that at the beginning of each academic year, we should also do orientation of parents as well. That I think the stigma we are talking about is not among the students, it's among our adults, we are the problematic people.
Thank you. Yukti says that's the end for us. So we are obeying Yukti. And over to you, Yukti. Yeah.
I would like to call Somnath Maji sir to facilitate Namita ma'am. Oh, okay, my bad. I'm sorry. So I'll request Namita ma'am to facilitate Sridhar sir and Neeraj sir. Two announcements. Now the house is open for the Q&A. You can ask questions to anyone here. Second, at 7:30 p.m. till 8 p.m. we are having a cultural performance by the children and the students of IITH, which includes Kuchipudi dance and Carnatic singing, which is followed by 8 p.m. dinner outside LHC. The cultural performance is here only, okay? And then we all go to our guest houses and hostels to sleep.
They say time always makes the last joke. And the joke is on us now because earlier we were running late with the schedule and now we are running too early with the schedule. So you have this half an hour, maybe 20 to 25 minutes to talk among yourself, or if anybody of you wants to, share an anecdote or wants to perform, the mic is open, the stage is all yours. Right at 7:30, we'll have the cultural performances that we have planned for you. But before that, it's all about you, it's all yours, so however you like to spend this time. Thank you.
Excuse me? We are not supposed to leave. We are not supposed to leave. Please, 7:30 we have the cultural performance, 8 p.m. dinner. Please, 1, 2, tomorrow 6 a.m. we have a walkathon. We'll have a group photograph after that. So if you want to be in the photo, our campus is really beautiful in the morning, by the way.
Yes, ma'am, please. Ma'am, you want to speak? After the walkathon.
Photo should be later. Photo should be later. It should be later also will do, but for the photo also. Participants.
Just a small announcement. I would just request everybody to just listen in. Tomorrow, as has been announced, we have this walkathon. So I request all the participants to come and join us. The other thing is we will be also giving out certificates of participation tomorrow to all the participants. So that would be in the valedictory sessions. So tomorrow in the first session, we will be sort of circulating a sheet where your names should be checked with the correct spelling so that it can be issued at the close of the function. And right now, I think there was this session where students had gone to another room where they were asked to do a certain task, and which they will be sort of showcasing here with their faculty members. They have been made into small groups, so we will all look forward to that. And of course, we have the session, the cultural function now. So that is at 7:30, and after that followed by dinner. And I would also like to, just thank Director of NIT Kurukshetra and IIT Dharwad, who were sitting throughout the day. Sir, you have spent so much of your valuable time being with us, totally engaged. Really appreciate it, sirs. Of course, Director IIT Dharwad must have just left. So please do, you are here, sir. So, good to see you, and we hope to see you. I hope you're not leaving tomorrow morning. So thank you. And I think the students, whatever a few students have been picked up to speak on what what they will be doing tomorrow. Thank you.
And where they're supposed to assemble. Hi, everybody. So this is Maria. I must be spamming your phone with all my messages. Okay. Well, so this is about the walkathon. It's not mandatory, but it's beautiful to walk on the campus in the morning. The air is fresh, and the greenery, of course, is a sight to behold. So we have two starting points. I believe the girls are put up in the Bhaskara block. Yes, and the boys are put up in the Kalam block. So we would like all the students to assemble at the old mess where you have your food. Okay, so that is your starting point for the students. For all the guests who are staying in the guest house, that is your starting point. We will all walk and we will reach the knowledge center, the library. Okay, and then we are going to show you the library, because the library in IITH is very beautiful, and the facilities here are very user-friendly for the children to spend time at any point of time. So we believe this is one place you shouldn't miss seeing if you're coming to IIT Hyderabad. So I hope I get to see all of you there tomorrow. And we have an informal photo session with a portable photo booth. So it'll be fun to just bond over a morning walk. It'll be a short distance. I think it's around 1 kilometer or so. So yeah, you can walk if you'd like to walk. So the starting time is 6 a.m. at the old mess and at the guest house. Okay, I will be there. I hope to see others as well. Thank you.
Also, yeah, also a special announcement. At 9 p.m., please take off your stall materials, whichever you have put, after the dinner, basically, because the stalls will be going tonight. Okay? Thank you. Yeah.
Good evening to all. We were having some activities outside with the students. So we have few of the students here who will share their experience and the learnings through those activities. And they will also explain what lies ahead on day 2, what kind of task is given to them, and what is the methodology. So it is entirely their perspective. So over to you.
Hello everyone, myself Shri. Just few minutes back, we had the most fun and experienced a beautiful moment with ma'am. Ma'am has done with so many activities that made us realize how to be happy in simple things, how to be present in the moment, and how to break the ice. In the era of social media, we just forget to interact who is sitting beside us, always busy on the phone, always scrolling the social media. But this 1 hour, we have experienced the best hours of our life in the
More
campus.
than 1 hour, I think we didn't realize even. Yeah?
It was more,
It was
I
one
guess.
and a half hour.
Okay. So it was an amazing experience to be present on the moment, to be without social media, and how to enjoy very small events that is happening around us. We broke the ice, we understood, we felt the emotions through the games, we interacted with our fellow mates, and it was an amazing experience of the day.
Whoever wants to add on can add on.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Tamanna Singh, and being the part of this evening, I have enjoyed the rainbow theme of this entire group activity, including the different colors, which are giving the vibrant colors to our life. So we have followed the Vibgyor theme, including violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, red, and three multiple colors, multiple shade of this Vibgyor, pink, magenta, and purple, keeping the self-awareness, empathy, creative thinking, critical thinking, effective communication, interpersonal skills, problem solving, coping with stress and emotion, decision making, collaboration and negotiation skills, respectively. Now I would like to hand over to the next to share.
Good evening, everybody. Myself, Sean Kumar from MSW Department, Central University of Karnataka. I'm very happy to share the experience which I had today. And this is the same thing where I presented in my stall, actually. 10 essential life skill activities. They have given the colors, actually. So they were like 10 activities like self-awareness, empathy, critical thinking, critical behavior, effective communication, interpersonal skills, problem solving, and many all. I was in the pink team, like coping with stress emotions. So with the same activity, just 1 week before back, I was in the field work. Just 1 week back. It was the last day I dropped my field work and came to IIT Hyderabad yesterday. So we all practiced the same activities, day before yesterday and all. And coping with emotions. Geeta ma'am made us to play spaghetti. We were all unknown to each other, but we didn't know anyone. But ma'am told, please tell some emotions: happy, sad, feeling, romance, lovely, angry, anxiety, surprise, many emotions. We all expressed spaghetti in the emotions way. That's what tells us coping or collaborating, in common words I can say is adjusting towards the situation. I came to know that by this activity we learned how to adjust according to the situation. Then my task for tomorrow is topic is awareness of alignment of academic achievements with skill to occupy the youth with lifelong functionality. We have to make a post slogans for according to this topic and present tomorrow. And I'd like to add one thing. I want teachers to come and join with us for this tomorrow's activities. So it will be more helpful and more effective for tomorrow 9 minute activities. Yeah, it will be more effective than only instead of being students. Yeah, thank you.
Hello everyone. My name is Ifa. I am from SPA Vijayawada. So in a conclave like this, when the students were called out for interactive session, obviously we'd think that it's some sort of debates or some sort of discussions, like a continuation of what was happening since morning. But what Geeta ma'am did, it was very different because it was basic small games like handshakes, tapping each other's knees, running around, bringing the kid out in us. But through all of these games, there was a big point. Through each of the game, there was something or the other that ma'am was trying to teach us. Topics like you're not alone in this. And the main thing was, since morning we've all been attending these panel discussions, but through this one session we got to interact with all the other students from all the other colleges, which was very helpful, I feel, because now I know all of them. So that was very fun. And like she mentioned, we thought it was only 1 hour, but apparently 1.5 hours got by. So it was a very fun and interactive session.
So, hello everyone.
Good evening, sirs and ma'ams. I'm Khushi from IIT Mizoram. And today what we did was basically we did practical of the theory that we had been learning or knowing about since morning. So what we learned from today or how we will use it in our lives. So we learned to find commonalities, and a big part of it was we learned that our physical activities do regulate our emotion because we jumped, clapped, shouted, whistled, and we felt better. So with all this, and so if we remember all this, we will remember that we are not alone. If we are down in the dumps, we remember that we are not alone. There are other people who are fighting the same battle, and they are sticking through it. So I would say there is somebody else going through the same. What's happening to us is okay. It happens and it will pass. Just hold on, just hang in there, and it will pass.
Just adding up to this point that it was a kind of little miniature of whatever we have discussed in today's panel discussion about the collectivism. That India is a like diversified country having the different people from different region, and over here we are from the different region. So we have literally enjoyed that whatever the different our belongings are, and those belongings leads to us over here.
Okay, so hello everyone. Myself, Dikshant Kumawat from IIT Hyderabad. They have talked about so many technicalities, but I'll give you a short story time, an experience that I felt. Since my childhood, I was a very introverted and underconfident kid who couldn't talk to people and many more. But since my first year of the college, I tried to improve myself in various domains. Still, I had fear to interact with strangers. Even today, when we had the stall exhibition, I couldn't make it and go talk to people. But all thanks to ma'am, she made it so simple and made me realize it's very easy to talk to strangers. Like, I'm so comfortable with them that I can talk about anything, and that's all. And I felt as we grew up, we got very much complex. We had fear of judgment and whatnot, that should I go talk to her or him or whatnot. But today, she made us realize that childhood was very simple and we can be like kids even now. So thanks a lot, ma'am. Thank you once more.
Hello, everyone. Myself, Kriti from NIT Goa. Today, since the morning, we were seated here and as a strangers, and in 1 hour, we got comfortable with each other just because of ma'am. We were indulged in many games and all. And as I said, we were strangers, but now we are formed in a group, and now we have to prepare some group presentations like Nukkad Natak, PowerPoint presentation, something, talk shows and all. So it will be very exciting, and I'm very excited for tomorrow. Thank you all.
Hi everyone, I'm Joel from Chennai. From all the wordings, I just concluded with one thing. I'm a research scholar. As a scholar, I know how stressed my life is from the starting till now. But this session, from morning till now, the experience that I had, it's like, it's bringing the child inside me. Like, I can still go back to be the 5-year-old that I used to be. And some of the activities were, to us, it was a bit childish, but it was really rejuvenating for us. So I thank Geeta ma'am and their team. I thank IIT Hyderabad for conducting such an interesting conclave. I hope we can make it every year. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone, my name is Harsh. So tomorrow we will do some group tasks. For example, we will do singing, we will some debate competitions also, and we will do presentations, we have Nukkad Natak and all these things. And parody we will also do. What I can say is, I think IIT Hyderabad will make teachers a student and student a teacher. Why I am saying is, because now first time teachers are sharing rooms and students are getting the single room, which is first time I'm seeing it. So I must say, and I will say, like, please teachers do join us, and it will be a fun activity, and it will somehow boost us also, and maybe it will help us to bring a child inside from you also. So thank you.
We look forward to the faculty joining us tomorrow for the group presentations. We have a few activities that we've been assigned to for tomorrow, like Nukkad Natak, presentations, debates, and all of that. So we look forward to your presentation. Participation as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ma'am, they made my evening. It became dark. We started when it was daylight. It became dark and said, hey, we need to go back. So they really made my day. They were so supportive, and it was delightful for me to see that they enjoyed every moment. And I didn't know that they had learned so much through those silly billy activities. So what we have been talking about since morning, we had put into practice unknowingly. The 10 life skills, problem solving, and along with my team here, we would request all our faculty members here, everyone sitting here, to join us for 1 or 2 activities, right? Yeah, please rise on your feet. So which one you want to do? Huh? Spaghetti? So I am not going to do anything. You will do. I am there as a support. Spaghetti. So first, yeah. So cool spaghetti, love spaghetti, alien spaghetti, rock and roll spaghetti. Just 4 emotions, okay? So we request all of you to rise and come to the front, please. All of you, come on, come on. Here we have bundle of energy. They have gone back into their childhood. Remember. So come on, let's all go back into our childhood days. So if you have any problem, you can sit. Otherwise, please come closer. Come closer. Yes, so we can have.
So in spaghetti, the thing is, we show our emotions with the help of words. For example, if I am happy, how I will say?
Happy If I am confused, spaghetti. Spaghetti?
If surprise spaghetti.
Surprise spaghetti. Surprise spaghetti. Surprise spaghetti.
How do you get surprised when you hear Miss Universe is
spaghetti?
Alien spaghetti. Alien spaghetti.
Alien spaghetti. Alien.
So now I want to say, all the people, please stand up. Yeah, yeah. I think first we'll start with the happy spaghetti.
Yeah, we'll make them. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, sad spaghetti.
We request everyone to
please stand up.
Please stand up, and whatever we say,
Whatever we are doing, please join us.
Please join us.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. Cruel one.
Cool spaghetti. Let's do cool spaghetti. I guess ma'am is the coolest spaghetti. Ma'am is the coolest spaghetti. Next to love spaghetti.
Love spaghetti. Love spaghetti. Love spaghetti.
And the most interesting one, rock and roll spaghetti.
Rock and roll spaghetti. Rock and roll spaghetti.
most rock and roll ones. No.
What else?
And last, I must say,
Zombie. Alien.
Zombie spaghetti. Zombie spaghetti. So in the end, I must say, angry spaghetti.
Angry spaghetti.
Angry spaghetti. Daring spaghetti. Daring spaghetti.
Commonality. Laughter spaghetti. Laughter spaghetti.
Laughter spaghetti. Laughter. क्या कर?
So we also had a game which is called a common thing among us. So I would request everyone to come forward. I'll request everyone to come forward.
Please come forward, everyone, please.
It's like a human chain. There's a, okay. I'll just show you a demo. Okay, you guys stand there. I have a sister with me. Like, if I'm saying I have a sister, that person will have, if that person is having a sister, he'll hold hands with them. Ma'am.
Suppose we stand like that and say something. No, you say how we did.
I have a sister. I have a sister.
Okay, I need to say. I don't have a girlfriend.
So all of us has to join. Whoever doesn't have a girlfriend should join like this.
So I don't have a girlfriend, so I'm joining him. So come on, all of you join, those who don't have a girlfriend.
So people who are coming first time in Hyderabad.
People who are coming to Hyderabad for the first time.
I am the first one. I have come, yeah. Say in the mic. I have come to Hyderabad
For the first time.
So all those who are coming for the first time will join. Okay?
Who had breakup in past? Breakup in past.
Breakup in past. Breakup in past.
I have a pet turtle.
I have cheated in exams. I have cheated in exams. That's confidential, sir.
All right. Okay, so now let's do jump in, jump out. Tell them to hold hands.
Okay. Please, everyone hold their hand.
Please, everyone hold your hands.
Hold.
Yes.
Yes.
I would request everyone
means
to hold your hands.
Please, everyone.
A PhD or engineering, whatever it is. So I really thank you, everyone, from the bottom of my heart.
Hello everyone, my name is Kriti. I am from Uttar Pradesh but currently studying in IIT Goa. And this is for the first time I'm meeting them, but I don't think this will be the first time anymore. This is first time I'm coming to Hyderabad also and IIT Hyderabad also, and I will say that this will be the best memory of my life. Thank you everyone.
Hello everyone, I'm Meenakshi Sharma. So I'm basically from Delhi and I currently study in the Central University of Karnataka. So today's what we learned, these activities. Firstly, we break all the walls like shyness, like anxiety, like depression and something. This is the main reason of these activities and we enjoy it. For some moment, we forget our emotions, our sadness and something. We enjoy every moment. This is the main behind of this. Thank you so much, man. We learn it and we enjoy it. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Hello everyone, I'm Tamanna Singh, PhD second year student from IIT Indore. And this is my first time when I visited IIT Hyderabad. It is like great experience over here. And whatever ma'am has taught us, that it is like we relived our childhood again during all these activities, what I did. And I think having these people, meeting these people for the first time is gonna be a very good experience. And this has been collected in my one of the best memories ever. Thank you.
Hi all, I'm Vishnu. I'm from IIT Palakkad, PhD scholar. So usually I go for workshops, these kind of things. Workshops is like technical workshops and everything. So usually that is like 1 week and 5 days, these kind of long workshops. So when we go there, it takes us at least 4 or 5 days to mingle with each other and get to know. So when I heard this about this workshop, it said only 2 days. So I thought, okay, maybe I and my friend, we will go show something, attend the conclave and come back. I didn't even expect that we will be able to mingle with people and make friends. So that Geeta ma'am, that is her credit. I'm giving the credit to you. Thank you, ma'am. So within like first day itself, we are this much close. So thank you, ma'am, for that. Thank you.
Good evening, ma'ams, sirs, all the delegates that have come from all over the nation. First of all, I would like to thank IIT Hyderabad for giving us this opportunity to feel and experience what we could. This is my first time coming to Hyderabad. My name is Khushi. I am studying in IIT Mizoram Mechanical Engineering, and I am originally from Bihar. Today, what we experienced has taught me that how difficult it is. Like we say, oh, I'm feeling low, I don't want to get out of my room, I don't want to get out of my bed. So how difficult it is to get out of that zone. It is just as easy as doing a kuchipu or kuchiku or just jump out, jump in. And yes, one more thing today, I realized that I need to do more exercises because the flexibility of my body is really questionable. Ma'am was more active than I was. So thank you, ma'am, for giving us the experience. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, everyone. I think that was a much needed energy booster that all of us required. But if somebody sees it from outside who does not know what is happening there, they'll be like, these are the people who are making, changes in our way we study and all. They are even unable to conduct themselves. How are they taking care of our mental well-being? And next time you see someone sad, just think again, they might be just pretending to be a sad spaghetti, but not really sad. So please take care of that. And now we finally have the cultural performances for you. First up, we have a group performance by M. Yashmita, daughter of M. Jayavardhana Reddy, B. Janaya Shri, daughter of B. Jagadeshwar Rao, and K. Teniya Vagdevi, daughter of K. Shivashankar. These all are 7th grade students who are studying in the DAV Public School, which is here in the IITH campus. And all these 3 girls are learning Kuchipudi dance from Shri Nataraj Spurti Dance Academy in Sangareddy under the aegis of Srimati Jyoti Kulkarni Garu. Please welcome them. And sit back and enjoy. I think this was a perfect example of emotions are the language of the soul. Language we might not understand, but emotions everybody understands. Next, we have a singing performance by M. Harika, who is pursuing a third year in her BTech at VNR VJIT. She has been learning Carnatic music since she was 10 years old in Suswara Music Academy under the able guidance of Shri R. Nagaraja Prasad Garu and N. Shriman Narayan Garu. She has completed a certificate course in Carnatic music with distinction and is pursuing diploma in Carnatic music from Poti Sriramalu Telugu University. She also had the fortunate to sing in front of Shri S.P. Balasubramaniam Garu in 2018 and also stood as a pre-finalist. She has performed in programs conducted by Yuva Kala Vahini, Suswar Music Academy, Spik Make, Swar Madhuri in Hyderabad, in Tyagaraja Ganasabha, Ravindra Bharati, NTR Kala Bhavanam, Guntur, Vijayawada and Mumbai. Please welcome her.
Thank you so much for the introduction. So today I'll be singing a Kruti in Hindola Ragam. In Hindola Ragam, it is called Mamavatu Shri Saraswati. It was written and composed by Shri Vasudevacharya Garu from Mysore. It goes in Aditalam, so here it goes. Shri Saraswati, Mamavatu Shri Saraswati, Mamavatu Shri Saraswati, Kamakoti Pitha Nivasini, Mamavatu Shri Saraswati, Kamakoti Pitha Nivasini, Mamavatu Shri Saraswati, Kamakoti Pitha Nivasini, Mamavatu Shri Saraswati. कोमलकर सरोज द्रुतवीणा, कोमलकर सरोज द्रुतवीणा, सीमातीतवरवाग्निभूषणं, कोमलकर सरोज द्रुतवीणा, सीमातीतवरवाग्निभूषणं, स गजनि दम दम गम सा, स गमदनि सा गजनि दम दम गम सा, स गमदनि सा गजनि दम दम गम सा, स गमदनि सा गजनि दम दम गम सा, sa ga ma da ni sa ga sa ni da ma ga ma sa ga sa ga ma da ni sa ga sa ni da ma ga ma sa ga ma da ni sa ga sa ga ni ga sa ni sa da ni da sa ni da ma da ni sa ma ga ma va tu Shri Saraswati कामकोटि पीठ निवासिनी मामवतु श्री सरस्वती राजाधिराज पूजित चरण राजीवनयना रमणीय वदना राजाधिराज पूजित चरण राजीवनयना रमणीय वदना सुजन मनोरथ पूरण चतुर निज गण शोभित मणिमयहार सुजन मनोरथ पूरण चतुर निज गण शोभित मणिमयहार अजभव वंदित वासुदेव चरणार्पित सकल वेद सरस गजनि दम गम सा सगमदनि सा गजनि दम गम सा सगमदनि सा गजनि दम गम सा मग स सगमदनि स मग सगनि स निनि गजनि स दनि तद सानि दनि दम दनि स मगमवतु श्री सरस्वती कामकोटि पीठ निवासिनी मामवतु श्री सरस्वती Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Music helps you give an experience of how meditation feels like. And I hope you all will continue to give at least some time to yourself and meditate. If not by closing your eyes and doing something, then at least by listening to music that helps you calm down. Next, we have a solo performance by Miss Adya. Please welcome her. I can only say that if you genuinely feel something and express it, others can also feel it without you having to say even a word. Such a beautiful performance. Thank you. And the last performance we have is of Shuffle Crew, which is the dance club of IIT Hyderabad. We have a female group that is performing for you. So the first half of the performance is Mohiniyattam, which is the Kerala traditional dance. And the next half is Bharatnatyam. Please welcome them.
Start playing.
See
Thank you so much for such a graceful performance. I now request DK Sharma sir and Reena ma'am to please come up on the stage as we present mementos to all the performers. M. Yashmita. B. Janaya Shri. And K. Tenaya Vagdevi. We have on stage with us Reena ma'am, DK Sharma sir, Director NIT Kurukshetra and Director IIT Dharwad. M. Harika. Adya. Members of the shuffle crew, Pushpita, Megha, Lasa, and Vishita. Thank you so much, ma'am and sir.
Okay. Two special announcements which I'm going to make. The first is tomorrow we'll have registrations in the morning. Second, please take your materials from the stalls which you have put. We'll be taking at 9 p.m. The stalls will be out. And third announcement has to be done.
So the announcement is that while doing your registration, you all have received this card having the different colors, but the color which has mentioned over here, you need to look after that color name and you need to join the group, and the QR code will be circulated in the WhatsApp groups, and those who have not been assigned with these color names, then they can access to any of the group, whichever they want. So please find your group members and you need to be with them tomorrow. And apart from that, QR codes will be circulated in the WhatsApp groups. Thank you very much.
They say a healthy mind resides in a healthy body. Today we had music, dance, and some games as we helped calm our body down. As there were a lot of all the blood that going in our body, we calmed that down. But we also have to maintain the balance in the world. So now we need to do something that gives energy to that bloodstream. And for that, tomorrow morning we have a walkathon, and we expect to see you all to maintain that balance and keep ourselves fit, both physically and mentally. Enjoy your dinner. Thank you so much. We'll meet tomorrow again. Thank you.